Chapter 258. It was a stone door, but the word death was engraved on it, dripping with blood. A strong smell of blood spread out, not to mention ordinary mortals. Even some cultivators might not be able to resist it. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying killing intent this word contained. And the closer he got, the more clearly Yen Chutian could feel the majestic blood, qi, nurtured by this word. So much so that he had to use his spiritual power to create a light curtain in front of the stone door. Otherwise, he might not be able to block this majestic blood qi. Then Yen Chutian slowly stretched out his arm and pressed on the stone door, wanting to push it open. However, just as his hand pressed on the corner of the stone door, suddenly a pale, bloodless palm was placed on his arm. Yen Chutian hurriedly looked over and saw a middle-aged woman looking at him with longing eyes. However, before she could say any words, a sharp bronze spear pierced through her abdomen, causing her to spurt out a large amount of blood mist. She fell softly in front of Yen Chutian's eyes. This sudden scene caused Yen Chutian to be a little stunned. He looked around, and there was no longer any stone door around him. Blood mist was flying everywhere, dripping with blood. Flames were burning in all directions, just like purgatory in the human world. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out, and a bronze spear shot out from nowhere, ruthlessly piercing through a middle-aged man with an extraordinary cultivation base and nailing him to a stone pillar. And no matter how unwilling the middle-aged man was, the seemingly ordinary bronze spear nailed him to death, and he would never be able to break free. At the same time, accompanied by an ear-piercing sound, the bronze spear that pierced through the woman's body in front of him was slowly pulled out. Dark red blood flowed down the body of the spear, and it was extremely bloody. "Kiki, my spirit will definitely—" Amidst the bloody massacre, cold and hoarse laughter rang out. Hearing this hoarse laughter, Yen Chutian suddenly felt extremely disgusted. It was as if this was the thing he hated the most in his life, even to his soul, and it could never be erased. However, no matter how much Yen Chutian loathed it, he could not see the source of the hoarse laughter. He could only see what seemed to be a mass of black fog pulling out the blood-stained bronze spear, and then crazily slaughtering again. Suddenly, Yen Chutian's sleeves were pulled once again. This time, he lowered his head to take a look, only to see a petite figure curled up under him. The little girl was trying her best to stretch out her arms, opening her mouth as if she wanted to say something. However, before she could utter a single word, a bronze spear shot over from afar and pierced through the little girl's body. Scarlet blood gushed out and dyed Yen Chutian's entire face red. "Hoo-hoo!" Yen Chutian panted violently. After he panted, when he raised his head again, the scene around him changed back to the passageway and stone door. The blood and fire had disappeared. Then he quickly pulled back his arm as if he had been electrocuted. Yen Chutian was not an idiot. When he came back to his senses, he naturally knew that the scene just now was most likely the source of the blood on the stone door, the memories of those who had died tragically. Yen Chutian did not know what had slaughtered them all. The only feeling he had was that he hated those things. Even if he did not say that he hated them as if he was born, Yen Chutian could not forgive what they had done. There were many experts among those who had been slaughtered, but even more were low-level cultivators and even mortals. But even so, the other did not let them go. How could he not be angry? For a long time, Yen Chutian could not calm his emotions. Only after a long time did he gradually recover. No matter what, he did not know how many years ago things had happened. Even if the current Yen Chutian was angry, there was no possibility of saving him. Yen Chutian even felt that even if he appeared in front of the other party with all his strength, he would only be slaughtered. After gradually stabilizing his emotions, Yen Chutian once again stretched out his hand and slowly pressed on the stone door. This time, there were no bloody memories from before. Even after that, Yen Chutian easily pushed open the stone door. The stone door was slowly pushed open. However, there was no rotten smell as Yen Chutian imagined. Instead, what entered his eyes was a stone platform that was about 5 feet tall, and in front of the stone platform there was a stone tablet. Although the words on the stone tablet were ancient, it did not hinder reading. Therefore, Yen Chutian easily knew the contents of the stone tablet. If you want to pass on the stone platform, be burned by the earth core flame for a moment. The method to pass was very simple. Although it seemed to be simple, Yen Chutian clearly knew how terrifying the earth core flame was. The so-called geocentric flame was a scorching flame that was directly guided from the depths of the earth. This kind of flame was not comparable to ordinary flames. Not only could it burn the forest, it could even burn the spiritual energy metal. It could be seen how terrifying it was. It was not an exaggeration to say that not to mention ordinary cultivators, even cultivators who had practiced some body refining techniques, would not dare to endure the burning of the earth core flame, let alone for a quarter of an hour. But for others, Yen Chutian was eager to give it a try. Now that his mysterious young body was approaching the 3rd grade, he had a lot of confidence that he could withstand the burning of the earth core flame. Moreover, at this point, no matter what, Yen Chutian could not give up without trying. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, he slowly climbed up the stone platform and sat on it. In an instant, rich, mysterious yang qi continuously flowed from Yen Chutian's dantian to his limbs and bones. There was a mysterious fluctuation emitted from his body. It was as if no matter what kind of attack fell, it would not be able to damage his body. This was the mysterious yang body. At the same time, there was a constant movement around the stone platform. The originally sealed ground suddenly had a gap. Then, without any explanation, a red pillar of fire spewed out and directly surrounded Yen Chutian. Earth core flame. Although he had already expected the earth core flame to be terrifying, when it really came into contact with his body, Yen Chutian still felt an extremely hot burning sensation. Even if his body was close to the 3rd grade mysterious yang body, he could not completely resist this feeling. In almost an instant, all the clothes on Yen Chutian's body were destroyed. The earth core flame was like a spirit snake that wandered all over his body. Fortunately, Yen Chutian had already sealed his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Otherwise, even if he could resist the burning of the earth core flame, he would not be able to resist it if it invaded his body. Time sometimes passed like a white horse, and sometimes it crawled like a snail. Just like now, under the constant burning of the earth core flame, Yen Chutian only felt that time was passing very slowly. It was only a quarter of an hour, but it felt like a year. During this process, the burning power of the earth core flame did not show any signs of weakening. Instead, it became more and more terrifying. In the end, even Yen Chutian could not endure it. This was because his skin was showing signs of being burnt black. Blood was seeping out, but it was quickly evaporated by the earth core flame. This kind of pain, even if Yen Chutian could endure it, he could no longer suppress the painful groan in his mouth. The power of the earth core flame was too terrifying. It was not an exaggeration to say that the current Yen Chutian was like a mortal being burned in flames. How could it be easy for him to endure it? And because of the terrifying power of the earth core flame, many forces in the heaven realm would even use it as a torture method for interrogation. But of course, when facing a powerful cultivator, they would naturally use the earth core flame that was deeper in the earth. The closer it was to the legendary earth core, the more terrifying the power of the earth core flame would be. Finally, after what seemed like a century, after a quarter of an hour, Yen Chutian hurriedly fell down from the stone platform that was enveloped by the earth core flame. After Yen Chutian left the stone platform, the earth core flame around the stone platform dissipated. At this time, Yen Chutian's entire body was incomparably black, like a piece of coal. Moreover, it faintly emitted a burnt smell of meat. If others were to see it, they would definitely think that Yan Chutian had been burned to death by the earth core flame. However, if someone were to carefully examine it, they would be able to discover that under this charred appearance, there was clearly an extremely strong life aura pulsing. After an hour, with a sudden cracking sound, Yan Chutian's charred skin actually cracked open, and along with the cracking of the skin, an extremely white skin was revealed. Chapter 259. The old skin cracked, and under the black and smelly skin, white skin was revealed. This scene was like a caterpillar breaking out of its cocoon and glowing with new life. Crack, crack, the shattering sound continued to ring out. On the charred skin, eye-catching cracks continued to appear and spread in all directions. When the cracks were concentrated to a certain extent, all the black skin fell off with an ear-piercing cracking sound, and a brand new body was revealed to the world. At this moment, Yan Chutian opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time. Being burned by the earth core flame was like a disaster, but in a way it was also like an opportunity. During the 15 minutes of being burned by the earth core flame, Yan Chutian constantly used the mysterious young body to resist its terrible power. Although the process was painful, it coincidentally facilitated the process of tempering the mysterious yang body with the mysterious yang qi. Therefore, to be honest, Yan Chutian had now completed the initial tempering of the third-grade mysterious yang body, and the time required for this was almost twice as fast as Yan Chutian's original estimate. Misfortune and blessing were interdependent. This sentence was best confirmed by Yan Chutian. After completing the initial tempering of the third-grade mysterious yang body, Yan Chutian was in a good mood, because the successful tempering of the third-grade mysterious yang body meant that his strength would rise by a small level. Next, he could also practice the third-grade mysterious yang qi and the mysterious yang body's power, the mysterious yang energy. While Yan Chutian was rejoicing, a hidden stone door at the back of this space automatically opened. Yan Chutian knew that he had passed the second test, and now he had to face the remaining tests, or directly face the final opportunity. However, before he changed his clothes and stood up to step through the stone door, Yan Chutian's eyes slightly moved, and he couldn't help but turn back and look at the stone tablet beside the stone platform. The method to pass the second test was recorded on the stone tablet, and one could understand it at a glance. But now Yan Chutian wanted to do something. Although the words on the stone tablet were ancient, he knew them. Moreover, he knew formations, so he could easily cover up the traces of his hands and feet. Therefore, with such an excellent opportunity, how could Yan Chutian let it go? With this thought in mind, Yan Chutian quickly began to move on the stone tablet. However, he didn't forget about Qiu Yu and Luo Shui. He naturally didn't want his actions to harm the two of them. Therefore, after a series of actions, the meaning on the stone tablet changed to that of a man being burned by the geocentric flame for an hour, while a woman still had to be burned for a quarter of an hour before she could pass the trial. In this way, if someone else entered this place like him, there was a high chance that they would give up in fear. After all, not everyone dared to face the earth core flame head-on. Amongst those prided geniuses, there were extremely few females. At the same time, it would not harm Qiu Yu or Luo Shui, because this was the original rule. But of course, if someone really wanted to face the earth core flame head-on for an hour, Yan Chutian could only wish them good luck. His hands and feet were properly arranged, and he also used formations to conceal them. Perhaps this kind of action could not be hidden from many people who were proficient in formations, but there was no such person among those prided geniuses. Therefore, Yan Chutian was confident that he could hide it from countless people without anyone noticing. In fact, Yan Chutian did this because he wanted to trick Yi Xian, the young master of the Nether Ice Territory. This was because Yi Xian had arrogantly tricked him in the great Zhou auction house. Now, if he could trick him back, then he could finally vent his anger. In short, Yan Chutian arranged this place as if no one had ever been here. Only then did he step through the open stone door. As the stone door closed, this place became a place of eternal silence. Perhaps there really was such a rule as the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao. Not long after Yen Chutian left, the sealed space opened up again, and the young man who walked in was none other than one of the famous young masters of the Nether Ice Territory, Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced around hurriedly, and soon fixed his eyes on the stone platform in the center and the stone tablet beside it. Then he stepped forward and appeared in front of the stone tablet. The words recorded on the stone tablet were bitter and difficult to understand. Even the young master of the Nether Ice Territory spent a lot of effort to understand it. Once he understood it, the young master of the Nether Ice Territory suddenly changed his expression, because the way to pass the level recorded on the stone tablet was to endure the earth core flame for an hour on the stone platform. It was not that he did not know how terrifying the earth core flame was. Not to mention an hour, even a quarter of an hour was unimaginable. So how could he bear it? At the same time, Yi Xian felt a little indignant. The path of cultivation was about equality, and everything started from the same starting point. However, the stone tablet relaxed the requirement for women, saying they only had to endure the earth core flame for a quarter of an hour. It wasn't that the young master of the Nether Ice Territory didn't have any doubts about such a strange record, but he couldn't find any flaws in it. After all, he didn't know much about the Array Tao, and even he couldn't understand these ancient characters. How could he suspect that someone was cheating? Most importantly, he believed that he was the first person to enter this place. Even if there was more than one passage, he would definitely be the one who went the deepest. This was his full confidence in himself. As one of the young masters of the Nether Ice Territory, he really did not want to give up this place of opportunity under the stone platform. After all, when he was in the outside world, he had a feeling that this place might be a great opportunity for him to improve his cultivation and strength to a higher level. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, the young master of the Nether Ice Territory finally made up his mind. He immediately jumped onto the stone platform and sat down with his legs crossed. As soon as he sat cross-legged on the stone platform, pillars of earth core flame immediately gushed out from the stone platform and condensed into a cage of fire to envelop him. Even the young master of the Nether Ice Territory did not dare to take the terrifying flames lightly, because the earth core flame was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had used his strongest defensive means. Boundless spiritual energy gathered around his body, as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor, making him look extraordinarily heroic. However, the golden armor resisted for only a moment before showing signs of being burned through. The originally dazzling golden armor quickly turned black. Moreover, even with this layer of armor, the terrifying temperature of the earth core flame seemed to be able to penetrate it. It still turned his body red and even black, which was a sign of being burned. Damn it! Yi Xian gritted his teeth and shouted. The temperature of the earth core flame was too terrifying. At this rate, he would be lucky if he could withstand it for a quarter of an hour, let alone an hour. Crack! While he gritted his teeth and shouted, the blackened armor on his body suddenly emitted a crackling sound. Even with the continuous supply of spiritual energy, it could not keep up with the speed of destruction, because the earth core flame could even burn spiritual energy. Helplessly, after enduring for a quarter of an hour, Yi Xian immediately took out a black card and crushed it. As the black card was crushed, a black figure emerged and floated behind him. Then the earth core flame seemed to be blocked by an invisible force and could no longer approach Yi Xian's body. Even so, there was no joy on Yi Xian's face, because this black card was his life-saving means. It should have been used in the face of a strong enemy, but now it was used up here. However, he also comforted himself. If even he had to use his life-saving trump card, then there was no need to think too much about other people. They would definitely not be able to pass this stage. However, even though he had used his life-saving trump card, under the burning of the earth core flame, the black figure was constantly becoming blurry. Obviously, the power of this trump card was constantly being consumed. At this time, if Yi Xian was distracted to observe his surroundings, he would find that a hidden stone door behind him had been opened. Even if he only glanced at it, he would definitely find something fishy. However, the young master of the Nether Ice Territory could not find this point. Under the constant burning of the earth core flame, how could he be distracted? Instead, he was trying his best to think of a way to resist it. Finally, more than half an hour had passed, and Yi Xian's life-saving trump card was completely used up. The black figure dissipated at the right time. After losing his life-saving trump card, the young master of the Nether Ice Territory immediately fell into an unprecedented torment. Perhaps at first he could still resist, but as the earth core flame continued to burn through his protective spiritual energy, he could not help but scream and cry, even though he had always been in a high position and elegant demeanor. Chapter 260. When the miserable howls gradually stopped, he looked over and saw a wretched figure lying on the ground beside the stone platform. This figure was none other than Yi Xian, the young master of the Nether Ice Territory, who had always been very impressive. However, compared to before, he did not have the slightest demeanor of a genius. Not only was his skin burned into a mess, but even his flesh was burned. It was no exaggeration to say that this was a serious injury to him. However, despite suffering such serious injuries, Yi Xian did not panic. He slowly took out a medicine bottle from his storage space and swallowed the elixir inside. As he took the elixir, the injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not hard to imagine that the elixir he took must be very valuable. Perhaps only a young master like him could have it. When his injuries were almost healed, Yi Xian took out a new set of clothes, put them on, and sat down cross-legged. Even though he had taken the elixir, the damage caused by the earth core flame was too great. Therefore, he had to sit cross-legged for a long time before he could fully recover. It was impossible for Yi Xian not to feel heartache when he had to pay such a huge price to pass the second stage. However, he felt that it was all worth it because even he could not pass the second stage, let alone the disciples of other forces. In other words, it was very likely that he would get the final opportunity without being disturbed. If so, how could it not be worth it? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face could not help but reveal a big smile. The biggest opportunity under this stone altar would definitely be his. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who did not know that he had taken his revenge, went deeper into the passage again. As he went deeper and deeper, the space in front of him kept expanding. Moreover, there was light in the originally dark space. This made him realize that he was not far away from the third stage, or even the end. As he approached the source of the light, a spacious hall finally appeared in front of him. The hall was magnificently decorated. Even after so many years, it was still well preserved, which was amazing. The source of the light was the hundreds of luminous pearls embedded in the dome of the hall. This kind of night pearl might not be much to Xiuzha, but its rarity was astounding. Otherwise, it would not have been described as hard to find. At the same time, there was no aura of decay in the hall, because there was a spirit spring constantly flowing in the center of the hall. The spirit spring surged, accumulating into a spirit pool, bringing out a large amount of pure spirit qi. This spirit qi nourished the countless spirit plants planted around the spirit pool. Looking around, there was an extremely large number of spirit plants, and all of them were of extraordinary varieties. It was likely that even those first-rate forces would find it extremely difficult to possess such an expanse of spirit herbs. Even Yan Chutian would not be able to remain unmoved by such a large amount of spirit herbs. After all, if he could harvest all of them, it would be a huge opportunity for him. He might even be able to break through to the Yuanying stage, or even higher. But of course, this was a breakthrough regardless of the result. At the very least, if Yan Chutian did not solidify his foundation, he would not rashly break through no matter what. However, this did not hinder Yan Chutian's desire to keep all of the spirit essences. After all, He would rather benefit others than himself. However, just as Yen Chutian could not help but want to make a move, his sharp eyes suddenly saw that outside the expanse of spirit herbs, there was a stone tablet that had some ancient words recorded on it. 1 in 10,000. It was a simple line of ancient words, but it made Yen Chutian immediately raise his guard. He did not think that such a specially erected stone tablet would have any useless words recorded on it. It was very likely that it was reminding the visitor not to be greedy, or there might be a disaster. Even though this seemed to be just his own guess, Yen Chutian, who was always cautious, believed his own guess. He did not act rashly, but instead, his gaze swept across the spirit herbs. Since it could only be 1 in 10,000, he naturally had to find the spirit herbs that Chiuyu needed, and not just for himself. There were many spirit herbs, too many to count. With just a glance, Yen Chutian caught a glimpse of dozens of categories. Among them, there were even demon-grade heavenly treasures. Spirit herbs, even if they were only spirit herbs with one pattern, were very useful to Yen Chutian. However, even if they were spirit herbs, Yen Chutian only glanced at them, then looked away and continued to search. Perhaps God did not have the heart to disappoint Yen Chutian. After his gaze swept around, finally, in an inconspicuous corner of the spirit herb garden, he found what he had been searching for. Looking at it, it was only a palm-sized black mushroom. It had no luster, and there was not much spiritual chi emitted. It was very ordinary. However, Yen Chutian locked onto it at a glance. With his keen spiritual sense, he was sure that he was not wrong. This was the spirit mushroom of earth. The spirit mushroom of earth, not to mention how precious it was a rare spirit herb. After all, the mushroom's growth required parasitic giant trees or other materials. The spirit mushroom of earth could only grow on dead cold spirit herbs. At the same time, during the growth process, it must not be exposed to sunlight, otherwise it would easily wither and die. All of these contributed to the rarity of the spirit mushroom of earth. Originally, Yen Chutian thought that this spirit mushroom of earth would be the most difficult spirit herb to find next to the Tao sculpting lotus. Who knew that he would find it now? Since he saw this spirit herb, Yen Chutian naturally put it in his bag immediately. After putting away the spirit mushroom of earth, Yen Chutian did not look at the spirit herb again, let alone pick it. During this process, the whole spirit herb garden was very calm, without any wind blowing the grass. It seemed that Yen Chutian's worry was purely unnecessary. But even so, Yen Chutian still had no intention of continuing to pick it. Instead, he slowly raised his eyes and looked behind the spirit herb garden and the spirit pool. At the back of the hall, there was a high platform, and on the high platform, 3 round stone boxes were quietly suspended. The brilliance of the 3 stone boxes was restrained, and no movement came out. When Yen Chutian stepped on the stone platform, he found that there was a square card lying quietly beside each stone box. An ancient word was engraved on the card: fire. On the stone boxes, there were also short words inscribed, namely spirit art, array, and spirit veins. This made Yen Chutian a little stunned. Could it be that these stone boxes also only had one choice? After pondering for a moment, Yen Chutian felt that his guess was mostly correct. What was inside the stone box should be something that corresponded to the engravings on its surface. However, he didn't understand what the square tablet engraved with the word fire on the side of each stone box was. Yen Chutian had a lot of doubts, but this did not prevent him from making a choice. He didn't care about spirit art or array. Only this spirit vein stone box aroused a little interest in him. Could it be that the things in this stone box could help him condense spirit veins? If that was the case, the value of this box was too great. Therefore, in the end, Yen Chutian stretched his arm towards the spirit vein stone box. Almost at the moment his arm stretched out, the spirit vein stone box and the square card beside it took the initiative to jump into his palm. The moment Yen Chutian grabbed these two things, an inexplicable power of space surged and directly teleported him out. Light and shadow flickered. When the scene in front of him gradually became clear, Yen Chutian realized that he was already on the stone altar in the outside world. His eyes moved slightly, and soon a beautiful figure not far from the stone altar came into view. This beautiful figure was none other than Luo Shui. In addition to Luo Shui, Yen Chutian could clearly feel that there were many figures and auras around him, and they were waiting like her. Yen Chutian didn't have to think too much to understand that these people should have failed and been directly teleported out. At the same time, it seemed that Luo Shui's luck was not good, and she actually failed so early. The truth was almost the same as Yen Chutian's guess. These people all failed or directly gave up at the first or second stage. Some people left directly after they came out, and the rest were naturally waiting for their companions. Seeing Yen Chutian appear, these people no longer paid attention to him. This was because of Yen Chutian's cultivation level. These people really didn't pay much attention to him. After all, there were geniuses among them who were first-class forces. In their opinion, it was just that this person was lucky and lasted a little longer or directly hid, so he was only teleported out now. Chapter 261. Seeing the appearance of Yen Chutian, Luo Shui, who was walking towards him, was rather curious. She was curious about Yen Chutian's harvest in the underground space of the stone altar. Luo Shui had always been very confident in herself, not only in her cultivation, but also in many other aspects. But even so, she could not even pass the first test. It could even be said that she did not have a clue at all. It was not difficult to imagine how difficult it was. However, no matter how curious she was, Luo Shui did not ask anything. After all, this was his privacy. She could not ask if she was in his shoes. But in fact, her thoughts were not much different from those around her. Even if Yen Chutian had always been amazing, facing such a difficult test, what could he do? Besides, no matter how miraculous Yen Chutian was, he could almost be compared with the geniuses from the first-rate forces. But among those who had failed, how many geniuses from the first-rate forces had failed? Yen Chutian did not know what Luo Shui was thinking. But even if he knew, he would just smile and ignore it. He would not show off his own opportunities to others and try to prove something. That was tantamount to being too stupid. It was also very likely that it would arouse the greed of others and cause unnecessary trouble. Besides, even if he said it, those geniuses from the so-called forces who had preconceived notions would probably scoff at him and think that he was just playing to the gallery. Therefore, Yen Chutian just followed Luo Shui and waited in a corner not far from the stone altar, quietly waiting for Qiuyu to appear. At the same time, perhaps in the depths of the stone altar, in that strange space, Yi Xian's figure appeared in front of a large field of spiritual herbs. Even as one of the young lords of the realm of Ice Nether, his eyes flickered with astonishment as he stared at the treasures before him. It was not that he did not have a spiritual herb garden in the Nether Ice territory, but even the land of opportunities in the ancestral land did not have such a quantity and quality of treasures of heaven and earth. It was no exaggeration to say that this field of spiritual herbs was enough to make Yi Xian jealous and fight for it. However, just as he was about to lift his hand to pick the spirit herbs, his sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a plain stone tablet beside a large patch of spirit herbs. 1 in 10,000. Yi Xian repeated the words softly. The meaning recorded on the stone tablet was not difficult to understand. It was only when one truly understood it that they began to hesitate or struggle in their hearts. Could it be that he could only take one out of so many treasures of heaven and earth? Yi Xian was struggling internally, but he was not a wishy-washy person. After thinking about it over and over again, he finally chose to believe her. After all, as one of the young lords of the realm of Ice Nether, he found it hard to believe that the purpose of this stone steel was merely to mediate. Therefore, in the end, Yi Xian chose a treasure of heaven and earth of an extremely high grade and put it in his pocket. After keeping the heavenly treasure, he, like Yan Chutian, also looked at the spirit medicine and spirit pool. Yi Xian saw a high platform standing in front of him. This caused a wisp of joy to involuntarily appear on his face, because, as expected, this should be the final fortuitous encounter. However, when Yi Xian's gaze quickly locked onto the top of the high platform, his originally joyful expression suddenly stiffened. This was because there were 2 stone boxes floating at the top of the high platform. However, no matter how he looked at them, these 2 stone boxes were a little too far apart, as if there was originally one in the middle. This situation naturally made him immediately think, could it be that someone had come here one step ahead and taken one of the stone boxes? But how could that be possible? Apart from him, how could anyone pass the 2 tests, especially the second one, where he had to endure the scorching of the earth core flame? Even he had to use a life-saving item to barely make it through. Moreover, even if there was such a person, how could that person be faster than him? After all, he clearly remembered that among the so-called geniuses who had entered here, there were no forces from the other 5 major regions. How could the disciples of those first-rate forces compare to him? Yi Xian's expression was uncertain. It was really hard for him to accept the scene that had happened at the last step. Someone had actually walked in front of him without him noticing, and he had been completely unaware of it all this time. The thought of this made him feel like he had lost all face. He could not help but want to smash mountains with his palm. Yi Xian could not believe his own guess. So in the end, he even came up with an explanation. That was, there were only 2 stone boxes on the high platform, and there was no third one at all. Therefore, it was impossible for someone to arrive here before him. With this self-consolation, Yi Xian's mood was much better. He did not grit his teeth and flew directly to the high platform, appearing in front of the 2 stone boxes. Yan Chutian had taken away the spirit inscription in the middle of the 3 stone boxes, so the remaining 2 boxes were naturally the spirit technique and the formation. Therefore, Yi Xian did not have to think much about his choice. He immediately grabbed the spirit technique stone box. What happened next was the same as what had happened to Yan Chutian before. The stone box and the square card engraved with the word fire jumped into his hand. Then the power of space quickly surged and directly sent him out of here. In a moment, Yi Xian appeared on the stone altar outside, in front of everyone's eyes, including Yan Chutian's. As if he had yet to recover from his shock, Yi Xian did not put away the stone box and the square card even when he appeared on the stone altar. This caused many people to notice this scene, and they could not help but reveal shocked expressions, because this immediately made them think that the young master of the Nether Ice Realm had returned with a full harvest. At this moment, even Luo Shui secretly revealed a hint of envy in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She had returned with failure, but the other party had gained something. And with his identity and strength, perhaps this was not all of the opportunities in the end, but it was definitely a part of them. However, while everyone was envious and amazed, only one person had a very strange expression, and that was Yan Chutian, because he clearly saw the words engraved on the stone box and the square card in the young master of the Nether Ice Realm's hand. They were spirit, technique, and fire. This immediately made Yan Chutian's expression become somewhat interesting. Could it be that the young master of the Nether Ice Realm had taken the same path as him? If that was really the case, then what are you laughing at? Luo Shui asked curiously, because the guy beside her was in a very strange mood. He seemed to be laughing, but not laughing, and he was desperately covering his mouth. She had always been a cold person, but she could not help but ask curiously. But of course, this was also because the person beside her was Yan Chutian. Otherwise, if it were someone else, she would probably still be indifferent and ignore them. Ahem, hearing his words, Yan Chutian tried his best to suppress his smile, but when he saw the arrogant appearance of the other party receiving the attention of everyone, he couldn't help but want to laugh. He had no choice but to cough a few times to control his emotions. Although his relationship with Luo Shui wasn't that close, they were still friends, so he didn't mind sharing this matter with her. However, just as Yan Chutian was about to speak, a man and a woman appeared almost at the same time on the stone altar. One of them was Chiu Yu, whom Yan Chutian and Luo Shui had been waiting for, and the other was none other than the disciple of the Nether Ice Realm who had followed Yi Xian. Therefore, the two of them naturally rushed to the sides of their respective people. Seeing Chiu Yu rush over with a faint smile, Yan Chutian knew that she had gained a lot. Otherwise, she would not have such an expression at this time. Just like the disciple of the Nether Ice Realm, whose face had been gloomy all this time, it was obvious that he had encountered a difficult situation. However, Yan Chutian did not ask much. At this time, since everyone had arrived, he immediately called the two of them to go in the direction away from the mountain range. At the same time, looking at the face of the disciple of the Nether Ice Realm who had rushed to his side, he asked calmly, "You failed." Hearing this, the disciple of the Nether Ice Realm looked ashamed, but more than that, he was deeply angry. He immediately gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it! I don't know which bastard did something to the stone tablet in the second level. Even though I saw through it later, I still suffered the pain of being burned by the earth core flame for a quarter of an hour. Therefore, before the last batch of spiritual herbs, I only thought that the stone tablet was deliberately mystifying. Who would have thought that after picking one more spiritual herb, I would be directly transmitted out?" The disciple of the Nether Ice Realm was really angry. If someone had not done something to it, how could he have failed? Chapter 262. What? What did you say? The stone tablet of the second level was tampered with. Yi Xian's expression changed dramatically. He could not believe what he had just heard. His roar stunned the disciple of the Nether Ice territory. He did not know what had happened. However, he would not hide anything, so he told the truth immediately. That stone tablet had been tampered with. No matter if it was a man or a woman, they would only have to endure the earth core flames roasting for 15 minutes. But that damned bastard changed it so that men would have to endure the earth core flames roasting for 1 hour. The disciple of the Nether Ice territory gnashed his teeth in anger. If it were not for the fact that someone had tampered with the stone tablet, he would not have had to bear the burning of the earth core flame for an extra quarter of an hour. That was the earth core flame. For a quarter of an hour, he felt as if he had been trapped in hell. He would rather die than live, and it directly led to his suspicion in front of the spiritual herb field. As a result, he was directly transmitted out. Otherwise, he would have been able to go up and have a look at the final platform. However, this disciple of the Nether Ice territory did not know that while he was gnashing his teeth in anger, the young master beside him, Yi Xian's face had become extremely gloomy, so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. The disciple beside him had told him everything. How could he not understand that he had also been tricked? And he had not realized it until just now. Thinking about it, Yi Xian wished he could tear the guy who had tampered with the stone tablet into pieces. If it were not for him, he would not have been able to bear the burning of the earth core flame for an hour, and he would have had to use a life-saving trump card and a spiritual elixir. At the same time, it was no wonder that one of the stone boxes on the final platform seemed to be missing. It was not an illusion. That damn guy had taken the initiative. The disciple of the Nether Ice territory finally noticed the great change in the young master's mood. Even if the other party did not say anything, he still felt a great anger. He could not help but wonder why the young master was so angry when he was the one who had been tricked. Senior brother, Yi Xian, you, the disciple of the Nether Ice territory, asked in a low voice. However, Yi Xian had no time to answer him. With a gloomy face, he immediately raised his gloomy face and scanned the surroundings with a gaze as sharp as a blade, as if he wanted to tear everything into pieces. He did not want to miss anyone he saw. However, No matter how hard the young master of the Nether Ice Realm searched, he couldn't find them, because Yen Chutian and the other two had already left. Half a day later, in a certain valley, Luo Shue's expression changed drastically as she listened to Yen Chutian's narration. She had never expected that Yen Chutian, who should have returned empty-handed, would have obtained such a great opportunity. Moreover, it was very likely that he had tricked the young master of the Nether Ice Realm. If this news were to spread, it would probably cause countless people to be so shocked that their jaws would dislocate. After all, that was a young master of the 5 major regions. Yet he had actually been manipulated by Yen Chutian to the point of not being able to do anything. At the same time, Qiu Yu's expression was calm. She only smiled faintly. This kind of situation was too normal for her. Even if he was a young master of the 5 major regions, so what? He was just a cultivator with a slightly higher cultivation base and talent. After that, the 3 of them sat down in silence. They had already planned to rest here for the night and continue their journey the next day. After that, they would probably be aimlessly searching for opportunities again. The curtain of night quickly descended. Not long after the curtain of night fell, Yen Chutian slowly stopped cultivating. Next, he did not care about Qiu Yu and Luo Shue. He immediately took out the stone box and square card he had obtained. While he was doing this, Qiu Yu, who seemed to have sensed something, opened her beautiful eyes and slowly glanced over. Then, with a slight movement of her jade-like hand, a stone box and square card suddenly appeared. Although they were both square cards and stone boxes, Yen Chutian could see that Qiu Yu's stone box was engraved with the word spiritual medicine. At the same time, the square card was also engraved with the word mysterious instead of fire. However, Yen Chutian had already expected this because, when they were talking earlier, Qiu Yu had also told him about her experience. The second obstacle she encountered was to withstand the heavy pressure of the mysterious heavy water. The mysterious heavy water was a kind of spiritual water that had a huge pressure. Even if it was just a cup of water, it might have 1,000 kilograms of weight. It was truly terrifying. After passing the test of the mysterious heavy water, she directly entered a space. There were no spiritual medicines in that space. Instead, there were many spiritual weapons. However, for spiritual weapons, Qiu Yu naturally disdained them. She simply went up to the final high platform and chose the stone box with the spiritual medicine. Seeing Qiu Yu taking out these 2 things, Yen Chutian couldn't help but look forward to it, because Qiu Yu didn't say what spiritual medicine was in the stone box. Therefore, this naturally made Yen Chutian look forward to it. He was looking forward to whether it would be the remaining 2 treasures or even the Tao sculpting lotus. However, just as Yen Chutian was looking forward to it, Qiu Yu turned her small hand directly, and an inconspicuous blood-colored Ganoderma entered the former site. At the same time, the open stone box was already empty. Obviously, this blood-colored Ganoderma was the original thing in the stone box. However, this blood-colored Ganoderma obviously disappointed Yen Chutian. Although this blood-colored Ganoderma was also very valuable and high-grade, it was not the 2 treasures that Qiu Yu needed after all, let alone the Tao sculpting lotus. However, just as Yen Chutian and Qiu Yu were both calm, there was a sudden exclamation from the side. The tone was full of surprise. This is a blood-colored Ganoderma. There were only 3 people present. Who else could the owner of this exclamation be other than Luo Shue? Yen Chutian was already experienced. At a glance, he could see that this blood-colored Ganoderma must be extremely important to Luo Shue. It might be a necessary item for practicing some spiritual spells or cultivation methods. Unfortunately, this blood-colored Ganoderma did not belong to him, but to Qiu Yu. No matter how stupid Yen Chutian was, it was impossible for him to persuade his woman to give the treasures she found to another woman. This was tantamount to courting death. The real situation was indeed similar to what Yen Chutian thought. Luo Shue practiced a spiritual spell called Snow Spirit Body. This was a spiritual spell for refining the body, and the most important auxiliary spiritual medicine was the blood-colored Ganoderma. However, after searching for a long time, she either found nothing or the rank was too low. She was unable to find a satisfying blood-colored Ganoderma. However, she would never have thought that after searching for so long, she would suddenly catch a glimpse of the blood-colored Ganoderma. Even though she saw it, Luo Shue's heart still felt bitter. Even though the blood-colored Ganoderma she was satisfied with was right in front of her, she could not do anything because it was her own fortune. She asked herself honestly if she was the one who obtained the fortune. She would not give it to someone else. However, Luo Shue would never have thought that just as she was feeling bitter, the blood-colored Ganoderma would suddenly appear right in front of her. Looking up, she saw the beautiful face of a young girl right in front of her. Meeting Luo Shue's surprised eyes, Qiuyu did not show much emotion. As she turned her head, she pretended to be indifferent and spoke slowly. I can see that you really need this blood-colored Ganoderma. Since it is not of much use to me, I will give it to you. But Luo Shue's red lips wriggled. This blood-colored Ganoderma was a demon-ranked treasure. How could it not be of much use to her, who was only at the 4th level of the elixir? However, Qiuyu wasn't lying. Due to her special condition, external forces didn't have much of an effect on her. Instead of saying that her cultivation was constantly increasing, it was better to say that her true strength was constantly recovering. Of course, this was only limited to when Qiuyu was controlling this body. If it was Muon, she would not easily hand over her strength. Thus, just as Luo Shue opened her mouth to speak, Qiuyu's indifferent words directly interrupted her. I will give you the blood-colored Ganoderma. You don't have to feel that you owe me anything. That day, you also bought 2 blood spirit stones for Yanchu. Since she had already said this, Luo Shue naturally could not say anything else and could only keep the blood-colored Ganoderma. Even though she still felt a little embarrassed, when she put away the blood-colored Ganoderma, her heart was filled with a thick sense of joy. With the blood-colored Ganoderma in hand, she could begin to cultivate her snow spirit body. Even if she did not reach the advanced stage of the snow spirit body, just the initial stage of cultivation would make her cultivation much stronger. Seeing such a happy scene, Yan Chutian could not help but secretly reveal a smile. However, just as he revealed his smile, Qiuyu's cold gaze swept over him, causing him to quickly retract his smile and look at the stone box in his hand. At this time, he was naturally curious about what was hidden in this stone box that was inscribed with spiritual inscriptions. Chapter 263. Yan Chutian was looking forward to seeing what exactly was inside this stone box that was engraved with the word spirit. If it could really help a cultivator promote the condensation of spirit tattoos, then its value could be described as immeasurable. However, after thinking about it for a while, Yan Chutian felt that the possibility was too small. After all, the condensation of spirit tattoos could only be done by the cultivator himself. If it could be manually promoted, then wouldn't it be overturning the heavens? As for items that could help in the condensation of spirit tattoos, even in the heaven realm, Yan Chutian had only heard of a few. Most of them were just empty reputations. It was really hard for him to think of anything special. With this mentality, the stone box was finally slowly opened by Yan Chutian. As the stone box was slowly opened, a round black ball immediately entered the sight of Yan Chutian and the 2 girls. Yan Chutian had a puzzled look in his eyes because he had never seen such a thing before, let alone know what it was. Yan Chutian didn't know, and Luo Shue was even more so. Only Qiuyu's beautiful eyes moved slightly. She seemed to have realized something and immediately said, "Try summoning the spirit tattoo." Hearing this, although Yan Chutian didn't know what Qiuyu meant, he did as he was told and summoned the spirit tattoo. Thus, in the next moment, a heavy sword with a string of ancient patterns engraved on it appeared in front of everyone. Because of Yan Chutian's suppression, The mystic Yang sword tattoo was only 5 feet long and did not emit any threatening aura. Seeing that Yan Chutian was summoning the spirit tattoo, Qiuyu said again, "Try to get this thing close to your spirit tattoo." Close to the spirit tattoo? Yan Chutian was still puzzled, but he had always trusted Qiuyu. Thus, even if he was puzzled, he followed her instructions and brought the round black ball in the stone box close to the mystic Yang sword tattoo. The two of them had been coexisting peacefully, but when they got closer, Yan Chutian suddenly felt the spirit inscriptions on his body tremble slightly. Shortly after, under the eyes of the three of them, there were faint specks of light drifting out from the black ball, slowly surging towards his spirit inscription heavy sword. Following that, the light spots actually merged into his heavy sword. Yan Chutian's face was once again filled with shock. But amidst the shock, there was also a look of realization, because he also recognized what this thing was. Spirit tattoo stone. While Yan Chutian was in a daze, Qiuyu beat him to it and said what he wanted to say. This was indeed a spirit tattoo stone. Even among the many top prides in the heaven realm, it was a heavenly treasure that could only be found by chance. When he was in the heaven realm, Yan Chutian's cultivation was naturally not only in the elixir realm, but he only condensed 7 spirit tattoos in the elixir realm. One must not underestimate this simple 7 spirit tattoos. One must know that even in the heaven realm there were countless so-called prides who were blocked by 5 spirit tattoos and were unable to break through to the elixir realm in their entire lives. If one was able to condense 6 spirit inscriptions, they would be considered to be a renowned genius, let alone condensing 7 spirit inscriptions. On that day, the number 1 disciple of the divine realm, Lu Shao, also condensed 7 spirit tattoos in the elixir realm. However, later on, it was said that he coincidentally obtained a spirit tattoo stone, which actually allowed him to condense 8 spirit tattoos. Although the number of spirit tattoos condensed in the elixir realm did not represent how far one could go in the future, this was a display of talent and strength. Perhaps because of this, Lu Shao had always been on the top 10 prodigies list in the heaven realm, suppressing Yan Chutian. Now, this might be the last straw that broke the camel's back. The spirit tattoo stone was right in front of him. How could Yan Chutian not be shocked? Although Luo Shui at the side did not know what this thing was, from the expressions of the two people, and the fact that this thing could actually fuse and strengthen a cultivator's spirit tattoos, she was also shocked. She could imagine that if this thing was taken out, it would be invaluable to many cultivators, especially those who were in the elixir realm. She had to admit that when she saw such a heavenly treasure, even Luo Shui had the impulse to be jealous. However, she was still able to suppress the desire in her heart. Moreover, she was not a greedy person. Otherwise, when she received the blood mushroom, she would not have hesitated and blushed in shame. Since Luo Shui could suppress the desire in her heart, Qiuyu could also do the same. Moreover, it was Yan Chutian who obtained the spirit tattoo stone, which made her even happier, because in the depths of her heart, she had long regarded herself and Yan Chutian as one. Spirit tattoo stone! At the same time, Yan Chutian could not help but repeat the name of this thing. His face was full of surprise. He never thought that he would actually obtain a heavenly treasure that was almost rumored in the heaven realm in the mortal world. The things in the world could only be described as fate. Look at your useless appearance. Hurry up and keep it. If you lose it, you will be anxious to death. Seeing Yan Chutian's happy expression, Qiuyu could not help but tease him. Although she was teasing him, even her own face was full of smiles. When Yan Chutian finally put away the spirit tattoo stone, he gradually controlled his emotions. Since he had obtained the spirit tattoo stone, he did not need to be in a hurry to refine and absorb it. He could just let nature take its course. However, with this spirit tattoo stone, Yan Chutian had a lot of expectations. Originally, he was only confident in condensing the previous number of spirit tattoos. However, With such a spirit tattoo stone, perhaps he could try to condense the 8th spirit tattoo. After all, didn't Lu Xiao also rely on the spirit tattoo stone to condense the 8th spirit tattoo? The night came and went in a hurry. When the night passed and the first ray of light shone on the earth, Yan Chutian and the other 2 once again set foot on the road. However, the 3 of them were not as lucky as before because the 3 of them were like headless flies, exploring the ancient ruins. For a month, the 3 of them only obtained some spiritual herbs that grew in the mountains. However, during this month, the 3 of them naturally cultivated in secret. At the very least, their strength was much stronger than before. Whoosh! The sharp sound of breaking wind resounded. The moment the sound of breaking wind stopped, a muffled sound was heard, and then a giant spirit deer fell to the ground. Although the ancient ruins were mysterious, there were still some spirit beasts living here, such as these spirit deer in front of them. Moments after the spirit deer fell to the ground, a man with a happy face appeared. This man was none other than Yan Chutian. Although cultivators didn't need to eat much, after staying here for a long time, they still wanted to eat meat. And this kind of spirit deer that looked delicious and easy to hunt was obviously the best choice. Yan Chutian had been a rogue cultivator since he was young in the Heaven Realm. It was only after he met Qiuyu that he entered the Dark God Palace, so his life skills could be said to be complete. He very familiarly skinned and washed the spirit deer, then took this delicious meal and returned the way he came. Not long after, Yan Chutian appeared at the side of the 3 campsites that could be considered to be simply arranged. Luo Shui was sitting cross-legged in the campsite to cultivate, but Qiuyu was casually lying on a piece of bluestone to rest. After sensing Yan Chutian's return, the girl slowly got up and lazily stretched her delicate body. Although she was still young, her curvaceous figure was perfectly displayed. The fullness of her chest seemed to want to break free from the comfort of her clothes and jump out. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, Yan Chutian had to admit that his gaze was attracted, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. And as if she had noticed Yan Chutian's small movements, Qiuyu smiled charmingly, stretching her body even more, and even seductively hooked her jade finger at Yan Chutian. This appearance seemed to indicate that she was ready for Yan Chutian to conquer at will. But in this way, how could Yan Chutian not know that this woman was deliberately tempting him? It wasn't like he hadn't done it before in the Heaven Realm, but at that time he was actually a gentleman. Just thinking about it made his intestines turn green with regret. And now, even if he had realized this point, there was still Luo Shui, so he couldn't do anything. Therefore, Yan Chutian could only secretly endure this, and then put the deer meat on the fire, silently roasting it. Humph, in the future, there will always be a time when you cry out in pain. You didn't know that Yan Chutian had already made such a firm statement in his heart. If she knew, she would probably roll her eyes and blush at him. Chapter 264. After a hearty meal, the 3 of them entered a state of cultivation. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. Not to mention, Yan Chutian had added some spiritual ingredients to the spirit deer. However, just as the 3 of them were quietly cultivating, there was a turbulent spiritual energy in the other direction of the forest. The tyrannical spiritual energy fluctuations were clearly caused by a fierce battle. However, even if there were people fighting, Yan Chutian didn't have any intention to care. This was because the ancient ruins were meant for everyone to compete for opportunities and eliminate each other. Fighting was very common, so why should he care? However, just as Yan Chutian ignored it, the direction of the fluctuations was approaching them. This made Yan Chutian unable to tolerate it. After all, they had decided to rest here tonight and set up camp. Thus, even if he was unwilling, Yan Chutian still got up and quietly walked toward the source of the commotion. Passing through the dense forest, after another 100 feet, a fierce battle scene appeared in Yan Chutian's line of sight. He saw two male elixir fifth-layer cultivators attacking a female elixir fifth-layer cultivator. Their cultivations were the same, which undoubtedly determined the outcome of this battle. However, the two male cultivators didn't use their full strength. Instead, they were flirting as they constantly grabbed the female's chest or buttocks. This made the female blush with shame. Her attacks were ruthless, and she couldn't wait to tear the two into pieces. However, she was already injured. Thus, even if she could protect herself from being humiliated, how could she really kill the two of them? This scene caused Yan Chutian to not have any favorable impression of the two male cultivators. Even her gaze was filled with coldness. However, he didn't understand why the female cultivator still clenched her teeth and persevered. Even if she was unwilling, she should crush the spiritual talisman and leave. However, Yan Chutian soon knew the answer. You are really loyal. Knowing that your fellow disciples are in trouble, you are still unwilling to give up and leave. Are you still hoping to get rid of us and find reinforcements? Kiki, how about this? As long as you are willing to accompany us brothers and have some fun, we will let you go. This is a huge profit for you. Not only can you escape, but you can also get the benefits of us brothers. The two male cultivators wantonly spoke dirty words. They seemed to be certain that the other party would not crush the talisman, so they were not worried at all. Hearing this, the woman bit her red lips so hard that blood almost came out. How could she not want to crush the spirit talisman and leave immediately? However, she knew that she couldn't. Her fellow disciples were still trapped in the ruins, and spirit talismans were forbidden in the ruins. If she left, then perhaps only death would await them. But now that these two people were blocking him, and he was injured, there was no way to get rid of them. Could it be that he had no choice but to submit? In an instant, the female cultivator's heart was filled with despair. At the same time, seeing the despair in the woman's eyes, the two male cultivators laughed even more wildly. What do you think? You have to think carefully. If you don't agree, then all of your senior and junior sisters will die there. As long as you obey us, we will let you go immediately. Looking at their ugly faces, the woman really wanted to cut them into pieces. But in the end, the woman bit her red lips and lowered her head in despair. If you go back on your words, I, Yan Ro, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. That's right. Come, beauty. I have missed you so much. But towards her curse, the two of them could only crazily, greedily, and excitedly. It was hard to imagine that the high and mighty heaven's favorites in the outside world would have such a despicable side. Then, the two of them naturally pounced on the woman like wolves. At this moment, the woman closed her eyes in despair. But just as the two of them were about to touch the body that they had been longing for, a huge light screen suddenly descended from the sky and separated the two of them. Then a soft sigh slowly sounded. Originally, I didn't want to interfere. However, you so-called geniuses are truly too disgusting. The person who suddenly attacked was naturally Yan Chutian. Even if he did not want to meddle in other people's business, he could not stand such a despicable scene happening in front of him. Who? Suddenly, someone attacked, causing the two male cultivators' expressions to change greatly. Someone actually dared to ruin their plans. At the same time, the woman, Yan Ro, who had closed her eyes in despair, slowly opened her eyes and looked at the man in front of her. Looking at the man's figure, she suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Then, she suddenly thought of something and her beautiful eyes widened. She exclaimed, You are the disciple of the Heaven's secret sect that junior sister Ningzhu likes? Hearing this, Yan Chutian's expression also changed. This woman was Yan Ningzhu's senior sister? However, before Yan Chutian could ask anything, Yan Ro spoke again and said urgently, You should leave quickly. Both of them are disciples of the Flame Valley, a first-rate force. Their cultivations are close to the 6th level of elixir. Moreover, if they work together, they can even fight against a cultivator at the 6th level of elixir. Yan Rou's impression of Yan Chutian's strength was still at the level of defeating Li Tianyi, the prospective Taoist of the Divine Heaven sect. However, even if he could defeat Li Tianyi was like an ant in front of the two of them. Therefore, in her opinion, if the two of them were to fight against Yan Chutian would definitely lose miserably. At the same time, the two disciples of the Flame Valley sneered in disdain. Ha! Someone really doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he block us with his cultivation at the 4th level of elixir? If the reinforcements were looking for our trash like you, then that's great. We'll defeat you and prevent you from overestimating yourself. Before they finished speaking, one of the young disciples in black attacked Yan Chutian. His attack was extremely overbearing. As he threw a punch, spiritual energy surged wildly. Looking at his posture, it was clear that he wanted to defeat Yan Chutian with one punch. After all, in his eyes, Yan Chutian was just an ordinary 4th level elixir cultivator. Such a person was not his opponent at all. Seeing that the disciple of the Flame Valley was about to attack, Yan Chutian, who was behind him, became even more anxious. Hurry up and leave. However, no matter how she called out, she realized that the other party did not move at all. Moreover, looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to fight with the other party. Yan Rou felt that Yan Chutian must have underestimated the other party. After all, he had defeated Li Tianyi in the past. However, the two people in front of her were disciples of the first-rate forces of the Flame Valley, not to mention that their actual strength was on par with Li Tianyi. When the two of them joined forces, Li Tianyi was even more like an ant in their eyes. Therefore, if they really fought, how could he be their opponent? However, no matter how anxious she was, Yan Chutian did not have any intention of leaving. Moreover, he slowly raised his right fist and fiercely punched the young man in black. Boom! The sound of the explosion spread. After this attack, Yan Chutian did not move at all. Instead, the young man in black staggered backwards. This situation not only shocked the young man in black and his fellow disciples, but also caused Yan Rou's expression to change slightly. She understood that the other party must be stronger than before. After all, there were countless opportunities in the ancient ruins. However, even if he was stronger, what could they do? If the two disciples of the Flame Valley joined forces, their power would be comparable to a 6th level elixir cultivator, or even stronger. No matter how strong he was, could it be that he could suppress a 6th level elixir cultivator? However, Yan Rou did not have the time to remind them and was forced back. The young man in black was shocked. At the same time, the other young man in white also quickly rushed over and landed beside him. Looking at Yan Chutian in front of them, the young man in white said to the young man in black, "This brat is strange. Let's attack together." Yes, the young man in black immediately nodded. Then he looked at Yan Chutian again, as if he was looking at a dead person. No matter how strange you are, if the two of us join forces, we'll be comparable to a 6th level elixir cultivator, or even stronger. Today, you will not be able to overturn the heavens. Before he finished speaking, the two of them simultaneously activated the vigorous spiritual energy in their bodies. Their combined forces were indeed not just for show. As the spiritual energy surged, a mysterious fluctuation spread out. It actually caused the spiritual energy of the two of them to slowly intertwine and fuse, and their momentum and power multiplied. Kiki, great Yama seal. Looking at the scene in front of her, Yan Rou hurriedly called for Yan Chutian to leave. However, what made her helpless was that the other party continued to block in front of her and did not move at all. Although this made her feel touched, she was even more annoyed. This fellow, could it be that he could not see the situation in front of him? Even if he continued to block, other than causing her to be seriously injured, what could he change? Chapter 265. A Yama's giant seal that flickered with the netherworld ghost flame flew towards Yen Chutian like a meteorite from outer space. The aura emitted by the Yama's giant seal was too frightening. Just as Yen Ro had thought, if Li Tianyi faced such an attack, he would only be able to cover his head and flee. However, Yen Chutian was not Li Tianyi. Therefore, the real outcome would definitely be different. Boom! Finally, a deafening roar resounded in the air. Yen Ro could no longer bear to look at that scene. This was because even if Yen Chutian was stronger than before, she believed that under the combined attack of 2 Flame Valley disciples, he would definitely be in a precarious situation. TSK Tisk, ridiculous! The Flame Valley disciple sneered. His eyes were filled with ridicule. No matter how strange the other party was, under the combined attack of him and his junior brother, he would definitely be seriously injured. Therefore, he did not take another look, because it was a waste of time. It was better to capture the 100-Flower Palace disciple as soon as possible and have some fun in these ancient ruins. However, he did not know that when he turned around with a sneer, his junior brother in black had widened his eyes. His mouth was also extremely wide open, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. When the youth in white noticed his junior brother's expression, he could not help but look in the direction his junior brother was looking in. When he clearly saw the direction he was looking, there was actually a youth casually standing there. The youth's slightly immature face carried a trace of a smile as he looked at him. His expression also turned into a shocking storm. "This you, how is this possible? The great Yama's seal actually did not seriously injure you." It was no wonder that his junior brother's expression had changed drastically. His eyes were filled with shock. This was because the combined attack of the two did not seem to cause the slightest bit of damage to Yen Chutian. How could the Flame Valley's prided disciple, who was extremely confident in their combined attack, accept this? However, no matter how unbelievable it was, this was the truth. Yen Chutian smiled faintly as he looked at the two of them. Indeed, the power of their combined attack was extraordinary. He was afraid that even a 6th-level elixir cultivator would not be able to withstand it. However, the current Yen Chutian was no longer the same as before. He had just reached the initial stage of the 3rd-grade mysterious young body, and his astonishing defensive capabilities could only be described as terrifying. At the same time, Yen Chutian, who was looking at the two of them, said softly, "However, this is your full strength. Next, it's my turn." Before he finished speaking, Yen Chutian suddenly disappeared from their eyes. However, his sudden disappearance did not give them any sense of security. Instead, it made them feel extremely uneasy. Almost at the next moment, a swift and fierce fist wind suddenly smashed towards the black-clothed young man from behind. Even though the black-robed youth was aware of it and had even put up a certain amount of defense, when the fist descended, it was like a 10,000-ton mountain pressing down on him. It forcefully shattered his spiritual energy and heavily bombarded his back. This fist caused the black-robed youth to immediately bleed from the corner of his mouth and his body to fall forward in a sorry state. At this moment, his face was filled with shock and even fear. He would never have thought that this guy, who was clearly a 4th-level elixir cultivator, could explode with such terrifying power. Seeing the black-robed youth in a sorry state, the white-robed youth was also shocked. Although he was the senior brother, he knew that his strength was not much different from the black-robed youth. Therefore, if even the black-robed youth was not a match for him, how could he be a match for him? In an instant, the white-robed youth had the intention of retreating. However, how could Yen Chutian let him leave? After defeating the black-robed youth with one punch, he locked his gaze on the white-robed youth and then slowly circulated his aura. As the enormous power in his body surged, a giant hand slowly formed in the sky above. Mysterious young hand. The white-robed youth immediately attacked him. Although the white-robed youth had the intention of retreating, he was not a timid person. Therefore, without any explanation, he gritted his teeth and immediately used his technique. Star Flame Tiger Tattoo. The white-robed youth directly used the spiritual tattoo. Under his crazy urging, a giant tiger with spiritual tattoo quickly appeared in the sky. The giant tiger's body was surrounded by flames, like the flames of the stars, and emitted a huge pressure. This was the second spiritual tattoo that the white-robed youth condensed. In his opinion, even if Yan Chutian's strength was really strange and unpredictable, he would not be able to defeat him with a spiritual technique, because what he used was a spiritual tattoo. Spiritual tattoo was the strongest technique of an elixir cultivator. Therefore, the hand and the tiger clashed loudly, and the next moment, the sound of the collision resounded through the world. However, the white-robed youth and the black-robed youth, who was already injured, found it unbelievable again. Under the strong collision, the giant tiger with spiritual tattoo was suppressed by the giant hand. The giant tiger's shrill cry resounded, and it did not give the white-robed youth much time to react. His spiritual tattoo directly collapsed and returned to his body. Then a huge backlash hit him, causing him to spit out blood and be seriously injured. Spiritual tattoo could be called the strongest technique of an elixir cultivator, and the backlash caused by it was also the most fatal. It was no exaggeration to say that the white-robed youth's injury was much more serious than that of the black-robed youth. However, compared to the serious injury on his body, the shock in his heart made the white-robed youth lose his mind. Just now, his attack was the second spiritual tattoo. No matter how strange and unpredictable this guy with the fourth level of elixir cultivator strength was, he should not have been defeated so miserably because he did not even use the spiritual tattoo. At the same time, a deep sense of regret emerged in his heart. If they had known that the opponent was so strange, they would have attacked together at all costs, or retreated immediately. Otherwise, the scene in front of them would not have happened. But at this point, there was no room for regret. Therefore, the white-robed youth could only glare at Yan Chutian with resentment, and then took out a spiritual talisman and crushed it immediately. After the white-robed youth left, the black-robed youth also took out a spiritual talisman. However, before he crushed it, he still said some harsh words unwillingly. Otherwise, there would only be humiliation and anger in his heart. No matter who you are, even if you defeat us, the women of the 100-Flower Palace are not people you can save. Just wait, we can leave safely, but you can only collect their corpses. Hearing this, Yan Chutian's heart sank. Indeed, something had happened to the 100-Flower Palace, and from the tone of his voice, it seemed that they were in imminent danger. But even so, Yan Chutian would not let this disciple of the Flame Valley have any arrogance. He said indifferently, "I, Yan Chu, will definitely save them. Your Flame Valley is destined to fail. You are the disciple of the Heaven's secret sect, Yan Chu?" The black-robed youth was shocked again. He had heard of Yan Chu's name long ago. How could he not know that Yan Chu dared to compete with the young master of the Fire Xian region for women? But how could this Yan Chu be so strong? Could it be that he had obtained some shocking opportunity in the short period of time in the primordial ruins? But no matter what, he still sneered, "You overestimate yourself. Then I will wait outside and see how you defeat our Flame Valley." As his voice fell, the spiritual talisman in the black-robed youth's hand shattered with a crack. The mysterious power of space shrouded him, and he was immediately transported out. At this moment, as she watched the entire process unfold, only shock was left on Yan Ro's pretty face. She could only be shocked. She could not imagine that Yan Chu, who had barely won against the Divine Heaven Sect's Li Tianyi not long ago, would actually defeat two disciples of the Flame Valley so powerfully today. Although the two disciples of the Flame Valley could only be said to be on par with Li Tianyi individually, if they worked together, even Li Tianyi would not be a match for them. But what was the result? The two of them were quickly defeated by Yan Chutian. Moreover, he did not even use any spiritual inscriptions. From the beginning to the end, it was as if he had crushed them. How long had it been? How could his strength have risen so quickly? Yen Ro looked at Yen Chutian in disbelief. Then, Yen Chutian also looked at her. At this moment, Yen Chutian did not have the slightest hint of joy or pride. This was because he knew that Yen Ningzhu was most likely in a dangerous situation and her life was at stake. Hence, he immediately asked, "What exactly happened?" In the outside world, the disciples of the number one second-rate force, the Divine Heaven sect, were the first to be eliminated. Moreover, they were eliminated by a disciple of a last-rate force. This caused quite a commotion. Many higher-ups of the second-rate and first-rate forces also knew of this name. This made the Divine Heaven sect's elder extremely angry. He really wanted to tear Yen Chutian into pieces. However, even he had to admit that the disciples of the Divine Heaven sect seemed to have grown too quickly. If this continued, wouldn't he be invincible among the second-rate forces? Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 266. Therefore, the elder of the Divine Heaven sect was looking forward to the Taoists of the other two factions to find Yi Shiwen quickly and eliminate, or even kill him. Only then could he put an end to the worries in his heart and tell everyone that the Divine Heaven sect was the number one second-rate faction. No one could offend them. However, there were those like the elder of the Divine Heaven sect who paid attention to Yen Chutian. Naturally, there were also those who did not care. For example, in the first-rate faction, there was a red-haired, middle-aged man who smiled lightly and spoke contemptuously to some of the flattering higher-ups of the second-rate factions, as well as hidden powerhouses. He was the elder of the Flame Valley. In his opinion, no matter how much the so-called prodigies of the second-rate factions surged, they were just small ripples in the water. They would never be able to alarm the first-rate factions. They were just the first batch of disciples to be eliminated. Therefore, they attracted a little attention. For example, if it happened only now, no one would notice at all. His words naturally made the flattering people around him unhappy. However, their original intention was to chat and build a relationship. Therefore, even if they were unhappy, they could only endure it and smile. Moreover, even they had to admit that the top prodigies of the second-rate factions could not be compared to the top prodigies of the first-rate factions. At most, they were slightly stronger than the disciples of the ordinary first-rate factions. Cultivating disciples was very important to a faction's foundation. The stronger the foundation, the stronger the prodigies that could be cultivated. In terms of foundation, how could a second-rate faction compare to a first-rate faction? However, just as the elder of the Flame Valley was being arrogant, suddenly a light shadow swept out from the Powder Mountain and turned into two figures that fell out. The elder of the Flame Valley was still talking loudly. However, when he glanced at the two people who fell out, his expression changed, and his words stopped abruptly. This caused many people around him to be a little puzzled. But when they looked over, they seemed to understand everything. Because the two disciples who fell out were not from the Flame Valley. Although they did not know how many batches of prodigies had been eliminated, the ones who had been eliminated before were all second-rate factions. The disciples of the first-rate factions were still the first batch. Therefore, naturally more people looked over and then looked at the elder of the Flame Valley. Among them, there were even mocking laughs. The prodigies of the Flame Valley are really extraordinary. I did not expect the honor of being number one to belong to you. Ha ha ha. Elder of the Flame Valley, how do you feel now? Elder's expression is constantly changing. You must be careful not to fall sick. At this moment, those who dared to ridicule or mock him were all the higher-ups of the first-rate factions. Hence, the elder of the Flame Valley did not dare to scold them and could only endure it. After all, his disciples of the Flame Valley's disciples of the Flame Valley were eliminated. Of the Flame Valley disciples of the Flame Valley's disciples. Was this not a slap in the face? Even so, the Flame Valley elder still retained his pride. In his opinion, it was impossible for his disciples to be eliminated by a second-rate force. They could only be the top geniuses of the same level forces, or the 5 major regions' geniuses. Even if the disciples of those second-rate forces were given 10 times more courage, they wouldn't dare to eliminate the disciples of the Flame Valley, let alone have the strength to do so. In fact, he wasn't the only one. The other forces, including the upper echelons of the forces that had ridiculed them earlier, all thought the same. They could only mock them because they were the first batch of disciples of the first-rate factions to be eliminated. Hence, the elder of the Flame Valley openly asked the young man in white and the young man in black which first-rate factions prodigies were weaker than them. Hearing this, the two disciples fell silent. They were not defeated by a first-rate factions prodigy. Instead, they were defeated by a disciple of a second-rate faction, the Heaven's Secret sect. How could they have the face to say this? However, it would not be so easy if they did not say it. Many gazes were looking at them. Hence, the young man in black could only say, It's the Heaven's Secrets sect's disciple Yen Chu. He secretly set up a trap and despicably ambushed us. Once these words were said, the entire place was in an uproar. They could not believe that they had actually heard the name Yen Chu again. This time he had actually eliminated 2 disciples of the first-rate faction, the Flame Valley. As for the so-called trap of the young man in black, they did not believe it at all. How could they, who are old and experienced, believe such one-sided words? Moreover, even if it was a trap, being able to set it up perfectly and cause others to fall into it was also a kind of ability. At the same time, the elder of the Flame Valley's expression changed. What did he hear? He actually heard about the Heaven's Secret sect and Yen Chu. Wasn't this the disciple of the second-rate faction that had caused a small splash? How could such a so-called prodigy defeat a disciple of the Flame Valley? When the news spread, countless people were shocked. For example, the elder of the Divine Heavens sect was shocked. That ant from the Heaven's Secret sect had actually eliminated a disciple of the Flame Valley? However, in the midst of his shock, a trace of ruthlessness emerged in his heart. He had even dared to eliminate a disciple of the Flame Valley. This meant that he had already offended the Flame Valley. In this way, even if the Taoists of the 2 factions of the Divine Heavens sect did not take action, the top prodigy of the Flame Valley would not let him off. The ant from the Heaven's Secret sect would definitely end up in an extremely miserable state. The commotion caused by Yen Chutian once again spread. However, the root cause of the commotion this time was still at the level of the second-rate and first-rate factions. This was because, to be honest, these 2 disciples of the Flame Valley were not even comparable to the 2 Taoists of the Divine Heavens sect. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to be eliminated by Yen Chutan. However, in the eyes of the crowd, the Heaven's Secret sect's disciple was really not afraid of causing a big commotion. It was obvious that he was causing trouble everywhere, regardless of who the other party was. If this continued, there would only be 2 outcomes. Either he would be able to surpass everyone's expectations, or he would show off too much and be forcefully eliminated in the end. After comparing the 2, the crowd felt that the latter was more likely. Even until now, Yen Chutian was still not in their eyes. At most, he was a guy who liked to stir up waves. Not only was the crowd clear about this, but Zhu Yin was also clear about this. Therefore, he was extremely worried in his heart. Zhu Yin did not know how strong Yen Chutian was now. But even if he was strong, what good would come of him being so unrestrained? At the same time, in the primordial ruins, after listening to Yen Ro's continuous explanation of the situation, Yen Chutian's expression became more and more anxious and solemn. This was because the situation was even more serious than he had imagined. Yen Ningzhu had obtained the greatest opportunity and inheritance in a certain relic of the primordial age. However, the young sect leader of the Flame Valley had already taken it as his own. He'd long since taken the inheritance to be his own, so how could he possibly watch it be taken away by another? He immediately trapped everyone in the depths of the ruins. The 100-Flower Palace was only a mid-tier, second-rate force. Although the Flame Valley was at the bottom of the first-rate forces, it was still a first-rate force. Even the Divine Heavens sect did not dare to go against it. Therefore, it was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. If they were in other places and met with such an unbeatable siege, they could crush the talisman and leave. However, the relic had isolated the power of the talisman. Therefore, it was a completely dangerous place. Fortunately, Yan Ningzhu had obtained the inheritance. Therefore, there was more or less some power protecting them in the depths of the relic. However, as the Flame Valley continued to attack, there would be a time when the protection would be exhausted. At that time, they would be doomed. Yan Chutian did not know how long Yan Ningzhu and Yan Ningzhu could last. In fact, no one knew. Therefore, he immediately brought Yan Ro back to the campsite. When he returned, the two women's gazes naturally fell on Yan Ro, who was behind him. However, compared to Yan Chutian, Chiao Yu recognized Yan Ro's identity at a glance. "You're from the 100-Flower Palace." Yan Chutian did not let Yan Ro say anything and immediately explained the situation. When she finished speaking, the two women fell into silence. After a while, Chiao Yu raised her beautiful eyes and slowly said, "What do you want to do? You must know that they are disciples of a first-rate force. Even if you join forces with us, we may not be their match." Chiao Yu was not joking. She was talking about Yan Chutian's true strength. Perhaps Yan Chutian and she were both extremely strong and could unleash strength that far exceeded their cultivation. However, the number of people from a first-rate force was much greater than the few of them. 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. This was her consideration. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 267. Chiao Yu was not the only one. Luo Shui and Yan Ro also had the same thought. This was especially so for Yan Ro. She had personally witnessed the young sect master of the Flame Valley's ferocious appearance, with countless disciples following behind him. The 2 people who had been defeated by Yan Chutian earlier were merely ordinary disciples of the Flame Valley. Above these disciples of the Flame Valley were the 4 chief disciples. Above them was the young sect master of the Flame Valley. Although not all of the first disciples were willing to risk their lives for this young sect master, out of the 4 of them, 3 were already present, and all of them were at the 7th level of the Yuan Dan stage. It was clear to see how strong he was. Above the 3 of them was the young sect master of the Flame Valley. Although the young sect master's cultivation was slightly inferior, he still had the strength of a level 7 quasi-elixir. One should not underestimate him because of this. After all, due to his special status, the special methods that he possessed were perhaps something that even the 4 chief disciples could not compare to. All in all, the Heaven's Pride faction of the Flame Valley could be described as a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. In Yan Ro's opinion, Yan Chutian would be overestimating his own abilities if he went. Perhaps after thinking about it, he would wisely give up on it. Indeed, Yan Chutian was also repeatedly thinking in his heart. The other party's camp was indeed a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. If they were to go against them, it would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, no matter what, he could not ignore it because it was Yan Ningzhu. Hence, after a moment of silence, Yan Chutian had already made up his mind. Ever since he made up his mind, Yan Chutian's expression immediately became relaxed. Subsequently, he looked into the distance and gently lifted the corners of his mouth. The young sect master of the Flame Valley looks like it's time to test him. Although Yan Chutian was talking to himself, his words clearly expressed his attitude and caused Yan Ro's pretty face to be shocked. You still want to go? But if you don't trust us, you can go and find other reinforcements. However, I think that even if there were reinforcements, once they know that the other party is from the Flame Valley, they will be gone. Before Yan Ro could finish her sentence, Yan Chutian interrupted her. It had to be said that Yan Chutian's words were reasonable, causing a trace of bitterness to appear on Yan Ro's face. She knew that Yan Chutian was telling the truth. If the 100 Flowers Palace was special, many male sky prides would be willing to help. However, if they knew that it was the Flame Valley that was taking action, they would definitely retreat. After all, everyone knew that although beautiful women were good, they still needed to be alive to befriend them. At the same time, Yenro's opinion of Yen Chutian had greatly changed. Originally, she felt that it was unfair for Yen Ningzhu to like a man who had an ambiguous relationship with another woman. But from the looks of it now, just the fact that he dared to step forward at this time showed that he was much stronger than ordinary men. You really want to help our 100-flower palace? What's wrong, Miss Yenro? Are you not willing? No, it's just thank you. Yenro was at a loss of what to do. However, she finally bowed deeply to Yen Chutian in gratitude. No matter what, if Yen Chutian wanted to help, he deserved her bow. However, Yenro knew very well that even if he was willing to help the 100-flower palace, it would not change the outcome. However, she had already thrown caution to the wind. She would rather live and die with her senior and junior sisters than be a deserter who would drag out an ignoble existence. As for what Yenro was thinking, how could Yen Chutian not understand? However, he did not want to waste his breath explaining anything, because any further explanation would be futile under the current circumstances. He would use his actions to tell the other party that he, Yen Chutian, was not seeking his own death. Instead, he was trying to solve this dangerous situation. Yen Chutian knew that Chiu would continue to work with him. Hence, he did not say anything. Instead, he directly looked at Luo Shui and slowly said, "Senior sister Luo, this is all because of my personal relationship. Senior sister does not need to participate in this. Hence, I'm sorry that I have to part ways with you here." Luo Shui's beautiful face remained indifferent as she listened to him. It was as if she had confirmed his answer with her silence. However, just as Yen Chutian was about to turn around, her clear and cold voice suddenly rang out. "I also want to meet the so-called Heaven's pride of a first-rate faction. So let's go together, senior sister Luo." Yen Chutian was shocked. He did not expect that Luo Shui would not leave. After all, no matter how he looked at it, they were the ones who did not know their own limits. However, since Luo Shui was willing, Yen Chutian naturally gladly accepted. He smiled faintly and said, "In that case, thank you, senior sister Luo." In the dilapidated ruins, specks of light shone from the depths of the ruins, illuminating the surrounding ruins. Under the illumination of the light, one could clearly see that there were countless figures surrounding the source of the light. The strength of these figures were extraordinary. Their auras were tyrannical. Most of them were at the 5th level of the elixir. There were even some who were at the 6th level of the elixir. Behind these figures, there were 4 existences with even more powerful auras. Although one of them was slightly weaker, he was at the most central position. Clearly, his identity was extraordinary. Young sect leader, these people are like turtles in a jar. Once the power of this final barrier is exhausted, they will not be able to escape. One of the slightly short, one-eyed men slowly opened his mouth. His gaze was locked onto the person in the middle. However, young sect leader, don't forget the condition you agreed to. That elixir! As the one-eyed man's voice sounded out, the figure in the middle of the 3 coldly said, "If I obtain the inheritance, I will naturally not forget what I promised you. However, keep your eyes in check." As the cold voice sounded out, a swift and fierce wind violently rushed over. Looking over, one could see that the figure who had turned around had an extremely bewitching face. In addition to the few clothes that outlined her voluptuous figure, it was no wonder that she was so eye-catching. Bang! The one-eyed man broke the wind with a punch, following which he hurriedly withdrew his peeping gaze and did not dare to take another look. He had never dared to underestimate this woman. Although she was only at the 7th level of the elixir, if they really fought, even he, a true 7th level of the elixir, did not dare to guarantee that he could win. Moreover, she was the only daughter of the Flame Valley's Valley Master. She was protected and loved in every way possible. If he offended her, it would be as if he was tired of living. After the one-eyed man withdrew his gaze in fear, the bewitching woman once again looked at the ruins. At this moment, a ferocious and furious expression had already appeared on her beautiful face. She could not believe that the inheritance would choose a disciple from a second-rate faction after they had both passed the test. What did this mean? Could it be that she, the dignified Flame Valley's young sect master, could not be compared to a disciple from a second-rate faction? However, it did not matter. She had already surrounded this place. No matter what, the inheritance would fall into her hands in the end, and none of them would be able to escape. At the same time, Yan Chutian and the others were rapidly traversing the mountains. This was because no one knew how long Yan Ningzhu and the others could last. Even if there was some protective power in the ruins, it could be destroyed at any time. Finally, after advancing at full speed for almost 2 hours, the four of them could vaguely see a large piece of ruined buildings on the horizon. It was not difficult to know that this was the location of the ruins. Seeing that the ruins were right in front of her, Yenro's emotions became increasingly agitated, and she almost immediately rushed in. However, before she could move, a hand immediately grabbed her right arm. Looking back, it was Yan Chutian. "Don't worry, they are still very safe for the time being. In the middle of the ruins, there's a layer of spiritual energy barrier protecting them." Yan Chutian spoke slowly. Even many cultivators at the 5th or 6th level of elixir could not sense the situation there from such a long distance, but he could. This was because he had the spiritual eye. Although Yan Ro did not know how Yan Chutian knew about the internal situation, she believed that he would not lie to her. Therefore, she gradually relaxed. At least for the time being, her fellow disciples were not in danger. However, after a short moment of relief, Yan Ro became deeply worried. Even if there was a spiritual energy barrier protecting them, there would come a time when the barrier's power would be exhausted. Now that the ruins were guarded by the Flame Valley's disciples, when the barrier's power was exhausted, they would be like turtles in a jar with nowhere to run. Yan Ro knew this, so how could Yan Chutian not know? In particular, he had also noticed the 4 extremely tyrannical auras in the ruins. If his guess was correct, these 4 people were the 3 first disciples of the Flame Valley and the one and only young sect master. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 268. Yan Chutian could clearly sense that 3 of the auras had reached the 7th level of elixir. It was likely that they were the 3 chief disciples of the Flame Valley. Although the last one had yet to reach the 7th level of elixir, the majestic aura surging around him was not inferior to the first. Clearly, the owner of this aura was the junior sect master of the Flame Valley. Yan Chutian and the rest naturally did not idle along the way. Yan Ro even took the initiative to inform them of the information of everyone in the Flame Valley so that they could make the most accurate response. Even though this seemed like overestimating their own abilities, they still had to give it a try. What if they succeeded? Hence, at this moment, they all knew that although the junior sect master's cultivation was inferior to the other 3 chief disciples, she was perhaps the most difficult to deal with. After all, she was the junior sect master and the extremely doted granddaughter of the Flame Valley's Valley Master. The opportunities that she had obtained were far superior to even the 4 chief disciples. Hence, it was not difficult to understand why she was able to command these chief disciples. Otherwise, given their prideful characters, how could they obediently be ordered around by someone else? Yan Chutian's gaze was deep as he looked at the surroundings of the remains. Perhaps it was indeed somewhat impossible for them to forcefully take on so many heaven prides from the Flame Valley with their current strength. However, it was not impossible to rescue Yan Ningzhu and the rest. After all, rescuing someone was not the same as forcefully taking them on. However, rescuing someone was also extremely difficult. The slightest carelessness could lead to failure and even put oneself in danger. However, the current Yan Chutian clearly did not care so much. Of course, Yan Chutian still had one final trump card. That was Qiu Yu. However, if he allowed Qiu Yu to display her true strength, She might be able to resolve the crisis in front of them, but she would also be injured and exposed. Hence, unless there was no other choice, he would definitely not allow Qiuyu to use her true strength. After pondering for a while, Yan Chutian finally made up his mind. He whispered to Qiuyu, "Dragon-locking array." As soon as the 3 words dragon-locking spell were mentioned, Qiuyu immediately understood. While the 2 of them could understand the meaning, Yanrou and even Luo Shui were naturally confused. However, it was not difficult for them to understand that Yan Chutian wanted to set up a great formation. However, what could a mere formation do to change the situation? Yan Rou's beautiful face was a little uneasy. Obviously, in her opinion, even if she laid down a magic array, it wouldn't be of much use. Moreover, it would be very easy to alert the enemy. However, Luo Shui suddenly patted her shoulder and softly said, "Believe in him." Back then, at the outskirts of the Myriad Star Valley, he did the same and relied on a formation to turn the situation around. What Luo Shui was talking about was naturally the opportunity to intercept the spiritual platform of the Lu family Taoist of the Divine Heaven sect at the periphery of the 10,000 Stars Valley. However, upon hearing this, Yan Rou's beautiful face was still anxious. She could not help but say, back then it was only between second-rate forces. But now, back then in front of the Taoist of the Divine Heaven sect, we overestimated ourselves. Luo Shui quietly interrupted Yan Rou's words. Then, her beautiful face became indifferent. Since this woman had so many doubts, Luo Shui did not want to say anything more. Everything would be confirmed with time. At the same time, outside the spiritual energy barrier in the depths of the ruins, several female figures were sitting cross-legged. Each of these figures was more or less injured. Their faces were pale, and their clothes were stained with blood. Among these women, only Yan Ningzhu, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle, was unharmed. Because she had accepted the inheritance, she had not made a move from the beginning to the end. She was completely protected. In this situation, even if she did not have much of a sense of belonging to the 100-Flower Palace, she was still moved. Regardless of the power of the 100-Flower Palace, at least these senior sisters of the same sect were sincere to her. However, it was also because of this that Yan Ningzhu was unwilling to let them get hurt for her. Therefore, she suggested again, "Senior sister, why don't I pass the inheritance to them? This way, you won't need..." Ningzhu, before Yan Ningzhu finished speaking, the senior sister she was looking at immediately interrupted her. "Ningzhu, the inheritance has already entered your brain. How are you going to hand it over? Don't tell me you want that woman to strip the inheritance from your brain? If that's the case, even if you don't die, your life will be over." Hearing this, Yan Ningzhu felt helpless. Indeed, what her senior sister said was all true. The inheritance had directly entered the depths of her brain. If she wanted to obtain it, she would have to forcefully strip it away. However, if that was the case, even if Yan Ningzhu was lucky enough to not die, she would become delirious. She might even become a fool from then on. Moreover, even if she's the young sect master of the Flame Valley, she can forget about snatching the opportunity from the hands of a disciple of the 100-Flower Palace. Does she really think that the 100-Flower Palace is something she can bully as she pleases? But senior sister, Yan Ningzhu wanted to continue arguing. However, she had only uttered a few words when the senior sister once again interrupted her. "Enough, Ningzhu. There's no need to say anything else. Once the barrier is broken, do your best to escape in the direction that they have neglected. As long as you leave by yourself, I believe that with your talent and the inheritance you have obtained, even the 4 head disciples of the Flame Valley and that Zhou Yao will not be able to match up to you in a year's time. At that time, it will also be the time for our 100-Flower Palace to become famous." However, Yan Ningzhu did not reply to this, nor did she agree. She knew that she could not convince them. Therefore, she had already made up her mind. If they could leave, then they would all leave. If they could not, then they would all die here. Perhaps this might seem very foolish and not worth it. However, if she were to escape by herself, even if she could really do as the senior sister said in the future, she would forever blame herself in her heart, because it was her who had caused the deaths of so many people. Time continued to pass by. At this moment, time had become the most worthless thing in the eyes of the Flame Valley's disciples. However, in the hands of Yen Chutian and Chiuyu, time was as precious as their lives. The arrangement of the dragon-locking formation was not simple, especially such a huge one. However, it was fortunate that the dragon-locking formation was only for cover. Therefore, there was no need to pursue power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to arrange it in such a short period of time, nor would they have the conditions to do so. However, even so, the instant the dragon-locking formation was formed, the spiritual energy barrier that had lasted for a long time finally shattered at the final moment. As the barrier shattered, countless gazes shot over. Naturally, the one leading them was the Flame Valley's junior sect master, Zhou Yao. Ha ha ha, this dog formation has been broken. I want to see how you will continue to resist. You dare to snatch the inheritance from me, Zhou Yao? You are courting death. An ear-piercing female sneer sounded from the outside. Upon hearing this, the senior sister's pretty face was filled with anger. However, just as she was about to speak, Yan Ningzhu's clear and cold voice sounded from behind her. Zhou Yao, as the junior sect master of a first-rate faction, the Flame Valley, I did not expect you to be such a shameless person. Since the inheritance is not compatible with you, it naturally chose me. So what if you snatched it away? What a sharp tongue! This is clearly my opportunity, yet it was snatched away by a piece of trash like you. Naturally, I can only take it back myself. As she coldly shouted, the beautiful woman, Zhou Yao, had already locked onto Yan Ningzhu's face from afar. Looking at that face, even though she was unwilling to admit it, a trace of jealousy emerged in her heart. Such a beautiful face should belong to her. How could such a woman deserve to have it? Moreover, there was an inheritance. Only a genius like her deserved to have it. Even if she did not want it and destroyed it, that piece of trash was not worthy. Seeing that Yan Ningzhu was no longer speaking, the sneer on Zhou Yao's beautiful face became even wider. She said in a cold voice, "Why aren't you speaking? Could it be that you see that there is no way out and want to show weakness and beg for mercy?" "Ha! It's not that I don't want to give you a chance. As long as you take the initiative to strip the inheritance, I will let you go. How about it? Don't count on that woman who escaped to save you. She can't even protect herself now. All right, that Fire Xian region's young master, Zhou Ling, seems to treat you differently. Unfortunately, he can't make it in time. Moreover, do you really think that he will do anything for a woman like you? So, next will be your doomsday." Before she finished speaking, she did not care about the other party's reaction. She immediately pointed with her jade-like hand and gave the order. When she gave the order, the senior sister hurriedly said, "Ningzhu, take advantage of the chaos and leave." "I'm not leaving. Ningzhu, you, rumble." All of a sudden, a huge rumbling sound rang out from the surroundings. It was as if even the ground was shaking. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a huge and ferocious dragon head breaking out from the depths of the earth. Chapter 269. There's a dragon! This was everyone's first reaction. However, how could there be a dragon? Dragons were powerful creatures that only existed in ancient legends. They could create clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. They were creatures that should have disappeared long ago. How could there be a dragon here? Boom, boom! However, there was no time for anyone to react. The massive dragon head broke out from the ground, and immediately after, it overturned the ground. It actually cracked open the ground and rushed towards everyone. A dragon was rushing towards them. No matter how many doubts they had, everyone, including Zhou Yao, only had the word run in their hearts. However, even though they were escaping at full speed, the huge dragon was even faster than them. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above the fleeing crowd and released a dragon breath. What's going on? The 100 Flowers Palace's eldest senior sister's blood-stained face was also filled with astonishment. Suddenly, a huge dragon leaped out from the ground. Could it be that the ferocious, huge dragon that was hiding in the ancient ruins suddenly wanted to start a massacre? While everyone was panicking, only Yan Ningzhu was stunned, because when the huge dragon tore open the ground and rushed over, she saw a small black on the back of the huge dragon. That was a person. Furthermore, she recognized this person. He was Yan Chutian. Bang! Yan Chutian lightly stepped on the dragon's body and easily descended in front of Yan Ningzhu. Yan Chutian's sudden appearance not only caught the attention of Yan Ningzhu, but also the other girls. However, they quickly recognized him. After all, because of Yan Ningzhu, they all knew that this heavenly secret sex disciple was extraordinary. It's you. Many girls' clear voices continuously rang out. They were not idiots. Since Yan Chutian was able to control the huge dragon, it proved that these so-called huge dragons were all fake. Otherwise, how could a mere elixir realm cultivator really control a huge dragon? However, Yan Chutian did not explain further to the girls. He was afraid that if he delayed any longer, the Flame Valley's geniuses would react and waste such an excellent opportunity. Senior sisters of Ningzhu, please follow me and leave this place quickly. Before he finished speaking, Yan Chutian had already activated the dragon locking formation. As he continued to activate it, another huge dragon head slowly emerged from the depths of the ground. Then, he took the lead and leaped onto the dragon's body. Seeing this, the girls of the 100 Flowers Palace all followed suit and leaped onto the dragon's body. At the same time, the dragon's breath from the giant dragon from before had already surged and descended. The speed of the dragon's breath was simply too fast. Even though everyone was frantically fleeing, they were immediately caught up. However, when the pride of the Flame Valley was enveloped by the dragon's breath, the expected burning pain did not occur. It was as if a strong wind had blown past their bodies, but it could not cause any damage. Thus, in an instant, Zhou Yao's beautiful face became somewhat ugly. His gaze abruptly turned around, and a scene that made him want to spit fire appeared once again. Those women from the 100 Flower Palace had actually mounted a so-called giant dragon in an attempt to escape. Damn it! At this moment, how could she not understand that she had been fooled? Someone actually dared to save people right under her nose. In the next moment, 2 spiritual energy chains that seemed to be condensed from her anger suddenly shot out and pierced through the first giant dragon. Then, without losing any momentum, they continued to shoot out explosively. Boom! The sound of the explosion spread, and the entire giant dragon's body suddenly trembled without end. Yan Chutian turned around and saw a woman with a malevolent expression glaring at him. There were also 2 spirit energy chains that shackled the huge dragon beneath him. Yan Chutian knew that the situation was urgent, and he knew that he could not delay at all. Otherwise, if the 3 head disciples were to take action, then he would really not be able to escape. Thus, Yan Chutian was extremely decisive. When he jumped off the giant dragon, he raised his hand and a giant spiritual energy sword appeared in front of him. Then, it violently slashed down and forcefully cut off the 2 spiritual energy chains. After cutting off the chains that bound the giant dragon, Yan Chutian heavily slapped the dragon's body with his right palm. Immediately, the giant dragon rushed out and headed straight for the outside world. And it was also at this moment that several spiritual energy chains shot out from all directions. The owners of the spiritual energy chains were the 3 head disciples. After all, they were hired thugs by Zhou Yao. If they were to let them escape, then all their hard work would be in vain. Moreover, they might even offend Zhou Yao because of this. However, when they were about to take action, another spiritual energy sword violently slashed down. Even if it did not cut off the chains they had condensed, it was still knocked away and could not trap the giant dragon that was escaping at full speed. And in this short period of time, the giant dragon had already flown out more than 100 feet. Wanting to catch up with it was tantamount to a fantasy story. Therefore, in the next instant, the 3 head disciples, as well as the Flame Valley's junior sect, Master Zhou Yao, locked their incomparably cold and blade-like gazes on Yan Chutian, who was slowly landing on the ground. If it was not for him, how would those people be able to escape? They were really courting death. Yan Chutian. On the giant dragon that was far away, looking at Yan Chutian, who was in danger, Yan Ningzhu could not help but shout out the 3 words, Yan Chutian. However, just as her voice rang out, a curvaceous figure of a woman appeared on the dragon's body and slowly said, "You know, don't worry about him. Moreover, if he really can't win, I will take action." Yan Ningzhu followed the voice and looked. This figure was Qiu Yu. Surrounded by so many fierce gazes, Yan Chutian's expression was calm and did not show the slightest trace of panic. He had long developed a calm temperament. Even if the danger of death was right in front of him, it was impossible for him to panic. However, one had to admit that even if it was him, it would be extremely difficult for him to safely walk out of such an encirclement. Zhou Yao's pretty face was ferocious, and his coquettish face was filled with extreme anger. How could she have imagined that a turtle in a jar would be able to escape? And all of this was because of the man in front of her. At the same time, the 3 head disciples' faces were cold and angry. If they let the 100 Flower Palace's disciple leave, the reward that was right in front of them would also vanish like smoke. After all, they clearly understood the temperament of this junior sect master. If they made him happy, they might be able to obtain a reward. However, if he was angry, forget about a reward. Even offending him was another matter. Then, without needing any words from Zhou Yao, the 3 head disciples walked out step by step. They promised that they would not let the other party die a quick death. They would definitely make him beg for death. Only then would they be able to slightly reduce the anger in their hearts. However, just as they stepped out, they did not expect that the indifferent Yan Chutian would directly speak. "Junior sect Master Zhou, how about we make a bet?" Hearing this, Zhou Yao's expression did not change. However, Yan Chutian did not expect her to respond. He continued as if he was minding his own business. "Junior sect Master Zhou, let's fight. If you win, then I'll bring you to those women from the 100 Flower Palace. However, if you lose, then you'll have to let me go. How about it?" This time, Zhou Yao's expression finally changed. However, she did not agree to Yan Chutian's request. Instead, she said coldly, "I'll let them capture you. You'll still have to bring me to those women. Then Junior Sect Master can give it a try. Let's see if I'll bring Junior Sect Master to those people, even if they really capture me." Yan Chutian said calmly, as if he had already expected Zhou Yao's words. This immediately made Zhou Yao fall silent. She did not believe that Yan Chutian would do what he said. He must be playing some tricks. However, no matter how she thought about it, she could not figure out what he was thinking. Even if she fought with him, he would definitely not have any possibility of escaping. Could it be that he really thought that he could defeat her? Thinking of this, Zhou Yao sneered. She raised her coquettish face again and slowly said, "All right, I promise you. However, if you dare to go back on your words, even if I can't find those women, I'll make you beg for death. Junior Sect Master, don't worry. I'm not someone who doesn't keep my words. I just hope that if Junior Sect Master loses, you can keep your promise." Hearing this, Zhou Yao laughed even more coquettishly. Even her plump breasts were jiggling, which was very alluring. When her laughter gradually stopped, she stared at Yan Chutian with her coquettish eyes and softly mocked. "Do you know what's called a fool's dream? A disciple of the Tianji sect." Yan Chutian did not accept Zhou Yao's ridicule and continued to speak indifferently. It seems that Junior Sect Master knows me. This is good because Junior Sect Master should also know that in the past, I seemed to be a fool's dream. However, I've succeeded in reaching where I am now, so how dare you? Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 270. Presumptuous. Zhou Yao shouted. She indeed knew who Yan Chutian was. When the news spread in Zhongyuan City, she was curious as to who dared to compete with the young master of a region for a woman. What she did not expect was that Yan Chutian's past was full of ups and downs, so even she was slightly interested in this name. She admitted that the other party had a certain level of talent and strength, but he had yet to mature, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But what did he mean just now? Did he think that she was the same as those trash he had defeated before? Zhou Yao shouted, her face full of anger, but Yan Chutian was still calm. Instead, he slowly assumed a stance and said to the former, "Young Master Zhou, please." Good. I want to see if this so-called legend of yours can continue here. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yao didn't hesitate at all. He formed a hand seal, and a powerful spiritual energy surged up into the sky like a waterfall that was hundreds of feet high. Although she was only at quasi-elixir level 7, she was not weaker than a true elixir level 7 cultivator. Therefore, she wanted to see if Yan Chutian, who was only at level 4 elixir, could erupt with the legendary power. Vigorous spiritual energy rushed into the sky like a waterfall. When the waterfall gradually dispersed, a majestic mountain slowly emerged from the waterfall. This was a giant mountain condensed from vigorous spiritual energy. It didn't seem to have any amazing power, but if it was pressed down, if one didn't have the power to resist, they could only be suppressed by this giant spiritual energy mountain. There was no chance of survival. Zhou Yao was probing Yan Chutian with this attack. If the other party was unable to withstand such an attack, or was barely able to withstand it, then there was no need for him to pay any attention to him, and he would be able to defeat him on the spot. Testing. Looking at the majestic spiritual mountain descending from the sky, Yan Chutian could not help but whisper. Then he slowly raised his arm. There was not much spiritual energy circulating, but there was an unprecedented power surging in his flesh. This was 3rd grade mysterious yang body. Boom! When the two collided, Spirited Mountain suppressed Yan Chutian with great force, but it did not defeat him in one blow. On the contrary, under the power of Yan Chutian's 3rd grade mysterious yang body, the spiritual mountain was slowly lifted up. When the spiritual mountain was raised, Yan Chutian's eyes had already turned toward Zhou Yao as he spoke with an indifferent smile. "Junior sect leader Zhou, let's forget about such a useless test." Humph. Having his intentions exposed, Zhou Yao harumphed coldly. Although the other party's performance was very arrogant in her eyes, she had to admit that he still had some strength. But if he wanted to defeat him with just this, then it was really too whimsical. Yan Chutian and Zhou Yao continued to exchange blows. At the same time, the 3 chief disciples of the Flame Valley, who were sealing off Yan Chutian's escape route, were also conversing through voice transmission. "Everyone, what do you think are the chances of the Heaven's Fate Sect disciples winning?" The one-eyed man opened his mouth and spoke. Immediately after, another long-robed young man sneered. "Ha! Don't tell me you really think that the disciples of a second-rate faction have a chance of winning." As he spoke, the long-robed young man's eyes were already locked onto Yan Chutian. Even though Yan Chutian had performed well earlier, he did not pay any attention to him. The disciples of a second-rate faction merely rely on their own outstanding abilities. However, that is only in comparison to the disciples of those second-rate factions. Compared to the likes of us, what can they amount to? Moreover, do you think that our junior sect leader is simple? If we truly fight, I'm afraid that none of us will dare to say that we can definitely defeat her, right? How could the 3 of them not understand the logic in the long-robed young man's words? Even if they had extraordinary talent and were the 4 chief disciples of the Flame Valley, it was impossible for them to be compared to this junior sect leader. This was an unavoidable problem. There was no such thing as true fairness in the world. After all, no one could control something like one's birth. Just as the 3 of them thought that their junior sect leader's victory was only a matter of time. Little did they know that at a certain place not far from here, the 100 Flower Palace disciples that they were searching for were all here. However, there was a concealment formation set up around them, and it was extremely difficult to detect them. Moreover, there were many monitoring devices set up around them. Absolutely no one would be able to easily approach them. Although they had escaped, there was no joy on the faces of the girls. This was because they all knew that in order to save them, Yan Chutian had already fallen into the encirclement of the Flame Valley's disciples. Other than Luo Shui and Yan Ningzhu, the other girls were extremely worried. There were even some who claimed that they absolutely could not allow Yan Chutian to risk his life to save them and that they should immediately rush back to rescue them. However, just at this moment, Yan Ningzhu suddenly spoke. "Senior sisters, hurry up and heal your injuries." Since he dared to stay there alone, he definitely has the confidence to escape. Moreover, there is still Qiu Yu hiding in the shadows. Yan Ningzhu knew the true origins of Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu, so she was naturally extremely confident in the 2 of them. However, at the same time, there was something hidden in the bottom of her heart that she did not say out loud. If anyone dared to harm Yan Chutian, she would definitely not rest until he or she was dead. After experiencing a hopeless situation and being rescued by a certain person, even if Yan Ningzhu was unwilling to admit it in the past, she already knew that that figure had been completely imprinted in her heart. However, at this moment, there were 2 gazes that were secretly staring at her. Luo Shui did not know why, but the 100 Flower Palace's eldest senior sister sighed softly, because she could sense that her little junior sister was probably falling deeper and deeper. However, how could this be avoided? Although the hero saving the damsel in distress scene was cliché, it was often the most moving thing for a woman. Even she had to admit that she now had a much better impression of this originally unfamiliar man in her heart. This was even more so for Yan Ningzhu, who originally had feelings for him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. The instant the sound was heard, both of them retreated. Now, Yan Chutian's expression was slightly surprised because this Xiao Yao was actually a body refinement cultivator. Moreover, her physique was extremely strong, probably at the level of his 2nd grade mysterious young body. One must know that even many male cultivators would find it extremely difficult to persevere in body refinement. It was extremely hard to imagine that this seductive woman had actually succeeded. However, Yan Chutian also knew that one could not judge a book by its cover. Therefore, after a moment of surprise, she returned to normal. On the contrary, Zhou Yao's heart had already been stirred up by a huge storm. She found it hard to believe that the other party was actually a body refinement cultivator. Moreover, his physique was actually incomparable to hers. If she did not rely on her boundless spiritual energy, she was afraid that she would have already been defeated at this moment. Bang! Once again, the fist and palm collided. However, this time, Zhou Yao did not retreat. Instead, she slightly bent her jade legs and accumulated a little strength before exploding in an instant, directly sweeping towards Yan Chutian's waist. However, seeing the attack coming, Yan Chutian did not panic. He also slightly accumulated the strength in his legs. The majestic power contained in the 3rd grade mysterious young body surged and then exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Obviously, it was just a collision of 2 legs, but at this moment, a powerful airwave was set off with the 2 as the center, overturning the surrounding dust. Those ruins were naturally not spared. The result of this collision, although both of them seemed to be safe and sound, only they knew that in the end, Zhou Yao had suffered a small loss. After all, Yan Chutian's mysterious young body had now reached the 3rd grade. However, Zhou Yao would never show this point, let alone say it out loud. Otherwise, where would her face go? Moreover, if she could not refine her body, she would use her spiritual arts. With her huge advantage, let's see how her opponent could resist. Zhou Yao activated her spiritual arts, and Yan Chutian naturally saw this scene clearly. Yan Chutian could not say anything about this, and could only treat it seriously. However, if she thought that he was weak in terms of spiritual energy, then he did not mind telling her that she was wrong. When Zhou Yao activated her spiritual energy, one of the 3 first-seat disciples of the Flame Valley, the long-robed youth, spoke again. Zhou Yao is about to use her spiritual energy. Although I did not expect that the disciple of the Tianji sect would be so skilled in body refinement, when she uses her spiritual arts, it will be the beginning of her doomsday. Hearing this, the other 2 did not speak and only nodded secretly. This was because, in their opinion, the situation should be like this. Even if Yan Chutian's attainments in body refinement were extraordinary, if it was in spirit arts, his advantage would be gone. After all, he was only at the 4th grade of Elixir, while Zhou Yao was at the 7th grade of Elixir. Chapter 271. The difference in cultivation was not something that could be easily made up for. After all, it was something substantial. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for so many cultivators to painstakingly seek to increase their cultivation. Boundless spiritual energy began to circulate. Zhou Yao's jade-like hand gently clenched. As her jade-like hand clenched, a spiritual whip formed from pure spiritual energy suddenly appeared. This was different from the spiritual energy mountain that she had used to test him. That mountain was only used to test him. But this spiritual whip contained a surging, killing intent. Whoosh! In the next instant, a sharp sound of wind breaking resounded. Under Zhou Yao's wave, the spiritual energy whip swept towards Yan Chutian at an extremely fast speed. With such an attack, no matter how strong the defense was, it could only be torn apart by the spiritual whip. It would be difficult to resist. Although Yan Chutian was extremely confident in his mysterious young physique, he would not stupidly use his body to block such an attack. The mysterious young physique was extremely difficult to damage, but once it was damaged, the cost of recovery would not be small. Therefore, facing the tyrannical spiritual whip, Yan Chutian used the same method. A long time ago, he discovered that he could rely on his spiritual eye to find the opponent's loopholes and dodge. However, he could not use it often because there were many times when he did not need to dodge. But today, against the Flame Valley's young sect master, he could use it again. Of course, Yan Chutian also knew that when facing a strong opponent, it would be harder for him to use his dodging ability. However, he still wanted to try and see if that ability could continue to follow his growth. With this thought, Yan Chutian's spiritual eye opened slightly. There seemed to be an invisible ray of light sweeping out, taking in the surrounding heaven and earth. Under the spiritual eye's sweep, Yan Chutian was pleasantly surprised to find that even Zhou Yao, who was at the quasi-elixir 7th level, was constantly slowing down. In other words, there was still a possibility for him to use his dodging ability. Therefore, in the next instant, when Zhou Yao's spiritual whip was about to hit Yan Chutian, she was shocked to find that the latter had suddenly disappeared under her spiritual whip. Even though she had locked onto her opponent in an instant, this attack had missed. Not only did this situation cause Zhou Yao to be somewhat stunned, even the expressions of the 3 head disciples changed slightly. Clearly, the appearance of this scene was quite unexpected. After all, from their point of view, Yan Chutian should have nowhere to escape from that whip. Why did it seem like he had suddenly disappeared? Luck! Zhou Yao whispered to herself. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Then, in a voice that only she could hear, she whispered, "If this is your good luck, then there won't be a second time." Whoosh! The spirit whip swept down, bringing with it a mountain-shattering might as it headed straight for Yan Chutian. However, The result this time was the same as before. The instant the spirit whip was about to strike, Yan Chutian's figure disappeared like a ghost. How did he do it? Among the 3 first seat disciples, the one-eyed man was shocked. He found it hard to believe because if it was him, even if he could block Zhou Yao's spirit whip, he didn't have the confidence to dodge it. However, the Heavenly Fate sect had been dodging like ghosts. Could it be that it was just a fluke? Beside the one-eyed man, the long-robed youth's eyes were also filled with shock. However, he still didn't want to believe it. He pretended to be indifferent and said, "What a lucky bastard! No wonder he could reach this step." His attack was dodged once again. The one with the ugliest expression was, of course, Zhou Yao himself. If his attack was blocked by the other party, then it could still be said that he had the strength to resist. But now, didn't it mean that he couldn't even touch the corner of the other party's clothes? Thus, how could Zhou Yao possibly have a good expression? He even gritted his teeth and coldly shouted, "You're courting death!" Next, Zhou Yao made a seal with his hands, and under the surge of spiritual power, a mist was formed around his body. Immediately after, from within the spirit fog, spirit spears after spirit spears continuously appeared, every one of them carrying an extremely frightening power. It was as if even a Yuan Dan level 6 practitioner would only end up being torn to shreds by these spirit spears. Obviously, the current Zhou Yao had already made up his mind to kill. Even if you have the ability to dodge, could it be that you can dodge under the barrage of 10,000 arrows? Upon seeing this scene, the others surrounding Yan Chutian were gloating over Yan Chutian's misfortune. But who asked him to dare to provoke Zhou Yao like this? One must know that their young sect master had a violent temper. If she was angered, she would definitely severely injure the person who provoked her. Surrounded by so many gazes, Yan Chutian didn't need to say anything to know that the owners of these gazes didn't think highly of him. After all, no matter how he looked at it, it looked like he was going to die. But would it really be so? Seeing so many spiritual energy spears shooting towards him from around Zhou Yao, even Yan Chutian wasn't willing to be hit by them so easily. But he still performed his spiritual art and opened his spiritual eye, staring at the spiritual energy spears that were whistling towards him from all directions. Looking at this scene, the long-robed first seat disciple sneered and said, "Why? Do you think you can dodge such a concentrated attack?" However, just as his mocking smile appeared, it gradually began to freeze, looking rather comical. This was because in his line of sight, Yan Chutian's body was constantly flashing under the spiritual energy spears that were shooting towards him. From the beginning to the end, it seemed that no spiritual energy spear could hit him. In other words, his mocking had become a fact. So, how could he accept this? How did he do it? Not only him, but the other 2 first seat disciples and the surrounding Yan Valley's prides all had a drastic change in expression. This scene was too mysterious in their eyes, so much so that they couldn't believe it. Similarly, even Zhou Yao herself couldn't believe it. Then, she became extremely furious. From the looks of it, could it be that she, Zhou Yao, couldn't even deal with a level 4 elixir grasshopper and could only allow him to jump around? In her fury, Zhou Yao formed another seal with her jade-like hands. As the seal was formed this time, purple flames started to wildly spread towards the surrounding area with her as the center. Looking at the aggressive sea of flames spreading towards him, Yan Chutian couldn't help but smile helplessly. However, if she thought that he wouldn't be able to deal with it, she had underestimated him. Yan Chutian lightly stomped his feet. It was clearly a light stomp, but it seemed to cause the earth to tremble. Along with this action, boundless spiritual energy spread out like a spiritual energy sea, directly crushing towards Zhou Yao. However, regardless of whether it was Zhou Yao, the 3 first seat disciples, or the other Yan Valley's prides, his actions were too stupid. Even Zhou Yao revealed a smile on her bewitching face, and a cold sneer with hidden danger immediately rang out. "The ignorant are fearless. Do you know the characteristics of my purple flame?" It loves spiritual energy the most. Zhou Yao knew the characteristics of her purple flame. When it encountered spiritual energy, it would crazily burn. It could even use the opponent's spiritual energy as fuel, burning more and more vigorously. Therefore, in her eyes, Yan Chutian's actions were no different from seeking his own death. However, after hearing her words, Yan Chutian didn't reveal any of the panic that Zhou Yao imagined. His expression was normal as he faced the former's bewitching face and slowly smiled. "Oh, is that so? Acting all mysterious." Zhou Yao didn't see the other party panic and instead became furious. She immediately shouted coldly, following which, she looked towards the purple flames and the spirit sea that were about to come into contact. She wanted to see if that fourth-level primal core grasshopper would still be able to remain so carefree when the two actually came into contact. Under the gazes of many people, the spiritual energy sea and purple flame finally came into contact. In an instant, cold sneers appeared in their eyes because, in their eyes, the following result was already decided. However, before they could truly mock him, ear-piercing "chi-chi" sounds continuously rang out. When they looked over, a scene that caused countless people to turn pale with fright appeared. Zhou Yao's purple flame, which had always been successful, was actually being extinguished by the spiritual energy that it loved the most. It was also at this moment that Zhou Yao's arrogant face, which was originally filled with anticipation, suddenly became incomparably ugly. How could she have imagined that the final situation would turn out like this? Her purple flame. How could her purple flame not even be able to burn spiritual energy and be extinguished instead? It seems that my spiritual energy is somewhat unbearable for young sect master's purple flame. All of a sudden, Yan Chutian's voice sounded again. But even if there was no meaning in his tone, it still made Zhou Yao feel that it was incomparably ear-piercing. Boundless rage was constantly accumulating in his heart. Chapter 272. The purple flame that she thought was extremely powerful, and the purple flame that she spoke so arrogantly in front of Zhou Tian, was unable to cause any harm to him. Even though Zhou Yao was expressionless, the shame in her heart had reached an unimaginable level. But no matter how she felt, the spiritual sea, like spiritual energy, continued to press down on her. Wherever it passed, the originally domineering purple flame was like snow that met lava, quickly dissipating. The area covered by the purple flame was continuously shrinking. In a short time, only a small area around Zhou Yao's delicate body was left. Seeing such a scene, how could Zhou Yao continue to ignore it? She immediately activated the purple flame sea again. Under the continuous infusion of spiritual energy, a ferocious fire beast gradually climbed up from the sea of flames. Its momentum was astonishing. "Purple flame beast, kill it for me." As soon as the fire beast appeared, Zhou Yao did not hold back. She controlled the purple flame beast to attack Yan Chutian. Hearing its master's order, the purple flame beast, which had no consciousness and was just an empty shell, naturally raised its huge head and spat out a mouthful of violent purple flames. The purple flame continued to accumulate and surge. In the end, it was like a purple flame pillar that pierced through space and went straight for Yan Chutian's chest. It was still a purple flame, but this purple flame pillar was obviously much more powerful than the previous one. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not hesitate and also used his own means. The pure, mysterious yang aura quickly surged in his body. Wherever the mysterious yang aura passed, Yan Chutian only felt that there was an extremely surging power in his body. When this surging power surged into his palm, he had to release it. Mysterious yang finger. He pointed his finger in the air, but there was no shocking phenomenon. There was only a slight ripple that seemed to be invisible that shot out. However, when the weak ripples collided with the huge pillar of fire, a shocking scene occurred. The purple pillar of fire, which seemed to be able to penetrate space, made a cracking sound, as if it was torn apart by something. Perhaps other people would ignore this sound, but as the master of the purple flame beast, Zhou Yao definitely would not. She clearly felt that in that instant there was an extremely fierce aura that pierced through the flame pillar. Damn it! Zhou Yao clenched her teeth. Could it be that her attacks were actually going to lose? Suppress him! Boom! Under Zhou Yao's crazy roar, the fire pillar that the purple flame beast spat out became more and more solid. However, there was a price to pay. The price was that the purple flame beast's body was rapidly weakening and dimming. However, this price was clearly worth it. The destruction of the giant beast's body was exchanged for an increasingly fierce attack. Therefore, even Yan Chutian's mysterious yang finger was gradually being exhausted under the increasingly powerful fire pillar. Then, this pillar of fire continued to shoot towards Yan Chutian. Even though Yan Chutian immediately condensed a defense, the spiritual energy light screen was immediately penetrated. In desperation, Yan Chutian could only display the power of his mysterious yang body, brazenly blocking the light beam with his palms, preventing it from advancing any further. When the power of the purple fire pillar was finally exhausted, Yan Chutian's palms had become pitch black, faintly emitting a scorching heat. This was also because of the third grade mysterious yang body. Otherwise, if it was any other level 6 elixir cultivator, their palms would have been scarlet red and in extreme pain, close to being crippled. Therefore, it was clear that the clothes on Yan Chutian's arms had been completely burnt. Even the clothes on his upper body could only be described as tattered. Yan Chutian had to admit that this Zhou Yao was indeed outstanding. Furthermore, her cultivation was 2 levels higher than his. If he wanted to win, it would not be easy. However, it was only not easy, it was not impossible. Finally gaining the upper hand, even though she had consumed a lot of energy, Zhou Yao's face was filled with arrogance. The situation should be like this. No matter how strange the Heavenly Fate sect's disciples were, if she used her full strength, the result would be the same as before. This scene not only made Zhou Yao proud, but also caused the other Flame Valley's prided disciples and the 3 chief disciples to gently sigh in relief. Fortunately, the situation did not deviate from their expectations. Otherwise, if Zhou Yao was defeated by the Heavenly Fate sect's disciples, their Flame Valley would have lost all face. After all, everyone knew that Zhou Yao was the Flame Valley's young sect leader. If the Flame Valley was at the same level as the 5 great regions, then even young sect leaders like Zhou Ling could not compare to her status. Therefore, Zhou Yao's success or failure was unavoidably related to the Flame Valley. Some people were happy while others were worried. Through the light mirror that had slowly appeared not long ago, Yan Chutian's performance had originally made the girls extremely happy. However, now that he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, the 100-Flower Palace's female disciples revealed worried expressions. Even Yan Ningzhu, although she said that she believed in Yan Chutian, revealed deep worry in her beautiful eyes. The eldest senior sister could see her worry. Therefore, her pretty face involuntarily twitched as she slowly said, "Ningzhu, we must believe in him." However, no matter how worried she was in her heart, Yan Ningzhu still said such a sentence. What was even more unexpected was that Luo Shui also softly said, "Believe in him. Believe in him. The strength he possesses is not limited to what you see now. How is it? Do you still want to continue?" Looking down at Yan Chutian from above, Zhou Yao faintly smiled as she spoke. It seemed that she had already determined the situation because she had gained the upper hand earlier. Seeing this, Yan Chutian could not help but softly chuckle. Subsequently, he swung his arm, shaking off some black stains and torn clothes. Only then did he say, "It seems that young sect leader Zhou has already determined victory. However, I insist on persisting. I hope that young sect leader will not be offended." Hearing this, Zhou Yao did not open her mouth and only gave a mocking smile. So what if he continued to persist? Could it be that he could still make a comeback with such a difference in strength? However, this is also good. Once I display my true strength, he should give up. I heard that if you are only at the 4th level of elixir, you have actually condensed 3 spiritual inscriptions. However, I do not know if this is true or not. An indifferent voice slowly sounded. Following that, 2 colors rapidly converged in Zhou Yao's pair of bewitching eyes. As the colors surged, 2 spiritual inscriptions were condensed one after another. 100 spirit inscription. Extreme purple inscription. Boom! In an instant, 2 majestic spiritual inscriptions appeared in the sky. The dazzling light of the spiritual inscriptions shone down, bringing along an enormous pressure. Most likely, even an ordinary 4th level elixir cultivator would not be able to withstand such pressure, let alone resist it. However, Yan Chutian was an exception. When the pressure of 2 spiritual inscriptions enveloped him, even if he did not summon his spiritual inscriptions, it would not have any effect on him. Of course, this did not mean that Yan Chutian could ignore the power of the spiritual inscriptions, but that he could withstand it. Furthermore, it was only 2 spiritual inscriptions. Did they want him to lower his head? It's the 100 spirit inscription and the extreme purple inscription. Young sect leader actually immediately unleashed the 1st and 2nd spiritual inscriptions. These are the 2 spiritual inscriptions that young sect leader condensed in the Flame Valley Secret Realm. The power of these 2 spiritual inscriptions is unprecedentedly strong. Once the 2 spiritual inscriptions are unleashed, the Heavenly Secret sect's disciples will definitely not be able to withstand it. Who says that's not the case? However, to be able to withstand until now, the Heavenly Secret sect's disciples should be proud, seeing Zhou Yao unleash the spiritual inscriptions. The surrounding Flame Valley's disciples were not stingy with their praises. After all, a few words of praise would not cost their lives. Only the 3 head disciples did not follow the crowd. Although they admitted that Zhou Yao's 2 spiritual inscriptions were extraordinary, to be honest, it was her 3rd spiritual inscription that was engraved in their hearts the most. That was because the 3rd spiritual inscription was their Flame Valley's Valley Master's inheritance spiritual inscription. It was not an exaggeration to say that the 3rd spiritual inscription contained an invincible intent. Regarding this, even as the head disciples of the Flame Valley, they could not hide the trace of envy that surfaced on their faces. After all, they were only disciples. Of course, they could not be compared to Zhou Yao, the beloved daughter of the Flame Valley's Valley Master. However, if the Heavenly Secret sect's disciples could not even withstand the first 2 spiritual inscriptions, they would naturally not have the chance to witness the 3rd spiritual inscription. Spiritual inscriptions? Looking at the 2 huge spiritual inscriptions that were displayed in the sky, Yan Chutian did not have much of a surprised expression. Fortunately, it was indeed time for the fight to end. And this ending was naturally the most powerful technique of the elixir cultivators that was recognized by many cultivators. The spiritual inscriptions. However, it was still the same sentence. When it came to spiritual inscriptions, why should he, Yan Chutian, be afraid of anyone? Chapter 273. The light in his eyes was restrained. However, it was not as silent as a pool of stagnant water. Instead, there were many strange runes continuously gathering. Amidst the gathering of thousands of runes, there were finally 2 huge spiritual runes that appeared. They brought along a similarly powerful pressure as they descended upon the world. Mysterious Sun, Sword Rune. Mysterious Sun, Cauldron Rune. When 2 huge spiritual runes also appeared above Yan Chutian's head, Zhou Yao's beautiful eyes moved slightly. Even if she was the Flame Valley's young sect master and was doted on by everyone, she had to admit that it was indeed shocking that the other party could condense 3 spiritual runes at level 4 elixir. However, even if they were all condensed spiritual runes, Zhou Yao was still extremely confident in the spiritual runes that she had condensed. Even though there was no difference in the thousands of spiritual runes, there were strong and weak ones. Her 2 spiritual runes were the best among them. Hence, she did not hesitate at all. After her opponent also displayed his spiritual runes, she formed a seal with her jade-like hands. Under the activation of the seal, the 2 huge spiritual runes above her head immediately erupted with a dazzling light and forcefully pressed down. Before attacking, Zhou Yao's 2 spiritual runes had already displayed their strength. Now that she was truly attacking, the aura that erupted was incomparably shocking. This was something that the surrounding Flame Valley's prides and the 3 first seat disciples understood very well. Other than the first seat disciples, none of the other disciples dared to say that they could withstand Zhou Yao's attack. Even the 3 first seat disciples knew that if they wanted to withstand such an attack, they would have to do their best. Hence, they all secretly believed that after such an attack, the outcome of the battle would be clear. The other party's 2 spiritual runes forcefully descended. Yan Chutian's expression was as usual, but he also activated all the power contained in the 2 spiritual runes, causing the sword and cauldron to shine brightly and dazzle with a dazzling light. In the next instant, the 4 spiritual runes collided with each other forcefully. In an instant, turbulent energy ripples spread out. Immediately, the surrounding ground was stirred up, and the originally dilapidated buildings were not spared. They were the first to be smashed into pieces by the impact. However, perhaps there was a mysterious force protecting this place. Even though the collision of the 2 forces recklessly attacked, it could not completely destroy this ruin. It only made it more dilapidated. As for the disciples of the Flame Valley, they would naturally be fine. After all, this was only the aftermath of the battle, and they were quite a distance away from the epicenter. Secondly, under the obstruction of his own spirit energy light screen, the residual power was constantly dissipated and eventually returned to nothingness. It was also because of this that they were even more certain of the final result. With such a powerful attack, no matter how strange the Tianji sect disciples were, they should have been severely injured, right? However, when the ripple subsided, the scene that unfolded before their eyes once again caused their gazes to freeze. This was because Yan Chutian did not show any signs of retreating from the source of the turbulent energy. He continued to stand in place like a boulder. He shifted his gaze slightly and saw that the 4 spiritual inscriptions were facing each other in the sky. Although they were dim and weak, none of them had disappeared. This meant that the collision of the spiritual inscriptions had actually ended in a draw. However, how was this possible? Everyone knew Zhou Yao's cultivation level. Even if it was due to her background, her strength was a genuine quasi-elixir level 7 expert, comparable to the 4 first seat disciples of the Flame Valley. However, the Tianji sect disciple, who was clearly only at elixir level 4, was actually on par with their young sect leader. How could they accept this? How is this possible? The eyes of the 3 first seat disciples also changed. It was hard to imagine that the result would be so unexpected. It was no wonder that they were so shocked. This result caused even Zhou Yao's beautiful face to change. There was a trace of an ugly expression quietly emerging. How was this possible? Her spiritual inscriptions were actually unable to suppress him. How could the spiritual inscriptions condensed by him, who was merely at elixir level 4, be able to resist her? This, not far away, looking at the scene in front of them through the light mirror, several prides of the 100-Flower Palace were so shocked that they were speechless. At that moment, even they felt that Yan Chutian would definitely be defeated and that he would definitely be severely injured. However, the result was so unexpected. It was something that they had not expected at all. Only Yan Ningzhu's beautiful face, which was originally extremely tense, suddenly relaxed, following which an unprecedented joy emerged. Although she did not expect Yan Chutian's strength to increase so quickly, it did not mean that she could not accept it. After all, She had long known the identities of Yen, Chutian, and Choyu. The 100 Flower Palace's great senior sister's beautiful face was also shocked. She could not believe the scene before her eyes. However, no matter how shocked she was not overjoyed. After all, she clearly knew how terrifying Zhou Yao's final move was. Don't be too happy. The third spiritual inscription that Zhou Yao condensed is the Flame Valley's Valley Master's legacy spiritual inscription, the Primordial Spirit Sealing Rune. This spiritual inscription is extremely terrifying. There are even rumors that the Primordial Spirit Sealing Rune is a spiritual inscription that should only be condensed on the 4th or 5th spiritual inscription. From this, one can imagine how powerful it is. The great senior sister's short words immediately caused the originally joyous atmosphere to sink into a low valley. Although they might not have known about the Flame Valley's legacy spiritual inscription, the Primordial Spirit Sealing Rune, from the great senior sister's explanation, it was not difficult for them to know how terrifying this legacy spiritual inscription was. Therefore, they could not help but be worried. Could Yen Chutian block this third spiritual inscription? Her beautiful face gradually tensed up again. Yen Ningzhu's jade-like hands were already tightly clenched under her robe, showing the uneasiness in her heart. However, perhaps because of Luo Shui's previous words, after tightly clenching for a long time, Yen Ningzhu once again softly spat out, "I believe in you." The failure of her attack once again caused the Flame Valley's young sect master, Zhou Yao's beautiful face, to become extremely ferocious. This was simply a great humiliation to her. A mere disciple of a second-rate faction actually blocked her attacks time and time again. Good, good. Suddenly, Zhou Yao raised her head and laughed loudly. Her beautiful body was brimming with a crazy and ferocious aura. Even if her appearance was extremely alluring, her beautiful face and her alluring figure, no one dared to take a second look. Disciple of the Heavenly Secret Sect, can you still block my third spiritual inscription? Primordial Spirit Sealing Rune. Under the ferocious voice, a dark black spiritual inscription slowly appeared in Zhou Yao's eyes. However, this spiritual inscription was different from the previous two. It did not require any gathering or condensing. It was as though it had already existed and was only being displayed now. However, summoning this spiritual inscription also caused Zhou Yao's beautiful face to suddenly turn pale. It was as though the appearance of this spiritual inscription was a great loss to her. Yen Chutian was very knowledgeable. After scanning with his spiritual eye, he quickly understood the reason. Legacy spiritual inscription, the so-called legacy spiritual inscription did not require the cultivator to condense it himself. Instead, it was directly channeled into the cultivator's dantian by the elders or the ancestral land. This was because there were always some cultivators who felt that a certain spiritual inscription that they had condensed was extremely powerful. They were unwilling to let it disappear and wanted to leave it for their descendants. This was why such a legacy spiritual inscription appeared. However, in Yen Chutian's opinion, this kind of behavior was too stupid. To be more precise, it was cutting off the cultivator's future. Condensing spiritual inscriptions was the right way to go. Even if one could temporarily unleash a powerful force in the long run, it would definitely do more harm than good. However, Zhou Yao's display of the legacy spiritual inscription gave Yen Chutian quite a bit of pressure. It also made Yen Chutian understand that he had no choice but to use his third spiritual inscription again. Yen Chutian's third spiritual inscription was the True Dragon spiritual inscription. It was considered a taboo among the many spiritual inscriptions. At least, even in the Heaven Realm, he had never heard of anyone condensing the True Dragon spiritual inscription. Therefore, he had always avoided using the True Dragon spiritual inscription. Otherwise, if others were to notice it, they would definitely covet it, and it would inevitably bring about a fatal disaster to him. However, right now, even if he had scruples, he had no choice but to use it. Primordial Spirit Sealing Rune. Kill. Under the same sinister and crazy words, the majestic spiritual inscription that appeared above Zhou Yao's head was already suppressing towards Yan Chutan. This was indeed worthy of being the legacy spiritual inscription of the Valley Master of the Flame Valley. The aura that it emitted was incomparably powerful. If a level 7 elixir cultivator were to block the attack of this spiritual inscription, they would only end up in a sorry state. Because under the suppression of such a powerful spiritual inscription, in the eyes of everyone, Yan Chutian's situation was dangerous. Chapter 274. The Dark and Huge Spirit Rune, pressed down forcefully. Due to the appearance of the Primordial Spirit Sealing Rune, the situation had already turned to one side. This was the Valley Master of the Flame Valley's Legacy Spirit Rune. Even though the Legacy Spirit Rune had the shortcomings that Yan Chutian had mentioned, it was undeniable that it possessed a powerful force. Therefore, in their opinion, how could Yan Chutian resist it? Seeing the majestic Spirit Rune pressing down with a powerful force that could severely injure a level 7 elixir cultivator, Yan Chutian's face did not have the slightest trace of fear. He only quietly looked at Zhou Yao. When the Primordial Spirit Sealing Rune truly descended, he activated the forbidden Spirit Rune that had been dormant in his Dantian for a long time. Boom! Under the suppression of the Spirit Rune, Yan Chutian was like a small boat in a storm. It was as though he could be crushed by the storm-like power at any time. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would realize that when the majestic Spirit Rune was pressing down, a wisp of fire suddenly appeared on Yan Chutian's body. However, this scene was so small that it was difficult for the crowd to notice the appearance of the fire. In the next moment, the huge Spirit Rune swallowed Yan Chutian as though it was trying to kill him. As expected, he can't even withstand a single blow. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yao's rosy lips could not help but curl into a mocking smile. As expected, under her Primordial Spirit Sealing Rune, no matter how strange this Heavenly Secrets sect disciple was, he would only be defeated miserably. This was naturally reasonable. She had paid a huge price to inherit the Primordial Spirit Sealing Rune from her father. Although it consumed a lot of energy, its power was still earth-shattering. How could a mere level 4 elixir cultivator, who had condensed 3 spirit runes by luck, resist it? She could only hope that the other party would not be killed by her attack. Otherwise, she would not be able to follow the clues and find the inheritance that had escaped from her hands. However, just as Zhou Yao was chuckling, she suddenly saw that on the Primordial Spirit Sealing Rune that was pressing down, there seemed to be sparks of fire appearing continuously. This caused her pretty face to stiffen. However, she only thought that this was her own illusion. She could only allow it to be an illusion. How powerful was his legacy Spirit Rune? How could he allow any accidents to happen? However, Zhou Yao soon realized that the more determined she was, the denser the flames were. By the time she regained her senses, the flames had already condensed into a sea of fire, burning wantonly on her spirit inscriptions. When the spirit tattoo was burning, Zhou Yao could clearly feel how her spirit tattoo was trembling. This feeling was as if her legacy spirit tattoo was no match for it. But how could this be possible? This was her inherited Spirit Rune and also her greatest trump card. It was a powerful trump card that had always been successful. How could it be defeated? Young Sect Master, looks like you've lost. While Zhou Yao was in a state of shock, an indifferent but thunderous voice suddenly exploded in his ears. There was no need to think too much about it to know that the owner of this voice was Yan Chutian. In fact, Yan Chutian's sudden appearance was very simple. When the third spirit tattoo collided, everyone thought that he would be unable to protect himself and would definitely be defeated. Therefore, of course, no one thought that he would secretly sneak behind Zhou Yao. However, the truth was destined to be extremely shocking, because his third spirit tattoo was the true dragon tattoo. Yen Chutian was naturally very confident in it. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yao only felt a clap of thunder exploding in her ears. Then, a fierce palm wind slammed heavily on her back. The power exploded. Even she could not react in time to such a sudden situation. Therefore, the result could be imagined. Puff! Spitting out blood, Zhou Yao had already fallen forward. Her black hair was scattered all over her head. She no longer had the demeanor of a proud daughter of heaven. She was just a woman in an extremely sorry state. At the same time, Zhou Yao's spirit tattoo seemed to be unable to withstand the burning of the flames. Perhaps because it had lost the support of her power, it also shot back and finally rushed into the former's body. However, the return of the spirit tattoo had obviously caused her injuries to worsen. Her chest heaved up and down violently. While the beautiful scene was captivating, she spat out a mouthful of hot blood again and dyed the sky red. The sudden situation had caught too many people off guard. Then, it made them feel even more incredulous. For example, the many disciples of the Flame Valley. How could they imagine that their young sect master, who had clearly locked in the victory, would be defeated in an instant? No matter how they looked at it, this result was too shocking. Similarly, the 3 first-seat disciples' faces were filled with disbelief. They could not accept that the result had suddenly turned out like this. The many disciples of the 100-Flower Palace who were watching the battle not far away were also extremely shocked. Their red lips were wide open, and their beautiful eyes were wide open. It was as if they had discovered the most unbelievable thing in the world. Even the eldest senior sister, who had always felt that Yen Chutian was in a critical situation, was shocked. After a long while, she revealed a helpless and bitter smile. Now that things had come to this, how could she not understand that she had underestimated Yen Chutian? She did not know when it had started, but his growth had already exceeded her expectations. Even the young sect master of a first-rate faction had been defeated by him. Moreover, she suddenly seemed to understand why Yen Ningzhu would be attracted to him. It was because a man who could repeatedly create miracles like this was truly enchanting to the extreme. He won. Yen Ningzhu cried out in surprise. Her pretty face was filled with unconcealable joy. Even though she had previously said that she believed in Yen Chutian, she was still extremely worried for him. After all, Zhou Yao's performance was simply too valiant. If it was her, she would have been defeated long ago. Therefore, she could only wait for Yen Chuzhen to defeat him in front of everyone in order to allow the huge rock that was hanging in her heart to finally fall off. Zhou Yao's heart was filled with unprecedented shock as she miserably fell to the ground. She was unable to accept that, as the young sect master of the Flame Valley, she had actually been defeated in such a manner. She had lost to a disciple who was 2 whole levels lower than her and from a second-rate faction. Apart from being shocked, Zhou Yao's heart naturally also felt an incomparably rich sense of shame. After all, she had felt that she could easily crush the other party from the beginning. Her words and attitude had repeatedly expressed such thoughts. However, she had been utterly defeated in the blink of an eye. Was this not like a resounding slap that continuously sounded on her face? After these 2 emotions, Zhou Yao's heart was naturally filled with boundless fury that was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. She struggled to slowly climb to her feet. Ignoring her injuries, her pair of ferocious eyes immediately firmly locked onto Yen Chutian. Blood dripped from her red lips as she clenched her teeth and spoke. "You can't defeat me. You can't defeat me. Lu Kuan, Su Tai, Su Xiang, all Flame Valley disciples, capture him." After Zhou Yao's voice sounded, the 3 chief disciples who were still in shock and the numerous Flame Valley disciples immediately flashed and surrounded the 2 of them. Clearly, they were about to attack. When he saw this scene, Yen Chutian did not have the slightest expression of surprise. It was as if he had already expected such an outcome. Hence, this immediately caused Zhou Yao, who originally wanted to see panic and unsightly expression on his face to relieve her shame, to once again tense up. From the beginning, she had never thought of letting the other party leave. Even if she lost, it was impossible. Even though the probability of such a situation happening was less than 1 in 10,000. However, even so, how could the other party's expression be so calm? Young sect master, this Yen really did not hold back in vain. Zhou Yao's expression was tense as she heard Yen Chutian slowly speak. These words immediately caused her delicate body to tremble. This was because she suddenly seemed to have realized something. Ugh. In the next instant, her aura, which was originally gradually stabilizing, suddenly turned red, following which she once again spat out a large mouthful of blood. Once again, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Once again, she felt the unknown force in her body. How could Zhou Yao not understand that she had fallen for the other party's trick? Seeing Zhou Yao's reaction, Yen Chutian's expression was calm. He gently lifted his right palm and softly said, "Young sect master, you don't have to say much. It was indeed that palm strike just now. However, I added something extra called the mysterious yang force. You, young sect master, don't worry. If you keep your promise and let me leave, I also don't want to offend the successor of a first-rate faction. However, if young sect master insists on keeping me here, then I can only disregard everything." Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 275. His words were indifferent from the start, but there was a strong threat in them. It was easy to understand. If you let me go, everything will be fine. However, if you don't let me go, I won't give you any face. If she heard such words in the past, Zhou Yao would definitely be filled with ridicule and disdain. But now, she could clearly sense that there was an indescribable force hidden in her body. The reason why she spat out blood was because of this unknown force. She was afraid that this unknown force would act up again and even damage her foundation and dantian. The damage to the dantian was no joke. The slightest carelessness could cause a cultivator's cultivation to be destroyed, and they would become a complete cripple. However, if she really let him go, Zhou Yao would be unwilling. Moreover, if this matter spread out, she and the Flame Valley would lose a lot of face. After all, she was being played by a disciple of a second-rate faction. Young sect leader Zhou, what do you think? After a few breaths of silence, Yen Chutian suddenly spoke. His calm face faced Zhou Yao, who had a gloomy expression. Her expression kept changing, and she finally calmed down after a while. Then, Zhou Yao took in a deep breath. It seemed that this was the only way to temporarily suppress the anger and unwillingness in her heart. "All right, remove the hidden force in my body, and I will let you go. Young sect leader, please be at ease. The mysterious yang force will automatically disappear after 2 days. You don't believe me?" Zhou Yao suddenly shouted. Could it be that she had already made up her mind and the other party still thought that she would go back on her words? However, Yen Chutian was too lazy to say anything more. Regardless of whether this woman went back on her words, even if she didn't, he wouldn't foolishly remove the mysterious yang force now. Seeing that the other party didn't want to say anything more, Zhou Yao really wanted to capture him and torture him for 3 days and 3 nights. She wanted to see if he would still have such a reaction at that time. However, she knew that she couldn't. She was more worried about her own situation. Otherwise, even if she captured him and cut him into pieces, it wouldn't be comparable to the damage to her foundation. Therefore, in the end, Zhou Yao gave the order to let Yen Chutian go. With Zhou Yao giving the order, not to mention the Flame Valley disciples, even the 3 heads wouldn't dare to disobey. After all, they were just hired thugs by Zhou Yao. However, for the other party to leave so openly, one could imagine how ugly their expressions were. Fortunately, there were only Flame Valley disciples around. Otherwise, who knows what kind of ridicule they would receive from the other factions. At the same time, Yen Chutian naturally left in a flash. However, just as he took a few steps, Zhou Yao's voice suddenly rang out again. Wait. When Yen Chutian heard this, he stopped in his tracks. His expression was slightly guarded. Could it be that there was going to be another incident this Sunday? However, Yen Chutian was clearly overthinking things. Seeing that Yen Chutian had stopped, Zhou Yao's voice continued to ring out. What exactly is the third spiritual inscription you condensed? As soon as he said this, the 3 head disciples also looked over. They were also very surprised. What exactly was the spirit mark that Yen Chutian had condensed at the end? In order to win, the strength of that spirit mark was of utmost importance. Otherwise, even if he got close to Zhou Yao when no one was paying attention, if the spirit mark was defeated, he would only suffer a crushing defeat. However, the spirit mark that was strong enough to fight against the immemorial spirit sealing rune did not reveal itself from the beginning to the end. One could only see a majestic flame burning continuously and the vague shape of a 4-legged giant beast. Hearing this, Yen Chutian remained calm. Seeing the reactions of these people, he knew that his true dragon mark had not been recognized by them. This was naturally extremely good. Hence, Yen Chutian naturally wouldn't foolishly reveal the truth. His gaze was slightly frivolous as he looked at Zhou Yao's mature body. He slowly said, I naturally won't share such a secret with others. However, if young sect leader is willing to be honest with me, I can consider it. Such explicit words immediately caused Zhou Yao to tremble in anger. Following which, she bit her red lips and flames seemed to be about to spurt out from her eyes. You're courting death. However, all that was left for her was Yen Chutian's rapidly escaping figure. After flying for a few hundred feet, a figure that was hidden in the dark appeared. A familiar fragrance entered his nose. Even Yen Chutian didn't need to take a second look to know who it was. Qiu Yu. Yen Chutian's tone was filled with relief. Facing Qiu Yu, he naturally wouldn't be as indifferent as facing Zhou Yao. Instead, he revealed his true condition. After a series of fierce battles, Zhou Yao was definitely not a weakling. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to activate the true dragon mark. Thus, one could imagine how huge the consumption was. If it wasn't for the mysterious Yang Qi, he might not have been able to support this fierce battle, and Yen Chutian would have been the first to be defeated. Sensing the weakness of the person beside her, Qiu Yu couldn't help but reveal a trace of heartache on her face. However, when she thought of his frivolous words to that woman just now, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows as anger surfaced in her heart. This fellow is about to leave. Why is he still saying such words? Does he not mind that he has provoked too many women? Thinking about it, Qiu Yu could only sigh helplessly. She knew that he didn't do it on purpose, and that he was just casually saying it. After all, how could a character that had been cultivated for many years be changed? The 2 of them flew for around 300 meters before stopping at the side of an inconspicuous boulder. Others might not know. But how could the 2 of them not know what mysteries were hidden within this seemingly ordinary boulder? Yen Chutian gently waved his hand, and as he waved his hand, he seemed to have touched something hidden, causing the boulder in front of him to disappear into thin air. Following that, several figures appeared at the boulder's location. Obviously, this boulder was the illusion of the concealment array, and the ones hiding within the array were Yen Ningzhu and the other prides of the 100-Flower Palace. Upon seeing Yen Chutian, the 100-Flower Palace's eldest senior sister sighed. Once upon a time, that unknown person outside the Myriad Star Valley, who was even looked down upon by many, had now reached a height that even she could only look up to. After sighing, she hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you for saving all the disciples of the 100-Flower Palace." Before the eldest senior sister's voice fell, all the women of the 100-Flower Palace did the same. Even Yen Ningzhu was no exception as they bowed to Yen Chutian and thanked him. Seeing this, Yen Chutian naturally hurriedly used his spirit energy to help them up one by one. To be honest, he didn't do it to save these women, but for Yen Ningzhu, his friend. After getting up, Yan Ningzhu's beautiful eyes stared closely at Yan Chutian, not missing any part of his body, afraid that she would see any injuries. Fortunately, after a careful scan, there didn't seem to be any injuries. Yan Chutian didn't let everyone stay here for too long, because although Zhou Yao was restricted by the mysterious yang energy, he wouldn't underestimate her. But Yan Chutian would never underestimate anyone. Who knows if the other party had any method to remove the mysterious yang energy? If there was no mysterious yang energy, then their current situation would still be critical. And since it was Yan Chutian who spoke, there was naturally no possibility of disobeying. So everyone followed Yan Chutian and rushed into the distance. At the same time, in the now empty ruins, Zhou Yao was sitting cross-legged, constantly trying to use any method to erase the inexplicable power in her body. She indeed had the same idea as Yan Chutian. If she was allowed to erase the inexplicable power, she would immediately lead everyone to chase them out. Even if she couldn't take back the inheritance, she would force them out of the ancient ruins. However, when she began to try to erase it, the inexplicable power suddenly hid itself and disappeared without a trace. It would be great if it really disappeared, but Zhou Yao could clearly feel that the inexplicable power hadn't disappeared, but had hidden itself as if it had intelligence. This made Zhou Yao extremely helpless. Without erasing the power hidden in her body, how could she dare to chase after them? But in this way, those people would definitely have escaped without a trace in 2 days, and with the size of the ancient ruins, it was hard to say whether they would be able to meet them again. Flying all the way, in just half a day, Yan Chutian and the others had already flown far away. After flying so far away, everyone gradually calmed down because even if Zhou Yao brought people to search, it would be impossible for them to find them here. After flying to this place, they chose a natural cave and sat cross-legged in the cave, slowly recovering their bodies. Since there were people recovering, there would naturally be people guarding the entrance of the cave, and the people guarding were naturally Qiuyu, Luo Shui, and Yan Ningzhu, who hadn't consumed much energy from the beginning to the end. Luo Shui was taciturn and didn't speak much, and although Qiuyu and Yan Ningzhu were friends, it was quite subtle now. Because one had sensed something, the other was secretly guilty. P.S. I just found out that there's an app recommendation next week. Although the location is a little remote, since it's there, I'll do as I said. Genius remembers this site's address in a second. Sogu Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 276. In the cave, Yan Chutian, who had calmed down, sat cross-legged and meditated. He slowly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recover his body. He sat cross-legged until the dawn of the next day. He finally exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time. The battle with Zhou Yao allowed him to roughly see the limit of his strength. He could fight against a 7th-layer elixir. This was the limit. But, of course, if a 7th-layer elixir cultivator could condense the 4th spiritual inscription, then his situation would still be dangerous. After all, no matter how strong the true dragon mark was, it was only the 3rd spiritual inscription. If it was against the 4th spiritual inscription condensed by other cultivators, it would probably be difficult to achieve the same effect as before. This was actually very easy to understand. It was like a cultivator who was extremely strong at a lower level and could be said to be invincible at the same level. But if he was placed in front of a higher level cultivator, how could he continue to be invincible? It seemed that he should continue to increase his cultivation or condense the spiritual inscription. When Yan Chutian opened his eyes, the gazes of the few women in the cave were all directed at him. However, these people were all disciples of the 100-Flower Palace. He had only met them a few times. Other than the gratitude in their eyes, they could not say anything else. Yan Chutian only smiled faintly and nodded at the few women. Then he walked out of the cave. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he suddenly saw that Qiuyu and Yan Ningzhu were each holding a square token. When the 2 square tokens touched each other, Yan Ningzhu used some unknown method. A light screen that looked like a map actually appeared. At the same time, The two women also looked into the cave as if they sensed something. Therefore, they naturally met Yan Chutian's eyes. Seeing Yan Chutian appear, Yan Ningzhu could not suppress the joy on her face. However, Qiu Yu's face was calm. She only said softly, "Take out the square token you obtained. She has a way to interpret it." Qiu Yu's attitude towards Yan Ningzhu seemed to be different from before, but in fact it was more indifferent. However, Yan Chutian didn't care too much about this. Moreover, he didn't dare to care about Qiu Yu's emotions. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would teach who a lesson. Yan Chutian also took out his own square token. On the square token, there was an eye-catching ancient character for fire. When he handed the square cards to Qiu Yu, he could naturally see the shape of the square cards in the two women's hands. In fact, the shape and appearance of the square cards were the same, but the ancient words engraved on them were different. He had long known about Qiu Yu's secret. At this moment, the square token in Yan Ningzhu's hand was engraved with the word "Holy." However, this was only secondary. When the square token that Yan Chutian handed to Qiu Yu also landed in Yan Ningzhu's hand, a faint light leaked out from the square token and quickly merged into the map light screen above. As the faint light merged into the light screen, a part of the pattern on the light screen was completed. It seemed that this light screen was only missing the last part. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to confirm that this was a map. This is... Yan Chutian's face was slightly shocked. Although he had expected this when he first saw the light screen, he was still shocked. Yan Chutian was shocked. Qiu Yu originally wanted to say something, but before she could, Yan Ningzhu's gentle voice sounded. "This is the map that leads to the Mystic Fire Holy Palace. If the information I obtained from the inheritance is true, the Mystic Fire Holy Palace should be the greatest opportunity in this ancient ruin." Mystic Fire Holy Palace? Yes. Yan Ningzhu seemed to have forgotten the existence of Qiu Yu and focused on explaining to Yan Chutian. In fact, this entire ancient ruin can be said to be that force. It's just that the ruins we saw before were only a few corners. However, this Mystic Fire Holy Palace is the holy land of that entire force. Even if that force falls, this Mystic Fire Holy Palace will never disappear. It will only wait for a special time before it reappears in the world. And as long as we obtain the key, which is the square token in our hand, we will have the opportunity to enter the Mystic Fire Holy Palace. Yan Ningzhu explained everything clearly. Yan Chutian already understood everything. To put it bluntly, the Mystic Fire Holy Palace was a place of opportunity. Only with the key could one enter. Of course, Yan Chutian didn't simply think that these square tokens were just keys. Otherwise, why would he spend so much effort to engrave different words? Perhaps if he could gather all 4 square tokens of the Mystic Fire Holy Palace, there would be some unexpected gains. Then, do you know how to find the Mystic Fire Holy Palace? This time before Yan Ningzhu could speak, Qiu Yu's indifferent voice sounded. "I can't find it. There should still be half a year before it appears. The location will only appear on the map after half a year. So that's how it is." Yan Chutian secretly nodded again. Then he softly muttered to himself. "Then it seems that there is still half a year to prepare. In this half a year, we need to prepare well. In addition, if there is a chance, we need to find the square token with the word palace." "Yes." Qiu Yu lightly nodded. Her beautiful eyes slowly looked at Yan Ningzhu. The latter seemed to be a little uneasy. Suddenly, she remembered her previous reaction. Yan Ningzhu was not a fool. In her opinion, only Yan Chutian was a fool who didn't know anything. She could clearly feel that Qiu Yu showed some hostility towards her. And just as Yan Ningzhu thought, Yan Chutian did not notice too much difference. Perhaps he deliberately ignored it. He only thought that the relationship between the two women was a little stiff and had nothing to do with him. But in fact, how could it not have anything to do with him? In the following days, Yan Chutian and the other 2 stayed with the disciples of the 100-Flower Palace. It was just that after a long time, it was finally time to go their separate ways. After all, they were disciples of a force. How could they have the face to always enjoy the protection of others? However, when the women of the 100-Flower Palace left, Yan Ningzhu did not because of the mystic fire holy palace. As for what the real reason was, perhaps only the person involved would know in his heart. It was night time, and the 4 of them were quietly sitting cross-legged in a valley. A bonfire burned in the middle of the 4 people. The crackling sound of the firewood kept coming out, but it could not disturb the 4 people in the slightest. After a long time, Luo Shui opened her beautiful eyes first. At this time, her mind was full of the news about the mystic fire holy palace. It would be fine if she didn't know, but now that she knew, with her strong character, how could she miss it? But to enter the mystic fire holy palace, she needed a key. Without a key, even if she found the place where the holy palace appeared, it would be impossible to enter. So she urgently needed a key. But where could she find the key all of a sudden? Yan Chutian noticed Luo Shui's movements. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. Senior sister is worried about the key? Ever since he told her about the mystic fire holy palace, she was in this mood. Even Yan Chutian could guess it without thinking. Luo Shui couldn't help but fall silent when Yan Chutian pointed it out. She didn't want to trouble others for everything. This was not her character. It was just that if she relied on herself, it would be really difficult to find a key. Seeing Luo Shui fall silent, Yan Chutian knew that he had guessed the truth. At the same time, he also thought of Luo Shui's strong character, so he pretended to be relaxed and smiled. Senior sister Luo, don't worry. When the mystic fire holy palace appears in half a year, there will naturally be countless ready-made keys running over. With senior sister's charm, I'm afraid that with a wave of your hand, those so-called geniuses will willingly offer up their things. Yan Chutian's words made Luo Shui roll her eyes at him. Perhaps even she herself didn't notice that because of these words, most of the worry in her heart had disappeared. Perhaps Luo Shui never believed that there would be a day when someone could easily control her emotions with words. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. At this time, only the 2 women, who were still sitting quietly, sighed softly in their hearts. Some people were prone to flirting with women by nature. Perhaps these people never knew this. Poof! Blood spurted out like a fountain. Looking at the corpse in front of him that was constantly dissipating heat, the tall figure didn't even bat an eyelid. He just quietly grabbed the profound square token. This was the 3rd square token he had obtained. Although he didn't know if gathering 4 square tokens would give him an advantage in the Mystic Fire Holy Palace, he still had to try. What if it was like that? As for this kind of reckless trash, even though he knew that he was the young master of the Fire Profound Domain, he still didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and wanted to fight him. Then, don't blame him for being ruthless. Chapter 277. The exploration of the ancient ruins was still going on, and along with the passage of time, geniuses were ceaselessly being eliminated from the ruins. There were disciples from second-rate powers amongst them, and there were naturally disciples from first-rate powers as well. It was even to the extent that some geniuses from the 5 great regions were eliminated. All of them had encountered dangers that were difficult to resist or were attacked by geniuses from other powers, so they could only give up and crush their talismans to eliminate themselves. Only the young masters of the 5 great regions hadn't been eliminated. Obviously, figures of such level already stood at the peak of all the geniuses. If they were eliminated, then it would be shocking and cause a mighty uproar. During this process, numerous names that were either slightly familiar or completely unfamiliar were ceaselessly resounding in the crowd. Some genius disciples obtained enormous fortuitous encounters that caused their strengths to multiply, and they were actually able to surmount levels to do battle and eliminate opponents that they were originally unable to defeat. Moreover, it wasn't just 1 or 2 pieces of news like this, and it spread out successively. It caused others to be unable to help but sigh with emotion because the fortuitous encounters within the ancient ruins were abundant. At the same time, the uproar that Yen Chu's name had once caused had been overlooked a long time ago because it was truly not worth mentioning when compared to the shocking news that spread out later on. But at this moment, there were still some people that firmly remembered his name, like Lu Qing that was eliminated by him. Originally, he should have left a long time ago because every minute he stayed here would only cause him to feel a little bit more of an eyesore. But he was waiting because he urgently hoped to see the scene of Yen Chutian being defeated miserably and falling out of Mark Mountain in a sorry state. Only in this way would he be able to ease the flames of rage in his heart. There were also those 2 disciples from the first-rate powers, the Flame Valley. Based on the time, if Yen Chutian really dared to rescue those women from the Flower Palace, then he should have encountered him a long time ago. Why hasn't he been eliminated in a sorry state until now? While he was slightly puzzled, that disciple suddenly thought of something, and a wisp of a bloodthirsty smile couldn't help but appear on the corners of his mouth. He'd forgotten that the energy of the talismans had already been restricted within the ruins. If Yen Chu really dared to head over, then it would be impossible for him to be eliminated and would instead die miserably within the ruins. But, of course, there was an even greater possibility that he didn't head over at all, and had probably found a place that no one knew of and hid there like an ant. After all, as far as he was concerned, Yen Chutian was a fellow that only put on an act and was actually as timid as a mouse. Somewhere in the ancient ruins, beside a spirit pool, Yen Chutian sat cross-legged on a huge rock in the center of the spirit pool, quietly absorbing the dense spirit qi drifting out from the spirit pool. Not long ago, he had become a protector. Thus, at this time, he had the honor of becoming a protector. Furthermore, the 3 of them were all living beauties. If news of this were to spread, it was likely that many people would be envious of them. However, Yen Chutian did not have the time to be happy about this. There was still about 3 months before the appearance of the mysterious flame sacred palace. In the past 3 months, he had been studying the 4th spiritual inscription, and now was the time to completely condense it into form. The 4th spiritual pattern that he was going to condense was the Great Thunder Rune that he had condensed in the Heaven Realm. This Great Thunder Rune was extremely tyrannical. It required thunder to be inscribed on the Dantian elixir. If it was successful, the spiritual pattern would be like the descent of thunder. That kind of terrifying destructive power was something that even the 3rd True Dragon Rune could not compare to. After all, no matter how profound the True Dragon Rune was, it was only the 3rd spiritual pattern. The more spiritual patterns one condensed, the stronger the power of the spiritual patterns would be. Huff! Exhaling lightly, Yen Chutian was not in a hurry to start condensing. Instead, he constantly adjusted his state. Only when his state was adjusted to the peak did Yen Chutian slowly open his eyes. Then he took out a green-skinned gourd from his storage space. This was naturally not an ordinary gourd, but one that he had spent a lot of effort to meticulously condense. And the gourd was not filled with ordinary wine, but with the heavenly thunder that he had carefully collected in the past 3 months. Although this was a spatial world, the sun, the moon, and the stars existed, so there was also thunder and rain. Therefore, Yen Chutian would rush into the sky like a fool during those days of thunder, and use the gourd to collect the heavenly thunder. Opening the gourd slightly, one could clearly hear the sound of thunder exploding continuously. The power of this rumbling was probably able to cause quite a bit of damage to many cultivators at the 5th or 6th level of the elixir. It was hard to imagine how to use it to inscribe spiritual inscriptions on the elixir. However, Yen Chutian had the experience of his previous life, and he had succeeded in condensing it, so he had all the experience now. Therefore, Yen Chutian was not too worried. He calmly channeled his spiritual energy into the gourd, and then guided a wisp of silver heavenly thunder into his mouth. Boom! The sound of thunder became louder and louder, and at the same time, a tyrannical power continued to erupt. If he was not prepared, Yen Chutian would have been seriously injured by this wisp of heavenly thunder. But how could he not be prepared? When the heavenly thunder entered his mouth, there was immediately a surge of spiritual energy that seemed to surge from all parts of his body, wrapping this wisp of heavenly thunder and isolating all the power. Then, this ball of heavenly thunder that was wrapped in rich spiritual energy was sent into his dantian, to the side of the elixir. Before this, Yen Chutian had carried out everything in an orderly manner, and he did not panic. But at this moment he hesitated for a moment, because Yen Chutian knew that the previous things were not difficult, but what came next was the most difficult and dangerous time, using the heavenly thunder to condense spiritual inscriptions on the elixir. This process was full of danger, and even failure was a small matter. The most frightening thing was that the elixir was damaged by the heavenly thunder, because if the elixir was damaged, the consequences would be too serious. It was no exaggeration to say that this was related to the foundation. But Yen Chutian deeply understood the principle of how to get the tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. If he was too afraid, then he did not need to pursue cultivation, because it was impossible for him to become strong. The path of cultivation was to face difficulties head-on. So in the next moment, he did not hesitate to slowly separate the ball of spiritual energy, and then used his spiritual energy to guide it to the side of the elixir. But good things did not last long. A wisp of silver heavenly thunder was guided by Yen Chutian for a few breaths, and suddenly exploded. Even though Yen Chutian had expected the power of the explosion and immediately used his spiritual energy to block it, he was still shaken by it, and a streak of dark red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But what made Yen Chutian feel better was that the power of the explosion had damaged his elixir and dantian. Otherwise, the result would not be as simple as bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Yen Chutian had already expected this kind of failure, so he did not hesitate at all. After quickly adjusting his state, he guided the heavenly thunder from the gourd and swallowed it into his mouth. Next, Yen Chutian kept repeating this action. If he was lucky enough to succeed, he would be able to condense a faint mark on the elixir. But if he failed, there would be another explosion, and blood would flow from the corner of his mouth. And from the beginning to the end, Yen Chutian seemed to be shrouded in luck, and the number of times he failed was not many. Even if he failed, he would only be shaken, and the elixir would not be damaged. So, as this continued, a wisp of thunder pattern gradually appeared on the elixir, and only the last few traces were left before it would be completely formed. Such a situation naturally made Yen Chutian's face overflow with an excited smile, because if this continued, he would be able to condense the great thunder mark in half a day. However, at such a critical moment, the heavenly thunder exploded, and the overflowing roaring power directly poured into his dantian. A tearing pain surged out from the depths of his dantian, spreading to his limbs and bones, causing Yen Chutian to feel his vision turn black. He did not expect the situation he was most worried about to happen. In his previous life, he had a spirit body, so he did not have to worry about this situation with a dual dantian. But in this life, he was just an ordinary cultivator. However, it was not that he did not expect this. So he gritted his teeth and hurriedly urged the mysterious yang qi in his dantian to soothe the tearing pain. But then, an unexpected situation appeared. The mysterious yang qi indeed surged out under his control, but the result was that it did not soothe the tearing pain. Instead, it made the pain even more intense, until he could not bear it, and he cried out in pain and even fainted. Before fainting, Yen Chutian's heart was filled with deep disbelief. How could this be? With the characteristics of the mysterious yang qi, it should be able to soothe the injury to his dantian. But why was the result completely the opposite? Chapter 278. Finally waking up from the dark sleep, Yen Chutian suddenly realized that he was lying on a huge blue stone. At the same time, there seemed to be several gazes around him because of his movement. He looked back and found that the owners of these gazes were none other than Qiu Yu, Luo Shui, and Yen Ningzhu. The next moment, Yan Chutian suddenly remembered the situation before he fainted. He quickly diverted his attention to look at his dantian. What surprised him was that the dilapidated scene in his imagination did not appear. His dantian was as intact as before. When he glanced over, he could clearly see that there was a thunderclap pattern on his dantian. From time to time, silver-white lightning flashed through the thunderclap pattern. Even if it was not used, he could clearly feel the terrible attacking power contained in it. This naturally surprised Yan Chutian. He did not expect that after experiencing such a strange experience, he would not be injured. Instead, he condensed the great thunderclap pattern by chance. Condensing the fourth spiritual inscription, he was only 3 away from the previous 7 spiritual inscriptions. Moreover, Yan Chutian was still confident that with the power of the spiritual tattoo stone, he could still try to reach the 8th spiritual inscription. But of course, Yan Chutian knew that this matter could not be rushed. After all, condensing spiritual inscriptions required a certain foundation of cultivation. He estimated that even if he was different from ordinary practitioners, condensing 4 spiritual inscriptions at the 4th level of the elixir was the limit. If he tried to condense more, his elixir might not be able to bear it. While Yan Chutian was pleasantly surprised, Qiuyu had already walked to his side. However, right now, her pretty face did not look good. She was worried, but more importantly, she was angry. Awake. Hearing this, Yan Chutian immediately nodded heavily. Condensing the great thunderclap pattern made him feel so good that he did not hear the strange emotion in Qiuyu's words for a while. Seeing him like this, Qiuyu was obviously even angrier. She didn't care about anything else and ruthlessly kicked him in the calf. "You idiot! Do you know how long you've been unconscious for?" What do you mean? In Yan Chutian's opinion, he had only been unconscious for about half a day. Therefore, when he saw Qiuyu's 2 fair, jade-like fingers, his expression changed drastically. He said in disbelief, I was actually unconscious for 2 days. Bang! Someone was kicked in the calf again. It's 2 months. Yan Ningzhu had a complicated expression on her pretty face as she watched the intimate actions of the 2 people several feet away. An inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. She knew what it was. It was envy. Luo Shui, on the other hand, maintained her usual expression, as if she had completely ignored the other party. However, no matter how well she concealed it, the flickering emotions in the depths of her beautiful eyes still exposed her. But as for what it was, only she herself would know. Knowing that he had been unconscious for 2 months, even though Yan Chutian found it extremely difficult to accept, he had no choice but to accept this fact. Immediately, he knew why Qiuyu was so angry. Imagine if Qiuyu had suddenly been unconscious for 2 months. During this time, he would have been worried to the point of insanity, right? Therefore, Yan Chutian finally became smart for once. He kept pestering Qiuyu to beg for her forgiveness. Seeing this, even though Qiuyu still had a lot of anger, it was forcibly dispelled by him. However, Qiuyu didn't want to show that she had forgiven him so quickly. Therefore, she deliberately kept a straight face and snorted. All right, that mystic flame holy palace has already revealed its location. Let's think of a countermeasure first. However, Qiuyu did know that she understood Yan Chutian. Naturally, Yan Chutian understood her as well. Hearing her tone, Yan Chutian, who was familiar with her temperament, knew that her anger had completely dissipated. However, Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't foolishly expose her. Instead, he followed her words and spoke. Moreover, the appearance of the mystic flame holy palace was enough to surprise him. The mystic flame holy palace has already appeared. At the mention of the mystic flame holy palace, Yan Ningzhu and Luo Shui finally came forward and spoke. Actually, the mystic flame holy palace had already appeared on the light screen projected by the square cards a few days ago. However, we didn't have a complete set of square cards, so we couldn't immediately find its exact location. Actually, this was very easy to understand. After all, this ancient ruin was incomparably vast. Even if they gathered all 4 square cards of the Mystic Flame Holy Palace, they couldn't immediately find its location based on the map. Needless to say, they were still missing one. Only one was missing, but the increase in difficulty could be said to be several times more difficult. However, one thing was certain. They were ultimately heading towards the Mystic Flame Holy Palace. There was still a month before the Mystic Flame Holy Palace truly appeared. In a month's time, they would be able to find the location no matter what. Most likely, the reason why the Mystic Flame Holy Palace appeared so early was also because of this consideration. This was because not everyone was able to collect all 4 square cards. Most of them might only have one. The situation after that didn't need to be thought too much. Naturally, Yen Chutian and the 3 women jointly searched for the location of the Mystic Flame Holy Palace according to the map. Yen Chutian had the spiritual eye, so he had an advantage in searching. Unknowingly, he had already accelerated the speed of the 4 people. And 3 days later, when the 4 people looked at a huge stone pavilion in front of them that seemed to have risen from the depths of the earth and was covered in dust, they were even more certain that they were looking for the right place. Because the light screen projected by the square cards indicated that the Mystic Flame Holy Palace would appear after passing through the 4 stone pavilions. From a certain point of view, this stone pavilion was a guide to the Mystic Flame Holy Palace. The following journey became smoother, and they quickly found the 2nd and 3rd stone pavilions. And when they found the vicinity of the 4th stone pavilion, the 4 of them could clearly sense that a large number of auras had already gathered at the 4th stone pavilion. However, Yen Chutian wasn't surprised at all. After all, the Mystic Flame Holy Palace was the largest faction in the entire primordial age. It would be abnormal if it couldn't attract so many people. When they really appeared at the 4th stone pavilion, they saw many figures of prided geniuses gathered near the stone pavilion as far as the eye could see. With just a quick glance, the number of figures that could be seen was comparable to the number of people that could be seen in the primordial age. Needless to say, how many people were hiding in various places in the dark? It seemed that this should be the biggest competition in this trip to the primordial age. Yen Chutian's gaze hurriedly swept around. Suddenly, a clear voice that sounded like teeth gnashing rang out. Just by hearing the voice and not seeing the person, Yen Chutian could imagine how much anger the owner of this voice was filled with. When Yen Chutian looked towards the source of the voice, he was astonished to see a beautiful and alluring figure leading a large group of people descending from a certain place. Her cold gaze seemed as though she couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. This coquettish figure was none other than the young sect master of the Flame Valley, Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao didn't expect that Yen Chutian would actually dare to appear here. Did he think that he would miss out on the greatest opportunity in this primordial age? Or perhaps he already didn't take him seriously. Yen Chutian had more or less expected Zhou Yao's appearance. If it was just one person, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. However, she just so happened to have a group of Flame Valley disciples, as well as the 3 similarly troublesome chief disciples. It would be extremely troublesome if they really clashed. However, trouble didn't mean fear. He also knew that the other party wouldn't be too willing to make a move here. After all, they were surrounded by a pack of wolves. If anyone expended their strength, there would naturally be others who would want to eliminate them. Moreover, it wasn't long before the Profound Fire's sacred palace appeared. Even more so, no one would want to expend their strength here, because at this place, no one would be uninterested in the opportunities hidden in the Profound Fire's sacred palace. Therefore, Yen Chutian's reply was neither servile nor overbearing. "Greetings, young sect master Zhou." Yen Chutian's reaction stunned Zhou Yao. However, she indeed didn't dare to act rashly. Moreover, she didn't have the face to mention the defeat that day. She could only stare coldly at Yen Chutian. Since Zhou Yao didn't dare to do anything to him. Then what could she do if she wanted to? Therefore, Yan Chutian swaggered and brought the three girls to set up camp right under Zhou Yao's nose. Seeing that she was directly ignored by the other party, Zhou Yao almost ground her teeth to pieces. She had never been treated like this before. It was just that she really didn't dare to make a move because there were too many powerful people here. Even she could only be considered average. If she expended her strength to deal with the few people in front of her, then the profound fire-sacred palace was destined to miss out on her. Chapter 279. Therefore, after much thought, Zhou Yao finally suppressed the anger in her heart. She gritted her teeth and fiercely glanced at Yan Chutian several times before turning around and not looking at him anymore. Even though Yan Chutian appeared indifferent from the beginning to the end, it was not difficult for the surrounding geniuses to see from Zhou Yao's behavior that there was clearly a conflict between the two. However, what they did not understand was how Yan Chutian, a mere fourth-level elixir cultivation, had offended Zhou Yao. However, no matter how puzzled they would not care too much. Almost everyone who could come here had a square token, so their target was naturally the Mystic Flame, Holy Palace. And it was not long before the Mystic Flame, Holy Palace appeared. Of course, they did not want to complicate matters. Otherwise, it would be too late for him to regret if he lost the opportunity that he was originally able to seize because of unexpected problems. Feeling the curious gazes from the surroundings constantly sweeping over and then retracting, Yan Chutian's expression was, as usual, and unperturbed. Such a situation had long been within his expectations, because if he were in their shoes, he would also not be willing to waste energy on trivial matters. With the opportunity before them, it was natural to accumulate one's own strength so that when the opportunity appeared, they could fight for it with all their might. Therefore, for the next few days, even though there were countless figures hiding near the fourth stone pavilion, it was still peaceful and maintained a strange balance. Of course, everyone knew that this peace was just an illusion. If one thought that this was a peaceful place, then they were really stupid. And as the date of the Mystic Flame Holy Palace's appearance approached, the surrounding figures continued to increase, and the fiery atmosphere became more and more apparent. During this period, there were conflicts of various sizes that erupted. However, even if a fight broke out, both sides were very restrained. After all, there were many important people here. Yan Chutian and the other three had always closed their eyes and ignored these fights. However, one day, the flames finally ignited here. Looking at the four fiendish, burly men in front of him, Yan Chutian's eyes did not move as he calmly said, "The thing you lost is not with us." In fact, Yan Chutian didn't even want to say this because he already knew that the four people in front of him were deliberately stirring up trouble and chasing away some of the competitors who could be chased away in his eyes. It was clear that they had become the targets of that group of people. Just because you say so, it doesn't mean it doesn't. In my opinion, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that we lost might be with you. That's right. You want to fool us with just a few words? Do you think we're fools? Hearing this, the other side's disdainful cries continued to resound. Their words had already designated Yan Chutian and the other three as the culprits who had stolen their heavenly treasures. After a while, the sturdy man in the lead even pretended to stand up and slowly said, "My master is Reverend Blood Cloud. As Reverend Blood Cloud's disciple, we naturally wouldn't slander him for no reason. How about this? So long as the four of us search you, we'll be able to prove your innocence." The sturdy man's words were pleasant to the ears, but his gaze and expression were filled with provocation. Many gazes from the surroundings converged over. Even if it was only a glance, it was obvious what these people were planning. After all, this wasn't the first time they'd done something like this in the past few days. Since it didn't happen to them, the surrounding people naturally wouldn't meddle in other people's business. Instead, they all became spectators. Moreover, if they were able to chase away some of their competitors, it would be a good thing for them. Seeing such a situation occur, Zhou Yao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as her bright red lips curled up slightly, forming a wisp of a dense smile. She naturally saw through the intentions of the four people with a single glance. Moreover, she knew that Reverend Bloodcloud was said to be a hidden expert of a second-rate power, but in reality he was a sinister and cunning thief, being targeted by the disciple of such a person. Even if she couldn't bite the thorn in her side to death, it was enough to viciously disgust her. Listening to the other party's so-called righteous words, Yan Chutian wasn't even willing to lift his eyelids. He signaled to the three women behind him, then slowly spoke again. It's fortunate that you can come up with so many different reasons. Since you've already found your target, then no matter what means you have, we'll just take it. Oh! The sturdy man leading the group narrowed his eyes. An array of sharpness emerged from within. However, he wouldn't admit his intentions, and still said sinisterly, "Then it seems that you admit that you stole the heaven and earth treasure that we brothers painstakingly found." As he spoke, the majestic spiritual power contained within his body slowly surged. The powerful spiritual power pressure had already reached the level of elixir level 6. Not to mention how this level of cultivation was in Yan Chutian's eyes, at least in the eyes of the surrounding spectators. It had already caused quite a bit of pressure. There were many prides from the second-rate forces in the surrounding crowd, and they more or less knew about Yan Chuan. They knew that he was the disciple of the Tianji sect, who could defeat the prospective Taoist of the Divine Heaven sect in the Valley of 10,000 Stars. However, so what if he could defeat the prospective Taoist of the Divine Heaven sect? The sturdy man in front of them now had a cultivation level of elixir level 6, which was comparable to, or even stronger than the real Taoist of the Divine Heaven sect. However, what happened next was that, in the face of the sturdy man's sinister words, Yan Chutian didn't argue or expose the conspiracy as they had expected. Instead, he curled the corner of his mouth and unexpectedly said, "Yes, so what?" A simple sentence couldn't help but change the expressions of the crowd, and also made the sturdy man's face freeze. Although the sturdy man immediately recovered, it had to be said that a large amount of anger had accumulated in his heart at this time. Could it be that the other party thought that he was a piece of trash like Li Tianyi, who had been defeated by him? Now, even if the real Taoist of the Divine Heaven sect was in front of him, he had full confidence that he could defeat him. There were opportunities everywhere in the antiquity relic. Compared to the past, he was much stronger. Therefore, the sturdy man didn't hesitate at all. He immediately and aggressively punched towards Yan Chutian's chest. He would like to see if the disciple of the Heavenly Fate sect could still utter such arrogant words when he stepped on the disciple's chest. The sturdy man punched out. At the same time, many people looked over and slightly shook their heads. In their eyes, it was nothing more than Yan Chutian being young and impetuous and couldn't stand such a simple conspiracy. They could understand. After all, he had defeated the prospective Taoist of the Divine Heaven sect in the past. How could he not be arrogant? Moreover, there were now 3 beautiful women standing behind him. If it were them, they wouldn't be willing to show their weakness in front of beautiful women. However, being able to understand was one thing. They still had to admit that Yan Chutian was really too stupid. Even if he could defeat Li Tianyi, his cultivation level had stagnated and was only at the 4th level of elixir. As for the eldest disciple of the Blood Cloud spiritual master, he was a genuine 6th level elixir. How could he be a match for him, let alone provoke him? The new generation surpassed the old. The antiquity relic had changed too much. Seeing the opponent's punch coming towards him, Yan Chutian's expression didn't change. However, when the heavy punch was close to him, he finally slowly raised his right fist and met it head-on. However, his punch, whether in terms of momentum or pressure, was much weaker than the previous punch. It didn't even reach the power of a 4th level elixir cultivator's punch. This caused some people in the crowd to want to laugh out loud. Could it be that Yan Chutian was really so arrogant that he was still hiding his strength? Boom! The sound of the fist colliding rang out. Then a figure shot out like a cannonball and landed heavily on the ground with a painful howl. This made many disciples of the second-rate forces shake their heads and laugh coldly. It seemed that the disciples of the Divine Fate sect, who used to be extremely powerful, had now become so weak. However, in the next moment, they were immediately speechless. This was because Yen Chutian was clearly still standing at the same place. The figure who was howling and flying was the eldest disciple of the Blood Cloud spiritual master. This, in an instant, too many people were speechless. Originally, they thought that Yen Chutian had stopped and couldn't keep up with them. But now he had slapped them hard in the face. Even if he was only at the 4th level of elixir, his punch could send a person who was comparable to the Divine Heaven's Sex Taoist flying. How strong was his true strength? Chapter 280. With one punch, Immortal Blood Cloud's eldest disciple was sent flying. Like the ripples created by a stone thrown into a lake, it quickly spread out. The Heaven's favorites from the second forces were all dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had just seen. They thought that after spending half a year in the Antiquity Relic, Yen Chutian had pulled away from them. His own cultivation was the best proof. However, this punch had forcefully shattered their self-righteous thoughts. The cultivation of Immortal Blood Cloud's eldest disciple was comparable to a real Taoist of the Divine Heaven sect. However, in front of Yen Chutian, he was so vulnerable. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yao took a few deep breaths, barely suppressing the anger in his heart. She had expected the final result, but the process still made her extremely angry. How could Zhou Yao have thought that the eldest disciple could at least disgust Yen Chutian? How could he be so vulnerable and sent flying by one punch? How could he disgust him? Instead, he helped him become more powerful. Seeing their eldest disciple lose so quickly, the other 3 disciples of Immortal Blood Cloud all changed their expressions. How could they have thought that their opponent would be so powerful? Even their eldest disciple, who was the strongest among them, could not last one round. This was not a soft persimmon. This was clearly a giant iron plate. Then Yen Chutian glanced at them. The 3 of them did not speak and did not dare to move. If their eldest disciple, who was already in a coma, knew about this, he would be so angry that he would spit out blood. However, the 3's reaction made things easier for Yen Chutian. He swaggered forward and untied the interspatial pouch from the unconscious man's waist. Then he looked at the other 3 and said slowly, "Why don't you take a look at your eldest disciple?" After speaking, Yen Chutian retreated to the side of the 3 women. At this time, as if they had been reminded by Yen Chutian, the 3 of them remembered their eldest disciple's condition. They hurried forward, carried him in a hurry, and hid in a corner. A conflict quickly dissipated, but the result of this conflict was even more shocking than before. At least because of this, the name Yen Chu once again entered the sights of the prodigies of the second-rate forces. In this primordial ruin, he did not fade into the crowd. Instead, he faintly showed signs of rising to the top of the second-rate forces. However, if they were to know that the current Yen Chutian had not only become the top heaven pride of a second-rate faction, but had also won against the young master of a first-rate faction, Flame Valley, it was unknown how interesting their expressions would be at that time. However, it would be difficult for them to find out. After all, Yen Chutian disdained to show off, and Zhou Yao, who viewed this as a disgrace, would not allow this matter to spread to anyone. There, Senior's sister Luo Shui. After returning, Yen Chutian gently flipped through the Qinquan bag in his hand. Immediately, a familiar square tablet appeared in his hand, as he handed it over to Luo Shui. This square tablet was also inscribed with the ancient fire word, which was exactly the same as the one Yen Chutian had. However, Yen Chutian had long been accustomed to this. There were probably countless similar square tablets in this primordial ruin. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many prodigies to rush over. However, Yan Chutian felt that it was a pity that the square tablet in his hand did not have the word palace. Otherwise, he might have been able to obtain a certain advantage by gathering the 4 mysterious Fire Saint Palace characters. However, he did not know if anyone had already gathered all 4 square tablets, or how many people had already gathered all 4. Some of the short forests in the depths of the dense crowd appeared to be rather quiet. Even though there had been quite a bit of activity over the past few days, it had not spread to this place. This coincidentally proved that it was not that there was no one stationed in this excellent short forest, but that the prestige of the people stationed here had reached an astonishing level. It should be known that even the prided daughter of a first-rate faction like Zhou Yao had not stepped into this short forest. Instead, she had chosen to crowd outside. One could only imagine the level of the people in this short forest. At this moment, a white-clothed figure slowly stepped into the short forest. Not long after, the figure appeared in front of a young man who was sitting cross-legged and whispering something to him. The white-clothed figure was a disciple of the Fire Xian territory. Since even he had taken up the task of communicating, it was not difficult to know that the young man sitting cross-legged was one of the young lords of the Fire Xian territory. Hearing the white-clothed figure's words, the corners of the young man's mouth slowly curled into a smile. Then he lifted his eyes to look at the fellow sitting cross-legged on the blue stone not far away and said ambiguously, "Zhou Ling, the woman you fancy, and the disciple of the Heaven's secret sect are in a pair outside. Aren't they having a good time?" Indeed, the other figure sitting cross-legged on the blue stone like a boulder was Zhou Ling. When Zhou Ling heard the other party's words, he frowned slightly. No matter what, Yan Ningzhu was the woman he had his eyes on. Naturally, he did not want to hear such words. However, no matter how much he frowned, he did not really open his eyes. Instead, he quickly calmed down. The mysterious Fire Saint Palace was right in front of him. Now he had to wait for it to truly appear. During this process, no matter what happened, he could not be disturbed. Seeing that Zhou Ling did not pay any attention to him, the young man did not bother to say anything more. He lowered his eyes, and a light flashed in his eyes. Perhaps that disciple of the Heaven's secret sect could be of some use. In another part of the short forest, there was also a young man sitting cross-legged quietly. However, as he sat cross-legged, he seemed to have thought of something. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart, he immediately fiercely slapped out with his palm. A powerful force smashed the entire boulder in front of him into pieces. This figure was none other than one of the young lords of the Nether Ice territory, Yixian. Even though half a year had passed, he still could not forget the trap he had suffered that day. It could be said that it was the first time in his life that he had been played in the palm of someone's hand. As the young lord of the Nether Ice territory, he had never been treated like this before. It was conceivable that if the person who had set him up was still in the ancient ruins, it was very likely that he had already arrived here. However, even though he knew this, there were so many people who had the Fire Square token. How could he find the real culprit that day? After all, he did not even see the face of the culprit that day. However, it was also because of this that the real culprit could be hiding in the crowd and getting away with it right under his nose. The flames in Yixian's heart could not help but erupt. He could not wait to find the culprit immediately and slap him into a meat patty. The disciple of the Nether Ice territory, who knew the reason for this young lord's anger, did not dare to say a word at this moment. He did not have much ambition. Following Yixian made it clear that he regarded him as a backer. Naturally, he did not dare to offend him. Zhou Ling and Yixian's actions were only a small part of the scene in the short forest. Too many top-notch geniuses had gathered in this short forest, together with the outside world. This gathering had become a true feast for geniuses. At this moment, Yan Chutian, who did not know that he had been targeted, was very calm. Now that the 4 of them had the square token keys, they just had to wait quietly for the mysterious flame, Holy Palace, to appear. Perhaps because of the power of Yan Chutian's punch, no one was tactful enough to come looking for trouble. Even if the first disciple of the blood cloud immortal, who had been sent flying by Yen Chutian's punch, woke up, he could only swallow his anger. Just like this, time passed quickly in this calm atmosphere. However, it was not really calm. The three women beside Yen Chutian all looked stunning. No one came looking for trouble, but there were many who came to hit on him. Yen Chutian did not know what to say about this. He could protect Qiuyu, but could he protect all of them? If he did that, no matter how one looked at it, he would be deliberately showing that he had an ambiguous relationship with the three women. He did not care about himself, but he did not want to affect Luo Shui and Yan Ningzhu. However, the three women gave Yen Chutian a lot of face. They followed Yen Chutian resolutely. No matter how handsome the man was, they did not give him any face. Many thanks to the three fairies for their love. However, it seems that this one's charm is also extraordinary. Over time, Yen Chutian could not help but tease the three women. This immediately caused the three women to roll their eyes. This guy, did he really think that he had some extraordinary charm? Even if he did, it would only appear after a long time of being together. It was not like this. The sun and moon alternated, and time flowed endlessly. As time passed, the time for the mysterious flame Holy Palace to appear was finally approaching. For lights rush to the star, the Holy Palace descends. This was the last sentence about the mysterious flame Holy Palace on the square token light screen. Chapter 281. Although he didn't know what the so-called four lights meant, if it was really a star-piercing scene, it would be impossible not to attract everyone's attention. In other words, there was no need to worry about the sudden appearance of the mystic flame, Holy Palace. Time continued to pass slowly. One day, at dusk, Yen Chutian was sitting cross-legged on the ground, breathing in the dense heaven and earth spirit qi around him. To be able to be called an ancient ruin, the spirit qi floating in this space was indeed extremely pure, comparable to some of the cavern worlds in the outside world. Cultivating in such an environment, one could clearly feel the growth of one's cultivation. For example, Yen Chutian felt that he had advanced to the late fourth layer of elixir. His cultivation speed would definitely be the envy of countless Xiuzhe if word got out. However, Yen Chutian was still somewhat unsatisfied. After all, he knew that in this ancient ruin, the others were also growing stronger day by day. For example, the head disciple of Taoist Master Blood Cloud was originally at the 5th layer of elixir. Now, wasn't he at the 6th layer of elixir? Therefore, Yen Chutian was very clear that if he wanted to compete with those top-notch geniuses, his current cultivation was still somewhat insufficient. Among them, there might be people with the cultivation of the 9th layer of elixir. The pressure in front of him did not allow for the slightest relaxation. After cultivating for a long time, Yen Chutian finally opened his eyes when night had completely fallen. He exhaled lightly and gradually dispersed his spiritual energy. No matter how tense he would not forget the principle of more haste, less speed. Just as Yen Chutian was about to stop cultivating, a pair of crystal-clear eyes suddenly met his gaze. Facing such a beautiful and lively gaze, even Yen Chutian was momentarily absent-minded before quickly regaining his senses. "Qiuyu," Yen Chutian said softly. Hearing this, the beautiful figure who had been watching him didn't say anything. Instead, she carefully moved her delicate body and appeared beside Yen Chutian a moment later. Feeling the soft body next to him, Yen Chutian's body suddenly stiffened. After all, whether it was in his previous life or now, he was just a young man who had never experienced anything. Yen Chutian was like that, and so was Qiuyu. However, the warmth of this moment eventually overcame the nervousness in her heart. Qiuyu raised her head and looked at the dazzling stars in the sky. She said softly, "Say, how long has it been since we looked at the stars like this?" Only Yen Chutian, who knew what Qiuyu meant, knew what she meant. When they were in the heaven realm, although the two of them were companions, Yen Chutian had never accepted the former's affection. Under similar starry and moonlit nights, he was almost always sitting cross-legged and cultivating. When Yen Chutian truly understood, the two of them were already separated by life and death. Even after they met again in the mortal world, the atmosphere between the two of them was always accompanied by a sense of urgency, because the conspiracy of the divine realm had always been pressing down on them like a huge mountain. They didn't dare to be negligent, and they couldn't be negligent. However, no matter what the reason was, he still owed her. Thinking of this, no matter what his previous reaction was, Yen Chutian brazenly stretched out his arm. Amidst the woman's exclamation, he rather rudely pulled her into his embrace. Her mouth was filled with the unique scent of a man. Chiu couldn't help but blush. She sensed something, but pretended to be puzzled and said softly, What are you doing?" "Chiu, when everything is settled, when I help you reconstruct your body, I will marry you." Yen Chutian couldn't wait to swear. His words immediately made Chiu's delicate face, which was already red, become even more fiery. Even in the darkness, one could clearly see that the fiery red had already spread to the tip of her pink ears. This couldn't be blamed on Chiu. Originally, she only thought that he was going to say some nice words of love. Who knew that he would directly say such words? At this moment, Yen Chutian couldn't wait for Chiu's reply. The delicate face that was slightly lowered, those bright cherry red lips, all of them were filled with attraction to him. So, almost the moment he spoke, he lowered his head towards the former's beautiful face. The familiar face that suddenly approached caused Chiu's beautiful face to turn even redder. However, she couldn't and didn't want to resist. She could only gently close her sparkling, beautiful eyes. However, just as the two of them were about to come into contact with each other, a dazzling pillar of light suddenly shot up from the horizon. It was as if it was shooting straight into the sky, straight towards the stars. The dazzling light shone, illuminating the surroundings as if it was daytime. This huge commotion naturally alarmed countless gazes, causing the two of them, who were about to succeed, to immediately separate as if they had been electrocuted. Even though they had already separated, Chiu's delicate face was still flushed red. Under the illumination of the pillar of light, it became even more eye-catching. As for Yen Chutian, he glared at the pillar of light a few times in annoyance. Just now, his good deed was about to be completed, but he was suddenly interrupted. Even if he had a few more seconds, it would have been fine. But then again, facing this pillar of light that soared into the sky, he was also looking forward to it, because this should be the so-called Four Lights shooting star. Sure enough, when the other two women beside the two of them also noticed the commotion and stood up from their cross-legged positions, another pillar of light shot up, straight towards the stars. After that, a third pillar of light shot up into the sky. At this point, even the stupidest person would understand that this should be the so-called Four Lights shooting star. Knowing this, the eyes of the surrounding geniuses lit up, because according to what was said, when the fourth pillar of light also shot up into the sky, it should be the time for the mystic flame, sacred palace to appear. Boom! After familiarizing themselves with it, the fourth stone pavilion near the crowd suddenly erupted with an extremely dazzling light. Following that, the light condensed into a pillar that shot straight into the sky. Four Lights shooting star, the sacred palace descends. Ha ha ha, the mystic flame sacred palace is about to appear. After waiting for so long, the mystic flame sacred palace has finally appeared. In an instant, even these geniuses who were regarded as geniuses by the outside world let out cries of joy and excitement like ordinary people. They had been searching and waiting for a long time precisely for the mystic flame, sacred palace. Not only them, but the figures that were originally hidden in the dark also appeared one by one. And even though they had long expected that the mystic flame, sacred palace would be a gathering of geniuses, when they really saw so many powerful figures, many people could not help but feel waves of enormous pressure. Not to mention the geniuses of the second-rate forces. Even the geniuses of the first-rate forces, such as Zhou Yao, and even the geniuses of the 8 top first-rate forces, felt extremely pressured. Because at this moment, the young masters of the top forces of the 5 regions had appeared one by one. Moreover, there was more than one young master from each region that appeared. Chapter 282. Many figures exuding powerful spiritual energy appeared one after another. Some of them were so powerful that many self-proclaimed geniuses found it hard to bear. It was hard to imagine just how powerful those figures were. Yan Chutian could bear the pressure of their auras. However, even he had to admit that these figures were indeed very powerful. At least, he could not compare to them now. However, if they thought that they could crush Yan Chutian like this, they would be underestimating him. No matter what, he had condensed 4 spiritual marks. Just this point alone made it impossible for even those figures with powerful auras to surpass him. This was Yan Chutian's advantage. The mystic flame holy palace may appear at any time. Prepare to enter. Retracting his gaze, Yan Chutian spoke softly to the 3 women beside him. Hearing this, the 3 women nodded gently, especially Qiuyu. Because of what happened earlier, she was now like an obedient child in front of Yan Chutian. At the same time, many gazes swept over. Some of them cast their gazes on Yan Chutian. Many of these gazes were filled with curiosity, while many were just glancing at him. But in the end, there was still one that carried a strong sense of enmity. That gaze was like an ice-cold blade that could tear one's body apart. Sensing this, Yan Chutian looked back. When he saw the owner of this gaze, it was indeed the young master of the mystic flame domain, Zhou Ling. However, even though Yan Chutian knew it was him, he only glanced at him a few times before retracting his gaze. It was as if he was ignoring him. He knew that the other party would not make a move now. So what if he took a few more glances? However, Yan Chutian's reaction did not give Zhou Ling such a feeling. In Zhou Ling's opinion, it was more of contempt. Therefore, the chill in the depths of his eyes gradually condensed. Speaking of which, he found it funny. He really did not understand why the other party could still react like this. Did he think that he was still in Zhongyuan City? This was the primordial ruins. Even if he killed Lin Fan here, no one could say anything. Could it be that he was thinking of his so-called glorious achievements? If that was the case, Zhou Ling did not mind telling him. In his eyes, his so-called battle achievements were nothing more than child's play. They couldn't withstand a single blow. However, Zhou Ling's eyes suddenly flickered. He had caught sight of another young master of the Fire Profound region walking towards that ant. Ignoring Zhou Ling, Yan Chutian did not expect that there would be another figure approaching him. He turned his gaze slightly and immediately met the face of the newcomer. Although this face was unfamiliar, it was not like he had never seen it before. Moreover, he clearly remembered that this person should be the other young master of the Fire Profound region. Yan Chutian didn't know why the young master of the Fire Profound domain had suddenly approached him. However, from the subtle expression on Zhou Ling's face, it seemed that this wasn't within his expectations. Fellow Taoist Yan, I am one of the young masters of the Fire Profound region, Feng Tian. With a simple sentence, the newcomer revealed his identity. But hearing this, Yan Chutian remained indifferent, as though he had completely ignored him. Sensing the subtle expression on Zhou Ling's face, he vaguely knew Feng Tian's intention. If it was really as he thought, then he would naturally wait for the right price. Seeing that the other party was indifferent, Feng Tian had expected it and still had a smile on his face. However, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It seemed that this disciple of the Heaven's secret sect really thought of himself as someone important. If I didn't want to use you to influence Zhou Ling, why would I lower myself to speak to an ant like you? However, since he had already made up his mind, Feng Tian naturally wouldn't give up halfway. He continued to smile faintly. Fellow Taoist Yan, it's normal for you to be vigilant. After all, you and I are from the same sect as Zhou Ling. However, please rest assured, fellow Taoist Yen. I, Feng Tian, disdain to associate with a villain like Zhou Ling. Moreover, I am here to discuss a countermeasure to deal with Zhou Ling." In a few words, Feng Tian went straight to the point. This was because he knew that a person like Yen Chutian wouldn't be a fool. There were many lords in the Fire Profound domain, but only one could become the true young domain master. This was known to all. Therefore, he didn't even want to say much about it. He just covered it up a little out of habit. The other party's frankness finally moved Yen Chutian. He had to admit that Feng Tian's words were extremely attractive. If he encountered Zhou Ling in the Profound Flame Sacred Palace, although he wasn't afraid, he might not be a match for him. However, it would be different with Feng Tian. After all, he was a figure on par with Zhou Ling. As for the other party's purpose, Yen Chutian wasn't worried at all. It was nothing more than the position of the true young domain master of the Fire Profound domain. It had nothing to do with him. Therefore, no matter how he looked at it, this was a deal that could only be profitable. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Yen Chutian gave Feng Tian a satisfactory answer. This made the smile on Feng Tian's face grow wider. He even extended his hand to Yen Chutian. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. At the same time, looking at the two of them who seemed to have reached an agreement, the coldness in Zhou Ling's eyes grew thicker. After thinking for a while, he knew what Feng Tian was planning. However, this idea was too stupid. Could it be that Feng Tian thought that this kind of ant-like guy could cause any obstruction to him? Looking at Feng Tian's back, Qiu Yu, who was behind Yen Chutian, stared at the former's back as if she could see through him. "Are you sure you want to cooperate with him?" "Yes." "Then be careful. This kind of person is too ambitious. He won't be as nice as he sounds." Hearing this, Yen Chutian nodded again. At the same time, he looked at Feng Tian's back. Of course, he knew what kind of person Feng Tian was. However, he only wanted mutual benefits. If Feng Tian thought that he was someone who could be easily bullied, then he didn't mind letting him know that he wasn't a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied. Boom! Not long after the 4 pillars of light shot into the sky, the entire ground suddenly trembled violently. Immediately, someone exclaimed. This was because in the vast forest to the east of the crowd, a mountain range had collapsed. This earth-shattering scene was something that even a Yuanying realm expert might not be able to do. It was understandable why it could cause such a huge tremor. After the mountain range collapsed, the tremor didn't stop. Then, from the collapsed mountain range, an ancient palace slowly rose. It emitted an ancient and heavy aura. It seemed to be the mysterious flame, sacred palace. Chapter 283. The vast mountain range had completely collapsed, and at the location of the collapsed land, a vast palace that exuded an ancient aura slowly emerged. Such an astonishing scene attracted the shocked gazes of many people. After that, their gazes became even more fervent because they all knew that the ancient palace that had emerged should be the mystic flame, sacred palace. Countless gazes were cast over, and the enormous palace continued to rise. However, even if it had truly risen to the top, what was exposed on the ground was not the full appearance of the palace, but only a small part of it. However, even if it was only a small part, it was enough to make people think of how vast the real palace in the depths of the ground would be. After all, even the exposed part was almost as wide as half of the collapsed mountain range. Mystic flame, sacred palace. Exclamations continued to ring out, and in the next moment, everyone caught a glimpse of the bronze palace door that had emerged above the palace, slowly opening, as if welcoming their arrival. Seeing this scene, how could anyone still hesitate? They immediately shot towards the bronze palace door, wanting to rush in. There were indeed people who rushed in and disappeared behind the bronze palace door, but there were also people who rushed to the door but were unable to advance any further, as if they were blocked by an invisible barrier. There was no need to think too much about this situation. The few people who seemed to be blocked by the invisible barrier probably did not have the square token key. Although they could follow the others here, they could only be blocked outside the sacred palace without the key. Knowing the situation, Yen Chutian could not help but be grateful for the provocation of Sage Blood Cloud's first disciple. Otherwise, Luo Shui would have been blocked outside the Mystic Flame's sacred palace without the square token. Since he was sure that he could enter the Mystic Flame's sacred palace, Yen Chutian was not in a hurry and continued to observe from the outside. Yen Chutian did not move, and neither did the three women. Therefore, the four of them quietly watched the vast group that was constantly rushing through the bronze palace door. During this period, the young lords of the 5 major regions also took action. After all, although the first opportunity did not represent everything, as the heavens prides of the top factions, they were confident that they could make the best use of the first opportunity. At the same time, when Feng Tian led his men into the bronze hall, he symbolically signaled to Yen Chutian. When he saw that the latter had no intention of doing so, he immediately took action. In a short period of time, more than half of the originally dense crowd had disappeared. Naturally, more than half of the people had already entered the mysterious fire's sacred palace. As for those who were still in the outside world, most of them did not have a key. Let's move as well. Seeing this scene, Yen Chutian whispered to the 3 women behind him. But after whispering, he suddenly thought of something and said, "I'm afraid this mysterious fire holy palace will not allow people to travel together. So when we enter, it is very likely that we will be separated, so be careful." Yen Chutian's words immediately raised the vigilance of the 3 women. But in fact, they all understood this, and from a certain point of view, such a setting was more beneficial to the weak like them. For example, if Yen Chutian and Zhou Yao met alone, or if Zhou Yao led a group of geniuses from the Flame Valley to meet Yen Chutian, the result would be completely different. When Yen Chutian's group of 4 stepped into the bronze hall, the geniuses outside who were blocked by the invisible barrier could not help but look at them with envy. Among them, there were even a few flickering lights. But after a moment of flickering light, the owner of the gaze did not act, because he knew how powerful Yen Chutian was, and even the first disciple of Sage Shuiyin was defeated by him with a single punch. And he was not even comparable to Sage Shuiyin's first disciple. So how could he compete with Yen Chutian? So he could only watch as the 4 people stepped into the mysterious fire holy palace, then lowered his head and sighed, quickly leaving this place. Since he could not find any opportunities here, he naturally had to go elsewhere to try his luck. There was still half a year's time. Perhaps within this half a year's time, he would be able to encounter a huge opportunity. Perhaps at that time, not to mention Yen Chutian, even the heaven prides of those first-rate powers would not be his opponent. The moment he stepped into the bronze hall, the power of space enveloped him as expected. Before he could even say a word, Yen Chutian was sent to an unfamiliar space. Looking around, this seemed to be a cultivation room. There was only a circular stone platform in the center of the space, and there was nothing else. But it was worth mentioning. The spiritual energy in this space was extremely dense. Even though it had been here for an unknown amount of time, it could still be called a cultivation treasure ground. Unfortunately, such a treasure ground had been sealed, and a thick layer of dust had accumulated on the stone platform. Yen Chutian did not sit cross-legged in this space to cultivate. He entered the mysterious fire holy palace to seek opportunities, not for the simple cultivation treasure ground before him. So in the next moment, Yen Chutian walked to the side of the space and slowly pushed open the heavy stone door that had been sealed for an unknown amount of time. Boom! When the stone door was pushed open, it was followed by a heavy thud. The stone door was completely pushed open, and the outside world was pitch black. However, with Yen Chutian's cultivation, he could see darkness as if it was daytime. So he immediately recognized that the outside world was a stone corridor. Yen Chutian did not know where exactly this place was, so he could only choose a direction in the corridor and continue walking forward. Unexpectedly, he had only taken a few steps when another stone door was pushed open, and a young man walked out from within. The young man's face was ferocious, especially the scar on the left side of his face, which added a lot of fierceness to him. However, when he saw Yan Chutian's face, all the fierceness immediately disappeared, and he said respectfully, "Greetings, Taoist Yan." Obviously, he knew Yan Chutian. Although Yan Chutian did not know him, from his clothes, it could be seen that he should be a genius of the Moon Palace. The Moon Palace was a faction that rivaled the Great Heavenly Palace among the second-rate factions, ranked at the peak. However, this genius of a peak second-rate faction was so respectful to a disciple of a bottom-tier faction. Many people who were not in the know would find this strange. However, those who were in the know knew that in this ancient remnant, one's status did not matter, only strength. Furthermore, everyone had witnessed Yan Chutian's strength not long ago. So, how could this Moon Palace's genius, who knew that he could not defeat Yan Chutian, dare to be arrogant? Otherwise, if he angered Yan Chutian and forced him out of the ancient remnant, it would be too late for regret. The Moon Palace's disciple behaved politely, not at all as ferocious and tyrannical as this faction was rumored to be. Naturally, Yan Chutian could not say much. He just gave a perfunctory reply and continued walking forward. When the Moon Palace's genius saw this, he clearly released his bated breath. Then he immediately chose the corridor opposite Yan Chutian and left in a flash. Chapter 284. Yan Chutian did not find it strange at all as he watched the Moon Palace disciple quickly leave in the opposite direction. This was because if the two of them were to head towards the same direction together, he would definitely not give up any opportunity to the other. The Moon Palace disciple was also clear about this. Naturally, she would avoid him as much as possible. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not slow down at all. He continued to walk slowly towards the front of the long corridor. He walked for half a day. The stone corridor was straight, but it seemed to have no end. No matter how Yan Chutian tried to move forward, he could not reach the end. In fact, he even felt as if he was walking on the same spot. The front and back of the long corridor were exactly the same. There was no difference at all. Perhaps Yan Chutian would not have suspected anything in half a day. However, when this time became a day, deep down in his heart, a strong sense of caution grew. If he still could not detect the strangeness of this place, he would be too stupid. However, while he was moving, he had already used his spiritual eye to scan his surroundings. However, even with the power of his spiritual eye, he did not find anything strange. However, at this moment, a mournful howl suddenly sounded from the front. Although there was no sound for a moment, Yan Chutian's nerves immediately tensed up. He could clearly hear that it was a human's voice. Although the sudden shriek in such a strange place revealed a strong sense of eeriness, Yan Chutian did not hesitate at all. He gently stepped forward. As the powerful spiritual energy in his body circulated, he walked towards the source of the shriek. After carefully walking for about 500 feet, Yan Chutian saw a large pool of red blood. It emitted a strong smell of blood. However, this large pool of blood was the source. Behind it, there seemed to be traces of blood, left behind by something being dragged from the pool of blood. No matter how he thought about it, Yan Chutian could not help but have a certain thought when he saw this scene. That was because there was something dragging the corpses of the geniuses who had entered this place after being ambushed and killed. Thinking of that strange situation, even Yan Chutian couldn't help but feel that the surrounding environment was filled with a sense of gloom. However, Yan Chutian didn't suspect that it was someone else who had killed a certain genius and deliberately created such a strange scene. It was simply to destroy the corpse and erase the evidence. Therefore, no matter what, Yan Chutian could not possibly stop in front of this pool of blood. Instead, he carefully followed the trail of blood and moved forward. The blood traces were nothing compared to the previous ones, but the following scene was even more chilling than before. This was because the trail of blood extended all the way to an unlatched stone door. There were large claw marks on the stone door, dripping with blood. As for the bottom of the stone door, a pale hand was quietly stuck there. Perhaps it was Yen Chutian's misconception, but the hand seemed to be unconsciously trembling. It was hard for Yen Chutian not to associate such a scene with this scene. A dying corpse was dragged into the stone door. It raised its weak hand and tried to grab something, but it couldn't grab anything at all. It could only leave a large bloody mark on the stone door. At this moment, Yen Chutian was already holding his breath and staring. No matter what he encountered, it was very likely that it was hiding behind this stone door. It was just that no one knew what kind of strange, bloodthirsty monster it was, or if it was a cold heaven's pride who was deliberately mystifying. After slightly adjusting his state, Yen Chutian slowly reached for the unlatched stone door and opened it bit by bit. As the stone door was gradually opened, a strong smell of blood filled the air. For a moment, Yen Chutian couldn't help but feel disgusted when he smelled this kind of smell. He hurriedly used his spiritual power to protect himself, and only then did he expel the disgusting feeling. He then raised his eyes and looked at the space behind the stone door. As far as the eye could see, this was an extremely vast space, but there was nothing here. However, when Yen Chutian raised his head as if he had sensed something, he was surprised to see that there were countless corpses hanging in the air. The densely packed corpses were like dry food being dried here. It was no wonder that Yen Chutian had this kind of feeling, because it was too similar. Among the many hanging corpses, some of them had obviously existed for an unknown period of time, and they were all incomplete. However, there was also one that emitted a strong smell of blood, and there was a ticking sound coming from below. It was the sound of the blood flowing from the corpse and hitting the ground. This scene, even though Yen Chutian had traveled extensively in the heaven realm and experienced many strange things, he couldn't help but feel a chill and his scalp tingle. Such a scene, perhaps some of the weaker ones would be scared out of their wits. The next moment, Yen Chutian didn't know if it was her misperception, but she suddenly felt that somewhere in the dome where the corpses were hanging, there seemed to be an eye staring at her. However, when he looked around, he could only see corpses everywhere. He couldn't find anything else. However, no matter what, Yen Chutian didn't believe that it was his illusion. Moreover, this should be the corpse of the genius that had just been hung up, for example. There must be something here. Pa! Suddenly, the sound of something being stepped on was heard, and Yen Chutian suddenly became alert, and his gaze shot over. However, after he looked over, he found that it was just a piece of bone from an ancient corpse that had fallen off and smashed on the ground. Other than that, the surroundings were incomparably silent, and it could even be described as a dead silence. However, even after seeing this scene, Yen Chutian still didn't relax in the slightest. Perhaps his behavior was clearly suspicious in the eyes of others, but he was very clear that there must be something here that even his spiritual eye couldn't capture for the time being. Ta, ta, ta! Suddenly, a series of loud footsteps came from the other side of the space. Yen Chutian immediately looked over and saw a figure running over quickly, his face pale with panic and even fear. Save me! Yen Chutian saw clearly that this was the Moon Palace disciple he had met earlier. However, he had a feeling that this Moon Palace disciple was different from before. However, no matter how he looked, he couldn't see anything strange. However, the cautious nature that had been cultivated over the years made Yen Chutian not let this person get close to him. Instead, he slowly condensed a spiritual energy light screen in front of him. Bang! The Moon Palace disciple slammed heavily into the light screen, but he didn't care. He continued to run forward madly, even though he couldn't move an inch forward. His face was still filled with fear, as if there was an extremely terrifying ghost chasing after him from behind. This made Yen Chutian somewhat hesitant. Could it be that he was mistaken? Chapter 285. However, just as Yen Chutian hesitated for a moment, he did not notice that the Moon Palace disciple, whose eyes were filled with fear, was gradually curling up the corners of his mouth. This face revealed a strong sense of eeriness. Bang! In the next moment, the Moon Palace disciple suddenly raised his arm and fiercely punched the light screen in front of him. As the punch landed, the spiritual energy light screen condensed by Yen Chutian could not resist at all. It was immediately smashed through. Then, the fist print smashed toward Yen Chutian fiercely without slowing down. In the end, Yen Chutian still had the spiritual energy light screen to resist. Even though the fist print immediately pierced through it, it still bought him some time to react. After coming to his senses, Yen Chutian immediately raised his right fist and heavily collided with the fist print that was smashing toward him. Bang! A dull and heavy sound immediately rang out. In this collision of fists, Yen Chutian was shaken by the force of the explosion and staggered back a few steps. At the moment of the collision, he felt as if his fist had hit a piece of metal. Even with his third-grade mysterious young body, he could not gain much of an advantage. "You are not a Moon Palace disciple." Therefore, in the next moment, Yen Chutian, who felt that the situation was not right, immediately cried out in alarm. Even though the other party clearly looked like the Moon Palace disciple he had seen before, Yen Chutian was sure that this was not the Moon Palace disciple he had seen before. However, the other party did not speak, but the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. Then, without any warning, another fist print suddenly smashed toward him. Bang! The fists collided again, but this time Yen Chutian's situation was much more difficult than before. However, at the same time, this also made Yen Chutian very sure that this was not the Moon Palace disciple he had seen before. Therefore, in the next moment, without any hesitation, Yen Chutian heavily stomped on the ground and shot out like an arrow from a bow. While this Moon Palace disciple was extremely powerful, his speed was not fast. As a result, he did not react even when Yen Chutian appeared behind him. But how could Yen Chutian let go of such an excellent opportunity? The mysterious yang qi in his body continued to converge towards his right arm, accumulating into a majestic force that he would not be satisfied if he did not release it. Mysterious yang hand. Yen Chutian was confident that he could defeat an elixir level 6 cultivator with that kind of boundless power, even if they were standing in front of him. However, when this surging attack landed, Yen Chutian did not feel any resistance at all, because right before his eyes, the Moon Palace disciple in front of him suddenly collapsed. Yen Chutian barely managed to stop his attack. He looked over and saw that this disciple of the Moon Palace had turned into a human skin, a shell. In other words, something had used this human skin to fight with him. But now the human skin was left behind, but that thing had mysteriously disappeared. But because of this, Yen Chutian's heart became more and more serious. The other party's sudden disappearance was definitely not because it was afraid of him. After all, in the short exchange just now, even if he were to fight it head-on, he would not be its match. Why would the other party be afraid? So this time, the temporary disappearance of the unknown thing was very likely to be because it was preparing an even stronger attack, waiting to completely defeat him with one strike. Thinking of this, how could Yen Chutian not become even more serious? Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really suffer at the hands of that strange thing today. However, things in the world never went as Yen Chutian expected. After leaving behind a human skin, the other party seemed to have really disappeared into thin air and did not appear for a long time. Yen Chutian stood vigilantly at the same place for half an hour, his spiritual eye firmly locked onto every corner of the space, but there were no more strange occurrences. Even though he was cautious and waited for another 2 hours, the situation was still the same. Therefore, no matter how cautious Yen Chutian was, he hurriedly tried to find an exit. Otherwise, if he stayed here all the time, how could he relax? Yen Chutian swept to the side of the space and carefully looked at the side of the wall. But at this time, after careful observation, he found that this seemed to be a sealed space. Even the stone door that he had just walked out of had disappeared without a trace. All kinds of situations seemed to want to trap him to death in this place. But Yen Chutian did not give up. He continued to explore the stone wall, hoping to find some mechanism to leave. But no matter how he searched, he found that there was no way out. This was a sealed space, and just when Yen Chutian felt that it was quite troublesome, suddenly there was a loud bang behind him. He hurriedly looked over and saw that on the originally empty ground there was a huge stone coffin. The stone coffin was simple and unadorned. After the passage of time, many of the patterns on the coffin had become blurred, and only some traces could be vaguely recognized. But no matter what, the sudden appearance of such a huge stone coffin made Yen Chutian, who had relaxed a little, suddenly tense up. Just now, an unknown thing wearing the skin of the Moon Palace disciple attacked him and then suddenly disappeared. Now, such a situation appeared again. It was difficult for Yen Chutian not to feel that there was a connection between the two. And could this be the doing of that unknown thing? Or could it be that it was hiding in the stone coffin? Therefore, Yen Chutian did not dare to act rashly. He stopped exploring the stone wall and stared at the huge stone coffin. His spiritual eye had already been opened, but no matter whether it was his eyes or his spiritual eye, he could not see the situation inside the stone coffin. The ordinary stone coffin blocked all his senses. It was extremely mysterious. After staring at it for half an hour, the stone coffin was still dead silent. During this time, Yen Chutian also raised his head slightly. He just happened to be able to see the dome above the stone coffin. There was a hole of similar size and many broken and rotten iron locks. It seemed that this stone coffin should have been locked in the dome. But as time passed, the iron locks continued to decay and finally broke and fell down. Looking at the situation, it seemed that the stone coffin's appearance was just a coincidence, but reality was always full of ups and downs. Just as Yen Chutian was thinking this, suddenly there was a banging sound coming from the stone coffin. It seemed that something was constantly banging on the stone coffin, trying to struggle out of it. The sudden noise immediately made Yen Chutian tense up again. The spiritual power in his body was frantically circulating. As long as the stone coffin was opened, he could immediately launch his most powerful attack. But just as Yen Chutian was extremely tense, the noise coming from the stone coffin suddenly disappeared. Then it became completely silent. After being on guard for half an hour, there was still no movement. It was as if the noise just now was just an illusion. This situation suddenly made Yen Chutian realize that he seemed to be teased by the other party. As long as it made a little noise, it would make his mind tense up and be extremely vigilant. Chapter 286. But even if he realized this, Yen Chutian still could not do anything. Regardless of whether the other party was playing with him or not, the strangeness and strength could not be faked. If he were to make a move against him, then his situation would become extremely dangerous. But then Yen Chutian changed his strategy. He no longer passively hid in the corner of the stone wall. Instead, he took the initiative to approach the stone coffin. As he gradually approached the stone coffin, which was originally silent, started to make banging sounds again. And this sound seemed to have understood Yen Chutian's intention. The closer he got, the louder the sound became. And when he really got close to the stone coffin, the originally tightly closed coffin lid suddenly exploded into pieces with a boom. Then an extremely pale hand slowly grabbed the edge of the stone coffin and lifted a white object out of the coffin. It was not out of Yen Chutian's expectations. What was hidden in the stone coffin was indeed not something good. Surprisingly, the white object that was propped up was an extremely pale head that was the same size as the palm. The pale head moved slightly, and a pair of lifeless eyes gradually locked onto Yen Chutian. And this pair of eyes were clearly lifeless, as if it would ignore everything it saw. But when it locked onto Yen Chutian, the corners of the mouth of the head slightly curled up, revealing an extremely strange smile. Then the pale hand slammed heavily on the stone coffin, directly smashing it into pieces. And this white figure that suddenly appeared made use of the rebounding force to shoot towards Yen Chutian. But how could Yen Chutian let such a strange thing, which had crawled out of the coffin, get close to him. Therefore, he quickly activated his own spiritual energy. Vast spiritual energy rushed out like a river, forming a light screen that seemed to be able to block any attack. But as the white figure shot over, Yan Chutian's condensed defense was not of much use. Just like before, it was easily torn apart. Even though Yan Chutian had expected this scene, he could not help but become gloomy. This was because this meant that the strength of this white figure was comparable to the unknown thing wearing the skin of the Moon Palace disciple. It could even be said that the two were the same thing, mysterious young hand. Knowing this, Yan Chutian did not dare to slack off in the slightest. As the mysterious yang qi in his body surged, he raised his hand and shot out a palm print. It was the mysterious yang hand. The mysterious yang hand directly smashed towards the white figure that had penetrated his defense. This time, the result didn't make Yan Chutian feel as absent-minded as before. Although the attack of the mysterious yang hand did not seem to be able to do much to the other party, it was able to block his figure. No matter what, he had at least gained some time to catch his breath. However, it was really just a short moment of respite. Because of the mysterious yang hand, it was slightly delayed. In the next moment, the white figure once again burst out. This time, it seemed to have used a spirit technique. It actually transformed into an extremely pale, giant palm outside of its body. Then it descended from the sky and pressed down on Yan Chutian. Even a 6th-level elixir cultivator would find it hard to resist the powerful and oppressive aura emitted by this pale white giant palm and could only be suppressed by it. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the pale white giant palm was. However, no matter what, Yan Chutian would not sit still and wait for his death. Seeing the pale white palm pressing down on him, Yan Chutian, whose eyes flickered with a dignified look, also slowly raised his palm and used a technique. Great Thunder Rune. From the start, Yan Chutian did not hesitate at all. The spirit rune that had condensed not long ago slowly gathered in his eyes. Then, in the sky, it transformed into a flickering lightning and fiercely bombarded towards the pale white palm. The Great Thunder Rune could be said to be Yan Chutian's strongest technique. He directly used it because he knew how powerful the white figure was and could not be neglected. Secondly, the Great Thunder Rune was a type of lightning, and heavenly lightning was often the most lethal to some demons and monsters. Rumble. The moment when the lightning and the pale white palm collided, a huge roar of thunder resounded, and it seemed that Yan Chutian's thoughts had been confirmed. When the two collided, the pale white palm immediately shattered. It was actually unable to withstand the power of heavenly lightning that erupted from the Great Thunder Rune. At the same time, a mournful and strange scream also resounded from the direction of the white figure. Then, the white figure directly rushed into the space like a ghost and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the white figure disappearing rapidly, Yan Chutian had a feeling that it was not that the white figure was no match for his strength, but that it was as if it was born to fear the power of heavenly lightning. Therefore, he was very clear that he had to find a way out as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the strange thing came back to its senses and knew the truth, he was afraid that he would not be able to survive today. However, although he said so, he had clearly searched the surroundings thoroughly, and there was no way out. Even if he wanted to leave, could it be that he could escape from the ground or the sky? Wait, in an instant, Yan Chutian suddenly thought of something. He immediately looked at the dome. There were countless corpses hanging from the dome. It was impossible to see the real situation clearly. Could it be that the strange thing did it on purpose? Because the exit was there. At this point, how could Yan Chutian suppress the impulse in his heart? Even if the countless hanging corpses made him feel cold from the inside out, it also made him desperately want to go up and see if there was an exit at the dome. Therefore, Yan Chutian quickly climbed up along the side of the wall. Perhaps this was no different from a fool's dream for mortals. The surrounding stone walls were incomparably tall and there was no foothold at all. However, Yen Chutian was a cultivator, without a foothold. He forcibly stepped out with his strength. Although the surrounding stone walls were also extremely sturdy, they were not invulnerable. Not to mention, with Yen Chutian's cultivation, the strength that could erupt from him was not just limited to weapons. As he continued to climb along the stone walls, he naturally got closer and closer to the countless hanging corpses. At such a close distance, Yen Chutian could clearly see that the countless hanging corpses here were mostly looking up at the sky with their eyes wide open. It was as if they had endless grievances and anger and wanted to vent to the heavens. However, what was different from this scene was that there was not even the slightest bit of resentment around these corpses. However, with a little thought, it was possible that the strange thing from before could absorb the resentment left behind by the dead. As he continued to get closer to the dome, Yen Chutian's eyes automatically filtered the corpses and looked at the scene behind the corpses. It seemed that even the heavens did not want to cut off Yen Chutian's last chance of survival. As he looked around, there was indeed a huge gap at the top of the dome. The area was extremely large. If not for the many hanging corpses below, he was afraid that when he entered this space, he would have immediately discovered it. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 287. With the exit right in front of him, Yen Chutian was overjoyed. He quickly borrowed strength from the stone walls and rushed towards the huge hole in the dome. However, just as he approached the exit, he could clearly feel a strong gust of wind whistling towards him. Yen Chutian lowered his head and glanced around. He immediately saw the white figure that had just fled in a sorry state. At this time, he had already appeared on an ancient corpse at the edge of the sea of corpses. Obviously, his escape had been discovered. How could this strange thing let him escape from its prey that had delivered itself to its doorstep? The white figure did something unknown, as if it was just gently patting the ancient corpse beneath its feet. The corpse's originally raised head actually lowered bit by bit. In its pair of empty eye sockets, a green light that was like a willow, the wisp appeared. Swish! The sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out. The ancient corpse raised its right arm and extended it infinitely, grabbing towards Yen Chutian. However, the exit was already right in front of him. How could Yen Chutian give up just because of the other party's attack? He immediately threw out a punch. Even though it was not a spirit technique, the power of this punch could be said to be able to overturn rivers and seas. Bang! The two fists collided. The ancient corpse's fist had already decayed and was destroyed. Even if it was controlled by the strange thing, it was still shattered by Yen Chutian in the instant of collision. However, the strange thing did not have the slightest intention of hesitating when its attack failed. A low shriek quickly rang out. The shriek spread out and actually caused the countless ancient corpses to slowly move. In their originally empty eye sockets, a will-o'-the-wisp light appeared. In the next moment, countless decaying corpse hands grabbed towards Yen Chutian. The withered hair grew crazily and swept towards Yen Chutian like a waterfall, wanting to strangle him alive. Such a scene was like the resurrection of 100 ghosts. Fortunately, Yen Chutian was not immortal. Otherwise, when he saw this scene, he would have been scared half to death. However, this did not mean that he did not feel the pressure. With so many ancient corpses attacking him, if he was not careful, even he could be affected. And the corpse poison in these ancient corpses was something that Yen Chutian was most unwilling to be contaminated with. If he was infected by the corpse poison, even if he was at the 4th level of elixir, he might lose half of his life and suffer a great loss of vitality. Great Thunder Rune. Because of all these reasons, Yen Chutian still decided to use the spirit inscriptions. Lightning surged above his head, followed by thick thunderbolts that struck down like sharp blades, continuously shattering the ancient corpses around Yen Chutian, turning them into dust. During this process, Yen Chutian naturally did not forget to use the Great Thunder Rune to attack the white figure. But now, this strange thing seemed to have some expectations. Even though it still felt fear from the bottom of its heart, it also realized that the heavenly lightning could not hurt it. When he saw such a situation, Yen Chutian knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous to face this strange thing that was gradually no longer afraid of his great shocking lightning rune. Boom! The ear-piercing roar of thunder resounded again, and the explosive power of the heavenly lightning directly shattered an ancient corpse. And at this moment, Yen Chutian also suddenly shot up and went straight to the dome's exit. But also at this moment, an incomparably sharp shriek immediately resounded. Under the influence of this shriek, Yen Chutian actually felt that his body was affected and no longer listened to his orders. Fortunately, in the next moment, the roar of thunder that was even more majestic than before continued to resound. At the same time, a huge sound wave spread out and directly blasted Yen Chutian's stiff body out of the exit. At this time, Yen Chutian only felt that his head was buzzing nonstop, and he couldn't gather any thoughts at all. Even when he crashed to the ground in a sorry state, he didn't feel much pain. It wasn't until the roar in his head gradually subsided that the sharp pain surged up, causing him to groan and quickly check his body's condition. After a little observation, the situation wasn't too bad, and it wasn't much different from what he had expected. The injuries in his body weren't small, but his muscles and bones weren't damaged. Just now, when the great shocking lightning rune exploded, Yen Chutian had already used the power of his spiritual inscriptions to the greatest extent. Although the consumption was huge, it seemed to be worth it now because it allowed him to escape from that strange space. He just didn't know where he was now. Thinking of this, Yen Chutian's eyes swept over, and only then did he realize that he was on a small piece of land, surrounded by a dark river. Moreover, this black water couldn't be explored, and it was even more impossible to know what was hidden under the black water. Such a situation couldn't help but sweep away Yen Chutian's joy of escaping. It seemed that he had escaped from that strange space, but arrived at another unknown place. Suddenly, he realized that the small piece of land he was on was moving slowly above the Black River. But if he didn't observe carefully, he wouldn't be able to recognize it. But this immediately made Yen Chutian tense up, and he didn't care about his injuries and was on guard. He didn't know why this small piece of land was moving, and he didn't know how it was moving. Wasn't the unknown the source of terror? At this moment, Yen Chutian really wanted to smash the land under his feet to see what was controlling its movement. But he didn't dare to do so because he didn't want to fall into this unknown Black River. With this small piece of land, he at least had some sense of security. If he fell into the Black River, he was afraid that he could only wait for death. Next, Yen Chutian didn't stay idle, but he kept taking out array bases from the storage space and placed them around the land to set up arrays on the land. And he didn't set up one array, nor did he set up two, but three. Fortunately, Yen Chutian had prepared a lot of array bases from the beginning to the end. As for the time needed to set up arrays, he didn't lack it now. But Yen Chutian knew in his heart that even if he set up 3 arrays, it wouldn't be much of a defense against possible dangers, and could only be said to be a little safer. Just like this, a small piece of land carried Yen Chutian, drifting aimlessly on the boundless Black River. While drifting, Yen Chutian also saw some other drifting pieces of land, and even found a corpse. It was a corpse that had died not long ago, and it was a genius who had entered the profound flame, holy palace not long ago. From his clothes, it seemed that he was a disciple of the Heaven Saint Palace, one of the 8 top first-rate forces. It was just that the once high-spirited genius was now pale, and his body was swollen as he soaked in the Black River, moving up and down with the waves from time to time. It was a miserable sight. The corpse drifted past Yen Chutian, and this made Yen Chutian sigh in his heart. This world was always so cruel. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Sogu mobile version website.